restart the counter. Time since it has crashed when I pushed go live 1. Okay, so then I've got the stream sticky available. We'll full screen the video in a minute. I will get the decks ready for round number 10. So as it turned out, they did rearrange the schedule for the source stream. The last time we did it, it was like round 9, round 10, then the GP semis, the GP final, and we missed rounds 11 and 12.
Right, I recall that, yes.
And then we just suddenly came back to the top 8, and we're like, there was a lot of dead time, too. Like, it didn't work out very well. So the way this stream was set up, it started with just the GP final, and that ate into round 9. And we're going to see rounds 10, 11, 12 in the top 8. So,
okay. So we're going to miss one round, essentially.
We missed one round, but it is now at least continuous, which is good. There's not going to be a feeling of like, well, these are the most important rounds in the tournament. We have no idea what's going on. Together with B, an awkward situation where it's like, well, the GP is done. We watched the end of those matches, but they weren't set up to put, like, to rearrange the feature match area to like put other content there. So I think they did it this way so that they had a better idea as to what we were going to see.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense.
So while people are starting to file in, good morning, chat. I looked through the day 2 deck lists. There was one that was mislabeled. There was one that said it was Incarnation, and it was actually just like a Red Black Demons list. But I went looking for weird cards. And I found a few cards that were registered for day 2 that did not have a 5-0 Pioneer Trophy this year.
Oh my god. All right.
So there are a couple that have like picked up in the last week. And I think that the couple that picked up in the last week might be people who are in this event. It might be like either they like initialized this tech or they picked it up from like the most recent list and they just kind of ran with it. But there are a couple of cards that are pretty new to me. And it's amazing that I was able to find many of these because if you look at the day 2 metagame, there's a lot of mountains and swamps and a lot of demons. So I hope you like Rakdos.
Yes, although to be fair, if you look at the day 1 metagame, there's also a lot of mountains and swamps.
Yeah, that's true. If I scroll down, we can look at that as well. So like the top 2 decks were both Rakdos in various forms. Demons was tied for 3rd. Then we had Mardu, Greasefang, Rakdos, Transmogrify also on the left side of the list. So it was a lot. But
right. So I mean, I'm not saying maybe they overperformed or what have you. I'm not trying to say otherwise. But just like they can't overperform by that much. They were already so popular.
Yeah. I would say the one deck that did clearly overperform is the Mono Black Demons list because they put 12 of 22 pilots into day 2, which is
that is absurd.
Very impressive considering how small day 2 even is. So, okay, let me ask you about these cards. And chat, if you know them, go ahead. Maybe we'll do a couple, then we'll watch round 10, and then we'll do a couple more. So I'm going to get Scryfall up, and I will give you the name of the card, and then we'll see how much you could say about it. So we'll start with an old favorite, Angrath. The Flame Chain.
Okay, so is this 5-mana Angrath? I think I know what this card does. So it's like it's like -3. You take a creature and then if it's CMC 3 or less, you sack it DOT. Like it's threatened, but it kills the thing if it's cheap. And then its +1 is like target opponent discards a card and loses 2 life. I think.
Each opponent discards a card and loses 2 life. And then, threaten something. And then at the beginning of the next end step, sack it if it has mana value 3 or less.
And I was going to say I have no idea what its ult does. But it looks like its ult does something random and irrelevant.
Yes. Yeah, this is in the sideboard of one of the Transmogrify decks. Is this like, I couldn't find an Omnixilus? I don't
know. That's very strange.
know what would make someone reach for
Like,
this card, but there you go. All right, card number 2.
I mean, it does a cool thing with transmog, right? Where you can steal their creature and transmog off their guy, I guess.
Sure.
Right?
Yep.
Does that work?
Mm-hmm.
But it does sort of seem like the worst card ever, so I don't really get it.
All right, card number 2. Blade of the Oni.
Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to remember which blade this is. Yeah, so Blade of the Oni, I think, is the demon equipment, which is like it's like 1 black and I think it's a 3/1 creature. Like it's like one of the it's like an equipment and a creature. It's one of those
Yes.
reconfigure cards, and then it like equipped creature becomes a 5/5 demon, and it's like its equip is like a lot, like 6 or something. So like no matter what the equipped creature is, it becomes a 5/5 demon.
And the card is a mythic.
It's 4.
It's only 4 to reconfigure it. And it does also give menace.
Yeah,
so this,
so
it fills a 2-mana slot. You need 2 drops in your demon deck. I guess you're just really afraid of taking a lot of damage off of your Unholy Grottos or whatever. Or Unholy Annexes. I don't know.
yeah, I think it's a total scam, but I am aware of this. So famously, friend of the stream Matt Nass played this card at RCDC in his Demons deck. And then afterwards, I was talking to him at the tournament. He was like, "Yeah, I kind of audibled this Demons deck last minute. I think this deck should have 0." That was his take, but he did register like 3 or 4. So
Interesting.
I'm aware of it only through Matthew Nass.
Gotcha. All right, one more, and then we'll get down to business. The last card we'll talk about is Dreadmaw's Ire.
Okay, well, I know that one. I mean, we consider playing this card in our prowess list internally. I mean, Dreadmaw's Ire is red. Target kind creature gets +2/+2 and gains trample until end of turn. If it deals combat damage to a player, you destroy an artifact they control. That's it.
Is there a specific artifact that you were hoping to destroy with it?
It's generally considered kind of a sideboard card for sacrifice. You can hit like Witch's Oven.
Sure.
Is a nice one to hit. Also, just like random food tokens and whatnot. But mostly, like the rate on this card just isn't that much worse than the pump spells you'd already play.
Right.
Like, I don't know. I mean, obviously it's worse than Monster Trade, but that's the best one. Like, compare this thing to Titan Strength is what I would say, right? So Titan Strength gives +3/+1, does not give trample. This gives +2/+2 and does give trample. That's a pretty comparable rate.
Yeah.
And instead of Scry 1, you get this Artifact Destruction mode, which basically means if the Artifact Destruction mode does anything, this card is better than Titan Strength. Now, you sort of aren't allowed to main deck it because the attacking only restriction is pretty real, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
It's annoying that if your Phoenix opponent goes to kill your creatures in your beginning of combat, you can't Dreadmaw's Ire. But yeah, I'm aware of this card. Again, you're naming cards that people actually play, so I'm aware of those.
All right, I'll name a card that people don't play soon.
Okay.
Also, I've read this card
concerned.
several times. I've never really looked at the art, but you could definitely see that there's an angry Dreadmaw.
Yeah, that does appear to be a Dreadmaw right there.
Okay, let's watch round number 10, and then we'll come back to this. So we're going to watch number 1 versus number 2. I'll put the decks in chat.
That would be the Mono Red Aggro deck then.
Yeah, the Mono Red Aggro deck is now 9-0. So we missed one round. Round 9 was not broadcast. And we are picking up with round 10. So we've got Mono Red Aggro, which if you were with us yesterday, you saw this deck twice. We decided there's some internal logic to this deck, whether or not it's as good as the Rakdos deck or the other flavors of Slick Shot. I mean, you can't really argue with being 9-0, but that's a separate question.
Yeah, I'm still a doubter of the archetype kind of broadly, but obviously 9-0 is an impressive performance. And a lot of the strong cards that are generally in these Pioneer Red Aggro decks are still present here. It can't be that wrong. It has Monstrous Rage and Monstrous Swift Spear and Kumano, like the hits are all there.
Yeah. And I will say also for a card like Light Up the Stage, it's a card that I think some people would say has, time has passed it by, but it still has very strong effect. Especially when you've reconfigured your deck to have so many more spells that are more easily castable, I could see where this person is coming from.
Yeah, and I mean, Light of the Stage, I mean, I think mostly, or at least not mostly, but at least partially, is cut from all the prowess lists these days because it's very bad with pump spells. Like, you don't want to Light
Yeah.
of the Stage pump spells that you then have to cast at kind of an inconvenient time.
Right.
Like, that's not how pump spells kind of work.
Right.
Uh, but if you have very few pump spells, only the broken one in Monstrous Rage, then it makes more sense. Again, the deck is very coherent. I
Mm-hmm.
think it might be coherent and still worse, but it all fits together.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yep. And on the other side, we have Taichi Morikawa's Selesnya Company deck, which we also saw on stream yesterday.
and when we say Taichi Morikawa's company deck, what we actually mean is the exact company deck played by Team Scrap Heap in the USRC.
Yes.
I believe card for card. But yes. Sorry, not to editorialize too much. To be clear, I don't want to underplay this. I think there's kind of nothing new under the sun in Magic. Often playing a deck well is harder than just like make like an underrated skill, right? I don't want to devalue Morikawa's contributions here by playing, I think, a pretty tricky deck very well to reach this record, which he certainly did. But I do just want to, also call out and give credit to the group that I see as responsible for kind of innovating and popularizing this archetype, especially when I'm pretty sure this is the card for card exact list.
Sure. And
I mean, I'm
speaking of how to pilot this deck, I mean, we were talking yesterday while Taichi was running it that like his deck was just a big stack of 3-drops, and at several different junctures we were like, I don't know which one is going to have the biggest impact on the board right now.
Oh yes, very much agreed. And I mean, I do think that's one of the interesting things about the deck is that it's hard to say when you should leave up mana. It's hard to say if your company main phase responds to their spells. There's a bunch of tensions there. Like, what do you name a Peacekeeper? When do you leave up Interrupter? I think the deck is pretty skill intensive. It's just kind of what I would describe as the new stock list. The stock list as of 1 week ago.
Sure. All right, let's fire up the stream and see what happens.
Yeah, I'll also say I expect this matchup to be kind of unfavorable for the red deck. I think that this company deck, became popular in large part due to its ability to beat black-red prowess, and I don't think any of the changes to this deck that have been made to kind of, to make it mono-red really are going to help.
Sure.
Fundamentally, the issue is just that, like, look, Enduring Innocence can't be removed by this deck at all.
Yeah.
It has lifelink.
Those are
It's like
two good qualities for card to have.
yeah. I mean, also has Thalia, which is pretty annoying for your deck. I mean, obviously you could kill it, but it's going to slow them down a lot.
Speaking of, here's the Guardian of Thraben, and note that Hiroki didn't do anything on turn 2 proactively, so I wonder if this suggests that he's got like the play with fire. The answer is no. He has Bone Crusher Giant, so that can only go to the head.
Yes.
Awkward.
Also, I'm sorry if my voice sounds a little funny. I'm still a little sick. I'm just constantly in the state of not quite well, not sick enough to cancel. So,
Oh, I've definitely been there. Within the last month, let's say. So that is a common state, I think.
Yeah.
Hiroki doesn't do anything with his mana on his main phase turn 3 either? No, he's got stuff to play.
I think he's deciding whether to go for the Bone Crusher Giant or go
Yeah.
for the Swift Spear and try to double spell.
So he did have Wizard's Lightning available. He could clear the Thalia that way. But instead it looks like he's gone for the Bone Crusher Giant, and that has been brutally answered by the Cathar.
Wait, this is game 2.
Oh, wow. Okay, so good point. I mean, this is where the stream started. So we apparently lost game 1, and Taichi has taken it. Wow, I missed that completely.
All right, our apologies, chat. So, Brutal Cathar is a sideboard card in the company deck. It makes
Yes.
complete sense board against the mono red deck. That part is normal. But, yeah, so we are, in fact, in game 2. Apparently, game 1 was not shown on stream, and Taichi apparently won it based on the thing. But, yeah.
All right, picking up again then. Wizard's Lightning answers the Cathar, gets back the Bone Crusher Giant. Prowess. Here comes 4.
I mean, I think if you're Morikawa here, you have to just take this. I mean, what are you going to do? Chump block with your Thalia? I mean, Thalia is pretty valuable. Now, maybe if Morikawa has something weird in hand, he might block something like he has company all rolled up, and he wants to get his Thalia out of place so that he can company. That's possible.
It
I
is
still kind of
true that that Hiroki is down to one card in hand, so Thalia is arguably playing for the other team at this point.
well, it definitely is, but throwing away your creature for no value is still kind of bad, especially setting it double block or something. It's not bad from a resources point of view. Morikawa has plenty of resources. It's more bad from a tempo point of view.
Yeah.
Like he's throwing away a 2 mana investment for 2 life.
Life,
But
life
if he has
points.
company, I can still see it being right.
Life points 14 and 13 to be clear, not even life points 0 and 1. But it does look like that's the play. So Thalia's gone under the bus. There are 2 companies in hand. Possibly
Okay.
3 companies.
I love this play, given that you have 2 companies.
Oh,
Yeah, that makes.
we're gonna have to
complete
deal
sense,
with this a
though.
bit today, chat. I'm gonna have to apologize in advance.
Oh no.
We're back. Yeah, it is in fact 3 companies. Elf and Skyclave Apparition is Morikawa's hand.
Also, it's night. For those curious, it's night.
I mean, I guess that could in theory matter. There is a second Brutal Cathar in Taichi's deck.
Yeah, I mean, it probably won't, but I do want to bring it up just
Yep.
because I don't know. It
Uh,
amuses me.
Good on them to notice. All right, so we've waited for Hiroki to commit all of his creatures to combat, and then we're going to find typical company hit of Skyclave Apparition, Llanowar Elf.
I mean, that isn't great as far as companies go. I mean, obviously it's like fine or what have you, but okay, so we're gonna exile the Bone Crusher. We'll take a little damage. The Skyclave will probably be killed, which will pump the creatures because I think there's a Wizard's Lightning in hand, and then we'll just get a 3/3 back, and the board is kind of the same.
Yeah. In fact, it was a Rending Volley that answered the Skyclave Apparition.
Yeah, I don't like where this is headed for Taichi. I mean, I'm not saying that he putted. I think he's played well, but it seems like his opponent's gonna be able to attack enough times to get his life total to 0 here. But maybe if the company is quite good here, that will turn around.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the elf sticking around doesn't necessarily make it easy for him to double spell. I mean, I guess he can play another elf plus company, but he can't get like 3-drop plus company out this turn, which would be one way to try to get himself back into the game on the resources front. We're going to go main phase on the second company.
Yeah, I assume this is an attempt to make it day again, but I'm not totally sure. It's a little weird looking.
Another typical company hit of elf plus Archon of Emeria. Have we talked about whether or not this the deck should be called Green White Company versus Green White Elves?
Because there's only 4 companies but 8 L's. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. Have we considered calling it Green White 3-drops? There are more 3-drops than L's or companies.
That is fair. Maybe that's the best answer. Well, okay, so sign of weakness from Hiroki here. He can't send the prowess creatures into the Archon of Emeria, apparently, and it's only the 3/3 illusion that's getting through.
Oh, so I guess he doesn't. I missaw. I think the card I thought was with Lightning is in fact the volley. So he in fact is out of kill spells now. Okay, that makes Morikawa's spot much better.
We've added Slick Shot to the board and passed back. So, I mean, interestingly, Hiroki did have the option to plot the Slick Shot rather than cast it, which would have turned day back to night. Is that correct?
I think that is correct, but because Archon of Emeria is in play, plotting is pretty awkward, right? Like, it means that the turn you cast it, you can't cast anything else.
That is true. That is true.
So I think that factor is going to outweigh the day-night considerations. I mean, he knows there's only 2 other Brutal Cathars in his opponent's library. He knows that just isn't that many. So I think that probably not stressing about that overly much is correct.
All right, so the spell for Taichi's turn is Skyclave Apparition, and we know that Taichi does have a spell ready for Hiroki's turn in the third company.
Yeah, and what if you're a more Caliphate here? I mean, what you're hoping is that he just finds Enduring Innocence. All right, like we've looked through 12 cards of our deck, we haven't found Enduring Innocence yet. any instances, any
Yeah.
instances, like, because during instance is found, it's both going to mean that Morikawa is never going to stop having gas, and it's going to mean that he's going to start gaining life, which is pretty big here.
Well, I
So,
like this from Taichi. Both players can only cast one spell, so he's going to block first, ask Hiroki to cast his spell, and then we can company in response after we see what that spell is.
yes, potentially even interrupting the spell or similar.
Yeah. And the answer is no, damage is just going to happen, which, okay, great. I'll go to 7. That seems like an acceptable outcome of combat. And the spell is actually the Wellspring.
Yep. Any innocence here.
I think we found multiple...
Not guilty, but innocent.
It's Archon, Brutal Cathar, Thalia.
Okay, so that's a little bit awkward because Giganta is on the stack right now. It's not in play yet.
Yeah.
Which is correct, I think, from Morikawa's seat, but is one of kind of the tensions in this deck is that it's not as simple you should always come in response, you should always let the creature resolve. There are arguments for both sides in most situations.
In this case, there was 1 Cathar in the deck, I believe, but 4 Interrupters. Though I guess we don't know how many were sided out.
Yeah, so now here's a weird aspect of the game, right? Morikawa can, if he wants, let it become night and flip the Cathar to the backside, which, is cool because then when it becomes day again, he'll get a second thing. Except, of course, Morikawa literally is incapable of making it day because there's Archons in play.
Once it becomes night, it will be night forever as it currently stands. Then we also have to start asking the question, when are we going to take Hiroki's life total from 20 to 0? And it looks like we're going to start on that right now.
Yeah, and typically in this sort of spot, I think that the rule I like to follow is you have to make some sort of progress, but that progress doesn't have to be fast. As long as you're attacking it at all, it's fine. You don't necessarily need to rush.
Now, Giganta is going to be, the elf factory, trying to slowly chew through all of the elves, and Taichi only blocked with 1 elf, which left him open to getting trampled to death by Monstrous Rage. So Giganta's a 5/5. With Monstrous Rage that turn, it was an 8/6. 1 hits the elf, 7 tramples over, which is Xaxes. Whoops.
Well, I mean, I don't know that there's much more Cal could have done about that, honestly. Like, it's very hard for him to remove a Giganta at instant speed.
That is true. I mean, one option would have been block with a second elf.
I mean, where does that really get you? If he has the Monstrous Rage, you
take
end up at 1 life.
6 down to 1. I mean, I understand that now you're in the tractor beam of all of the burn spells that are in Hiroki's deck. Like, a Kumano kills you, etc. But
yeah, I just think also, I mean, you're just going to be down an elf for nothing. Let's say he doesn't have the Monstrous Rage, right? Let's say he has nothing.
Yeah, that's right.
So you just lose both elves, and then you untap, and you attack again and pass back. He attacks again with Giganta. What, are you going to double trumpet every turn from now on?
Yeah, it's not.
I don't know.
It's not feasible.
I kind of think he just has to, like, say, okay, I hope you don't have Monstrous Rage here. It's going to be really good. And it's going to have it. I mean, really, I would say the story of this game is, okay, Morikawa cast 3 collected companies, all right?
Yep.
And he hit 3 elves, no curiosities. Like, they were pretty bad companies.
Yeah. Right. So effectively, there was no interrupter, and there was no enduring innocence in the top, like, 28 cards or something.
Yes. Also, just like, if your companies always hit 4 mana worth of cards, you're sort of not getting that much value out of company, right? For collecting to be good, you have to often hit 5 or 6 mana worth of cards. You have to kind of go up mana, and Morikawa cast 3 of them and did not do that a single time, which, obviously is just bad luck. It's not like it's a mistake by him, but he did, I think, just run pretty cold on his companies.
It's also true that to even be in the position to cast these companies, he had to start by, the ante to get to play the game was throw Thalia under the bus.
Yeah, arguably his company's put him down mana because he started by having to lose 2 mana worth of stuff to
Right.
even get here.
All right, well, this means we will get a game 3.
Brutal Cathar plus Archon situation, though, is very weird. I have never seen that before.
Yeah. That might also have had something to do with why Taichi incentivized turning it back to day when he had the opportunity to, because he was not going to be able to in the future. He knew that Archons were coming.
Yes, agreed.
All right, both players looking at opening hands. This is nicer than day 1. We've got the like main feature camera setup, which includes hand cams. And looks like I couldn't see if that was 2 or 3 lands from Hiroki, but whatever Taichi saw was unacceptable.
Yeah, I think Hiroki has at least 2 lands, and I believe I saw a 1-drop creature and a Kumano, I think, were the cards I was able to glimpse at.
Not a bad place to be.
I mean, okay, Kumano is like the best card in his deck,
Yeah.
is how I think you should think about this. It does too much for 1 mana. I mean, I know that cycle, sagas with a creature on the other side had some very notable standouts, such as Fable the Mirror Breaker, but a lot of them were actually just kind of messed up. And I think it's sort of been swept under the rug that Kumano is as good as it is. I think it's sort of the unsung hero of the cycle. It's very strong.
Looks like we've got 3 lands and at least 1 elf. Werefox Bodyguard, 2 elves. So it's elf, Bodyguard, Company, and 3 lands.
Yeah, what I would say about this hand is, Morikawa has to keep this. I mean, mulliganing it would be absurd. But this hand really isn't that great. I mean, even if the elf lives, you're just playing a Werefox Bodyguard into Company. If the Werefox Bodyguard is answered, your hand isn't that great. If the elf is answered, your hand's kind of slow. It's fine. You obviously keep it, but I wouldn't be happy.
Wow. So instead of Kumano turn 1, we're just going to prioritize getting the elf off the board, limiting Taichi's ability to play 3 drops. And
I mean,
Taichi
I don't know. Hiroki knows
the
opponent's deck is all 3 drops.
Yeah.
It seems reasonable to me.
Also, there's a chance that you could play Kumano and then they could just play Thalia on top of you, and now suddenly you're not even really able to use Chapter 2 very effectively. All right, here comes...
Sorry, what do you mean by that?
Well, if you play turn 1 Kumano and they respond with Thalia, you can't answer the Thalia on that turn. Like, it would take your whole turn to answer it, and you wouldn't be able to get the counter.
Well, probably you would just like play creature not answer in that situation. But yeah.
But then you're not making progress. Yeah. I guess it depends what this creature is. If it's a Swiftspear, then never mind. I'm imagining you just play some like Soulscar Mage. And we know that Hiroki has this play with fire that he wouldn't be able to deploy.
Now the Archon starts to get pretty annoying here. You know, Archon last game entered way late to the game when Hiroki was already hellbent. But Archon on turn 3 is a different matter. It's going to be pretty hard for him to play his cards. For example, he'd love to do something this turn like play a creature, get the counter versus Kumano, Wizard's Lightning the Archon, attack. But that just isn't an option.
Yep.
So the whole thing is much more awkward.
Well, Soulscar Mage is a good one. So this will let Hiroki play a spell on his turn, plus turn on the Wizard's Lightning for Taichi's end step, assuming that he has the Wizard's Lightning, which he apparently does not.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't like see Wizard's Lightning's hand or something. I was just
saying that's right.
Hiroki to have that card.
I guess there's also some tension about whether you would want to cast it and kind of spoil your own prowess triggers. Ooh, it looks like the hand is 2 lands, another 1-drop, and light up the stage, which is a very awkward one against Archon of Emeria.
Yes, sure is. I'm almost surprised it was left in, to be honest. But there may not be a lot of options in his sideboard. I haven't taken that careful a look at it.
And we're going to play the 1-drop this turn and pick up Giganta. So we do know that there is land number 5 available. So that's probably what's going to happen next turn. And Taichi's just debating when he wants to accompany. It looks like it's going to be in response to Soulstar Mage. We find Innocence, Thalia, Elf, and Wandering Emperor. Obviously not a card that you can take, but interesting to see it there.
I mean, I think this is a great hit for Morikawa. I mean, mostly because it's Enduring Innocence and any creature. Every time I see this card hit the battlefield, I think it begins.
Now, Etching of Kumano does threaten to keep it in check. Like if we draw a play with fire or whatever, then we will have it answered. Is that correct?
Oh, that's true. It does. You're right. But I guess there's some problems beyond that. For example, so if Hiroki goes for a play with fire, I believe Taichi has another company. He can respond with that, and if he hits Aven Interrupter, then he'll draw a card. During this, will live another turn.
Yeah.
And every turn that it lives, it draws 1 card, sometimes 2 cards, if you can play a spell on each player's turn. I don't know. This could get out of control very quickly.
All right, the draw was Wizard's Lightning. So now the question is just how do we want to sequence our game actions? Can we like force the company before we have to bolt something, etc.?
Yes, so I think what Hiroki might do here is he might like make an attack with some of his creatures and try to, kind of bait Taichi into company before he casts his spell. Now, will that work? I'm not sure, but for example, this 2/3 Soul Sky Mage could certainly attack kind of unhindered by anything, and the prowess creatures can also at least kind of attack.
Nice. So either Thalia is going to jump in front, of a 1/2 and try to force the action from the other side. Or you could, I guess, just announce I'll take 4. All right, with Thalia attacks, we're going to try to Wizard's Lightning the Enduring Innocence. Prowess, prowess, prowess. Well, we actually have options because there's Werefox Bodyguard as well.
Well, if you cast Werefox Bodyguard here, would you try to save Innocence, or would you just exile the base Soulscar Mage?
Oh.
Or even you could imagine
clear the etching.
Oh, you could do that too. Wow. Okay, there's a lot of options.
All right. Well, this is a dramatic moment, and we have dramatic commercials for it.
Oh my god.
All right. So we have the option between Company and Bodyguard.
Oh wait, Chad is right. It will not exile.
Oh, that's right. The damage is actually turned into -1/-1 counters. So this Wizard's Lightning is kind of a whatever. Okay, so Bodyguard eats the Soulscar Mage that was going to clear Thalia. Draw a card off Innocence. Let's make sure that... Oh, we can do 2 actions here because we have access to a Ganjo.
Wow, that's huge.
And I don't know that the players realize that actually no damage was dealt to the Enduring Innocence. As it appears to be.
That is how that works, right? Are we mistaken?
I don't think so. If a source you control would deal non-combat damage, put that many on it, -1/-1 counters on it instead. Right, it doesn't prevent the damage, but there's a replacement effect, right? Oh, so is it like it was still dealt damage, even though the effect of that damage is -1/-1 counters? Uh-oh. This got...
No, I don't think so.
Way above my pay grade. I don't think damage actually happens. I think there's a replacement effect. And Etching of Kumano says if something dies that you dealt damage to, then it's exiled.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it should not have been exiled here.
All right, well, back to the game. We've got Gigantha on the stack and Collected Company in response. So your 5-mana spell versus my 5-mana spell. And here comes another flock of Archons. Is that what we've got? Oh, no, it's way worse. The second one was not an Archon of Emeria. It was an Aven Interrupter.
Well, that is an incredibly savage hit, because now not only is Gigantha delayed, but also Morikawa's Air Force is getting pretty scary. I mean, this is a 3-turn clock, trivially 2-turn clock possible.
Oh, as chat points out, actually, by the time that Wizard's Lightning resolved, all of the Soulscar mages were gone.
I guess that's true.
One of them was Werefox bodyguarded, and one of them was Agonjo'd. So damage was put on the Enduring Innocence.
So all's well in the end.
Yes.
They did it right. It does make the decision Morikawa made to kill the second Soulscar mage kind of interesting. Like, he could perhaps have let the Enduring Innocence resolve.
Yeah. Right.
And then afterwards taking it out because the Thali is still in play. Like, that would be an option. But okay, it is what it is. I think Morikawa could have won this game by more, but is still going to win this game by a lot.
Given that we've apparently entered garbage time, I guess I'll ask about how you feel about mismatched white-bordered brushlands.
Oh, I mean, I feel great about them.
Yeah, I think
I don't know what to tell you. That's true artistry right there.
You can't get those from the land station. You have to mean it.
Yeah, I am a big mismatched cards enjoyer, but not that someone who watched me play Phoenix on stream a week ago would have noticed that. But nonetheless.
Looks like our commentators in Japanese are discussing how bad this light up the stage is against multiple Archon of Emerias. It is quite bad. I mean, there's just absolutely no way out of this, right? We have just 6 power in the air that we can't answer.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hiroki's just dead. I'm sort of trying to imagine a way out of this, but I don't really see one. Plotting Gigantha is certainly not that way. I mean, I think you would have to do something crazy. You have to, like, kill an Archon on his turn, pass the turn, on his opponent's turn, kill another Archon, and then have another burn spell or something, because then he can cast multiple spells. But he doesn't have any of those things. I mean, if he had these burn spells, he would have cast them ages ago.
Right, and I think even executing that plan might be challenging in the face of this Guardian of Thraben.
Yeah, agreed.
Well, Brutal Cathar shows up in the last draw step to run up the score. Yeah.
Sure, why not out of Brutal Cathar?
How dare you draw another 3-drop? And then we've got the two-handed everything's getting in the red zone, which is typically a sign of victory.
But yeah, I mean, that I think was just a pretty classic dismantling of the red aggro deck by the white mid-range deck. This is just kind of what the selected cleansing company deck is made to do. There's a lot of effects that are annoying for the opponent. Interrupter is annoying, Archon is annoying, Innocence is annoying, Skyclave is annoying. There's just too many things that they do that make it hard for your deck to execute its plan, and eventually they overrun you by just being slightly bigger. So yeah, we will see Morikawa take that down. And I don't know, I wouldn't mind seeing Morikawa win this tournament. I'm going to level with you. I'm not sure if he's my pick yet. I need to kind of examine the options, but I think he's, definitely someone I wouldn't mind winning it all.
All right, they are showing what they think the metagame is. I can show you what I think the metagame is. The numbers may look slightly off. I calculated this myself. There's one list that was listed as mono black that wasn't. Like, it had a small red splash or whatever, so I tried to... Those got put into BX demons, etc. So I'm not surprised that the numbers didn't look like they lined up perfectly, but I feel pretty good about my own ability to tally these things. Also, something that we didn't get yesterday that we can have now is a backup feature. So let's see who's playing and what we're coming in on.
Looks like a Demon's Mirror to me.
It does look like a Demon's Mirror. Oh, no, I retract that. This thing at the top says Transmogrify. So Tatsuro on the bottom is playing Demons. and Sho on the top is playing Transmog.
Yeah, so what we just saw is actually pretty interesting there. I think actually says a lot about the game. So Sho directs his opponent, and I would say kind of the most natural selection would be to just take the removal spell because that's the only thing stopping you from Transmogrifying. But Sho doesn't do that. He takes the grindy card advantage engine and leaves the spot removal spell. What Sho's saying is the way his hand is situated, he's looking to play a grindier game. He's perhaps not going to have a fast Transmogrify. Maybe he doesn't have the card in his hand yet. It's not all rolled up.
And we do have a second duress, so kind of knew that we had the ability to take that fatal push whenever we wanted before we deployed something that could be fatally pushed.
Well, sure, but I mean, he still could have done it the other order.
Yeah.
So he still was incentivized to take the card that's more important to him first, in case the opponent draws a better thing to take with the second one.
That's fair. I could definitely see it as like, I'm gonna take the card that you're definitely gonna play on turn 3. How can I put it? Like,
You mean because you might be able to take fair push on like turn 7?
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, just that, like, if I draw something that's better to do than my second duress on turn 2, then I'm not forced to duress. Whereas if I take fatal push with the first duress, and I know that you have Unholy Unholy Annex coming, and I need to deal with it, that, like, I'm priced into playing the second duress as my second turn. I don't know if that totally made sense, but it's kind of what I was thinking.
I think it did.
So it looks like Sho's hand is Torch the Tower, Transmogrify, and Fable of the Mirror Breaker. And fourth land is Sokensen.
Yes, now the Torch here is very convenient because that is a way to permanently handle the Unstoppable Slasher.
Yeah.
And he can tribute, well, okay, if Asano kills the Goblin Shaman, he can then tribute the Goblin Shaman. Problem solved. If the Goblin Shaman is allowed to attack, he can just tribute the Treasure Token. So either way, he sort of got an answer to the Slasher all rolled up.
All right, Fable's gone to chapter 2. We know that Sho's hand is Torch, Transmogrify, and Unknown Card. Seems unlikely that we're going to have 2 cards hit the bin here.
I mean, Sho definitely wants the Torch. I think he probably wants the Transmogrify just because at some point he's going to want to jam that. So I'm not sure he's going to loot away anything, to be honest.
Meanwhile, Tachiro, I believe, only has the 1 card in hand. All right, no chapter 2. Here comes Goblin Shaman. Tatsuro decides not to block with Mutavault. Whoa.
I'm kind of wondering here, is he going to jam into it? Like, is he just going to slam his Transmog here?
Just see what's up?
I mean, the opponent only has 1 card. I mean, how scared are you really of that? It does, I think, depend a lot on what his third card is exactly. You know, if his third card is something like Reckoner Bankbuster, some sort of grindy engine, then perhaps not. But, yeah, I'm pretty happy to do this.
The last card was a Haunted Ridge, so we're just going to go ahead and flip the top card of our library, which happened to be Atraxa, and now we just have to shuffle shuffle everything else. They obviously didn't think too hard about this coming up. It should be like, if you had to reveal more than 1 card, then shuffle. But
agreed. But that's going to be, I think, basically game over. And what I'll say to Sho's credit here is, if you're going to play this Transmogrify, like if you at home are thinking of bringing this deck to a Pioneer tournament, what I would say is you can't always wait till it's quote-unquote safe. You know, your deck just isn't really designed for that. You don't have counter backup. That's not a thing. You can't wait and target treasures like with creativity.
Right.
So in a lot of games, you're just eventually going to have to pick your spot. And I think Sho correctly identifies the same thing I identified, which is that, I don't know, the opponent only has 1 card. The odds are pretty good. You have no reason to think that 1 card is specifically a kill spell. It's time to jam. You know, put your cards on the table. And he's rewarded. He's going to be rewarded with an immediate game win. Whereas if he had been more patient and tried to wait for another duress or something, I don't know, maybe Tatsuro would have gotten something going. Hard to say. The game could have slipped out of reach.
Well, Tatsuro is surveying the battlefield, looking like a person who's facing down a 7/7 that just drew 4 cards, with not great options to answer it. Yeah,
I mean, I think it's academic.
yeah, I agree. Here comes Den of the Bugbear.
Oh no, not my Transmogrify.
He does get to put those back in his deck next round, right? It's not like if something's been Den of the Bugbear, you have to rip it up. Because if so, then that would be a pretty strong play. Also, I guess we know Sho has this Torch the Tower. He could have just been like, "No, I'm not letting you use your whole turn to hit me with a Den of the Bugbear." Thoughtseize to show the last card. And I guess apparently the jig is now up. But that card didn't do anything. There's nothing Sho can do. And Transmog takes it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Thoughtseize was pretty irrelevant. It's not like he's worried about feeling information. He just had enough punishment is really what happened.
I do sometimes, like online, if you Thoughtseize someone in a winning game, sometimes they will just concede, like, well, I'm not going to show you anything more. Fine, you got me. Like, it can prompt a concession where you might not have gotten it otherwise.
Yes, agreed.
Okay, while we get set up for the next round, I'm going to run a short ad. We'll figure out who is playing. I'll get the deck lists ready, and then we'll look at a couple more weird cards that were registered. So let me click this button. Then we'll see how much space we get to fly past here. I'm actually going to go far enough ahead to see the players' names, which is nice. It's Masayasu Tanahashi against Akinari Shimokawabe. Alright, so let's see what we got. Masayasu is on your... let's call it somewhere between Rakdos Midrange and Rakdos Demons. It's kind of close, honestly. And his opponent, Akinari, is playing humans.
And I'm sorry, was that the match or what happened here?
I just went forward enough to figure out where what the names were. So let me now jump backwards to the start of this. So it's going to be Masayasu Tanahashi.
Didn't we only watch one game of the because it was like a backup feature. We only got one game of the Transmog match.
That's great. That was game 3.
Okay. Sorry, that's the context I was missing. Gotcha.
Yeah. We watched. I mean, as it turned out, since we came into that match late because the stream was playing the GP final first, we got 2 games of the main match and then one of the backup feature.
Yeah, weird mix, but obviously this covering 2 events thing is pretty strange, and this is kind of how it goes.
Yeah, on the plus side, that should be done at this point. So we will get just the main feature going forward. Okay, so I've got the decks ready. Let me ask you about 2 more cards that have shown up in lists. These cards made day 2. So one of them is Soren. And I wish I was about to type the banned Soren, because that would be pretty funny. Best finish anyone's ever had with a banned card. But this is Soren Vengeful Bloodlord.
Okay. So I don't know my Sorens that well. Is that 4-mana Soren with like the ability 0 Dark Confidant you? Like you flip the top card and you take damage equal to Caesar. Is it that one?
It is not that one.
Oh crap. Is it the 4 black white Soren?
Yes, it is that one.
Okay, so the 4 black white Soren I think has the ability. It's like +1. God, it's +1 for roughly draw a card. I'm trying to remember. It's like I think it maybe even reverse Dark Confidence. I think it's like +1 reveal the top card and they lose life equal to CMC and you gain life equal to CMC, maybe? It's something like that. And then it's like minus X, deal X to a creature or planeswalker, you gain X life. And I don't know what its ultimate does, but I think it exists.
All right. I don't think any of that was the card I was thinking of.
Oh.
This
sorry.
Sorin.
I was getting 6 mana Sorin. Oh,
yeah,
God. This
yeah.
one is...
So this one is a static ability that gives your creatures and planeswalkers lifelink during your turn, and then it can regrow a creature as a minus.
Yeah, I might have been able to identify this card if I had understood which god. The problem is that you just like, it's Sorin, Vengeful Bloodlord. I'm like, okay, well, that's one of the Sorins. And I said it's the black-white Sorin. And you were like, yes, but there's multiple black-white. Yeah, it's just that I think if I could have mapped the pointer right, I mostly know what this card does, but obviously, that's on me. I'll take the L on this one.
All right, I'll give you a layup then. Next card that made day 2. Whoa. Citizen Petitioner.
Give me a layup then, he says. It's Citizen Petitioner. Oh, God. I have no idea what this card does.
Chad, do you know what Citizen Petitioner does?
This one I'm drawing dead on. This is the first card I just definitely do not recognize.
So this card... I'll tell you this. It is a 4-of in the green sideboard.
Oh, is this the 1GG 2/2 that gains life to Rangers of Green?
That is what it does. When it enters the battlefield, gain life
sorry.
equals Devotion to Green.
I know this card. I just didn't know its name.
Yeah, that's totally fair. All right, then I've got one more for you, and then we'll get back to this. Kroxa, which so far so good, and Kunoros.
Oh, well, this one I know. Yeah, this is a classic from... I mean, this card is incredibly broken in limited format.
Yes.
So it's 3 Mardu for a 6... I think 6, but it might be a 6/5. It has Lifelink, Menace, and Vigilance. I think 1 keyword per ability. And it has, when it enters the battlefield or attacks, you can exile 5 cards from your yard. If you do, you put a creature from your yard onto the battlefield directly.
Yeah, I nailed it. So Enigmatic Incarnation has had to try to figure out what 6-drops it wants to play now that it has access to these overlords. And you can transmute a 5 into a 6.
My understanding is that if you have Black Overlord, you often play this because they work really nicely together. If you don't, I'm not sure if the card is actually the right one to play. But if you have Black Overlord, it makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, it is big. It has lifelink.
I mean, it's really broken.
Yeah, and it could get back the creature that you incarnated away, depending on exactly...
Well, wait. Okay, hold on. Let's just discuss the Black Overlord play, because it's really disgusting.
Yeah.
Right? What happens is, your Black Overlord comes into play for 2 mana. You mill 5 cards, you get back a thing, right? Mill 4 cards, get back a thing. Then, you play Kroxa and Kunoros, you sack the Black Overlord. So... Kroxa Kunoros enters the battlefield. You're going to have 5 things to exile because you just milled for 4.
Right.
So now you get to recur a creature to the battlefield. Might I recommend Overlord of the Bailmerk? Overlord of the Bailmerk mills you 4 more, gets back a random creature. Now your graveyard's full again, so the Kroxa Kunoros attacks, probably with the Overlord, right? You'll have enough cards in the graveyard to use it again, and you'll probably found another good creature in your 8 cards that you milled.
That is synergy.
Look, basically what I'm saying is, I don't know if Overlord Bailmerk is a good enough card to just like put in your incarnation deck. I think that's an open question. It's kind of a bad card, just like on rate.
Right.
But this specific interaction is insanely messed up. So if you're going to put Overlord of Bailmerk into your deck, definitely you should play on one of Kroxa Kunoros. That I think is uninteresting.
All right, I've got 3 more on my list that I'll save for the end of the next round. But for now, let's get down to business. So we're gonna watch Masayasu Tanahashi, who I think we've seen on stream before. He's playing somewhere between demons and traditional black-red midrange. So he still has some graveyard trespassers, but some of them have become unholy annexes.
Yeah, I mean, he's also playing the Forbidden card, as I often call it, Bone Crusher Giant.
Yeah.
I would describe it as noted card legal in the Pioneer format.
Well, speaking of cards that are legal in Pioneer, on the other side, we've got some humans.
Right. So, okay, humans had a surprisingly good performance at the USRC. Now, I honestly don't understand why it had a good performance at the USRC because I sort of don't think it's playable. But it did do quite well there. And what I will say for the deck is Mockingbird is, I think, a pretty big upgrade to kind of the previous set of options.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so also I want to state that, I played humans twice, beat them easily at the tournament. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. So, okay, we're going to be watching humans versus Rakdos midrange. This is a traditional matchup as old as time immemorial. Historically speaking, I think this matchup was basically considered just be close and pretty dependent on the sideboards. But it is concerning that this Rakdos midrange deck has 2 copies of Hitogitsu Consumes All in the sideboard. That is a pretty good hate card, and 2 is a pretty solid number of them. However, I do think that some of these main deck choices are not going to shine here. Like, Unholy Annex is probably not what the game is going to be about. If you stuck a big demon, you're going to be all set.
It looks like our humans player has kept 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, and 4 lands. It's Dauntless Bodyguard, Thalia's Lieutenant, Adeline. And now our humans player has kept basically lands.
I mean, this is a great hand for the humans deck. It's sort of the nut draw. It's 1, 2, 3 with Thalia's Lieutenant and add Chatelaine, as I often call her. But Thoughtseize is as Thoughtseize does. Now, what's good for the humans player is he sort of just needs to draw a generic spell. Kind of any spell will do.
Immediately swinging with Dauntless Bodyguard, but we do have a 2-drop, and it's a pretty annoying one, too. It's Guardian of Thraben.
Yes. On the play here, Thalia is pretty savage. Thalia is a card that is wildly varies how good it is, depending on play draw. But here, it's going to completely lock out one Crusher Giant. It's going to force one Brand Will spell to target it. And there just aren't that many options. Basically, if Tanahashi doesn't have exactly Fatal Push here, or I guess Torch the Tower, the one of, the game is going to be over in short order. Okay, so that was an Animate Mutavault to eat the token, is what just happened.
Yes. Also worth noting that Akinari seems to have at least one... Oh, I guess those 2 lands are different. Never mind, retracted. I was going to say, one of those lands is in a Darker Wastes. I thought the other one was a Darker Wastes as well, but I think the other one is actually a Seachrome Coast. Thought he was doing a lot more damage to himself than he actually is. Alright, we attempt to play Dauntless Bodyguard to protect Adeline, but it is met by Heartless Act, which means that this Bodyguard is going to protect Thalia instead. That clears the way for Mutavault to get in, so 2, 4, 6 come through. And we have another 1-drop in Hopeful Initiate. Ooh, wow, that's really good.
Yeah, and what I would say is I'm not hopeful about Tanahashi recovering in this game. Yeah, I think it's basically over.
Yeah, all he could do was spend his entire turn playing a Fable of the Mirror Breaker, which was not going to get it done.
I mean, this is a good example of kind of the dynamic of this matchup. Look, if the humans deck curves out 1, 2, 3 on the play, and you happen to not have one of your very limited number of Fatal Pushes, you're just going to lose. That's how the matchup goes. Now, as the game goes long, of course, the Black Midrange deck will be favored, but it's still not favored by that much. The reason this matchup is close is humans is always going to win the short games, and it's going to win a decent percentage of the long games, even if it's less than half. And so, on the balance, I think the matchup ends up being pretty close.
We also get to see how the players are going to sideboard, which is kind of interesting. See if we can watch what Akinari is doing here.
Yeah, so I'm not totally sure how the humans player is going to sideboard here. Traditionally, wedding announcements in your sideboard just for this matchup, definitely those are going to come in. I mean, if they're coming in here, why are you playing them, right? I think that's pretty obvious. Yeah. And I also think that possibly more Get Lost might come in, but what to cut is a tricky question. Maybe these Sheltered by Ghosts, but I don't know. Sheltered by Ghosts, trips some random 1-drops is probably what I would guess.
Right. Well, if
It's
you
sort
are
of
concerned
hard for me.
about Hidetsugu consumes all coming from the other side, then shaving random one drops doesn't seem crazy.
Right, right. That's the intent with that. And also just kind of in general, when you play this humans deck, it's common that post board, games slow down, people board in better answers.
Right.
One drafts are sort of your lowest impact cards. And especially Hopeful Initiate in this matchup is a bit awkward just because I don't know, none of the artifacts and enchantments are really worth paying 3 mana to kill. You often don't have a second creature to train it, and if you aren't training it, it is just a 1/2. It's kind of the weakest on its own. So I think that probably -2 of those plus -2 Sheltered by Ghost would be my predicted sideboard plan for Humans deck. Um, on the Rakdos side, I think it's less clear because I'm just not sure which cards you want beyond HCA.
Right.
HCA is obviously incredibly good, but you have more cards to cut than that. Like, you would kind of like to cut Duress and Unholy Annex and maybe even Reckoner Bankbuster.
Yeah.
It's just hard to see how to kind of make that all work.
Someone asked in chat, and I was waiting for an opening, where you would put Mono Black in terms of on the tier list right now.
It seems good to me, but I'm not sure it's better than Phoenix. I kind of just think Phoenix is the best deck.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't know, like, whenever I play these mopey Thoughtseize decks, I always kind of just get this feeling like what I'm doing is just not that powerful relative to the format at hand. And when you play Phoenix, you're like, Jesus Christ, my deck is so messed up.
Yeah.
And that's kind of an intangible thing, right? Like, I'm not describing a matchup or a positioning thing. I'm just talking kind of about fundamentals. But Pioneer is a very wide format, like, it's not uncommon that you face a different deck every round of tournaments that you play in this thing. Like, I think I played DC last week, famously, and I believe I played the Mirror with Phoenix 3 times, and then I played no other deck more than twice.
Sure.
And I played, like, 9 decks one time or something.
Yeah.
So in a format like that, I just prefer the raw power of, like, look, no matter what you're doing, I'm going to pay 1 blue mana and draw 3 cards.
It does seem like
The Humans deck seems good to me. I'm not trying to say it seems bad.
A lot of people seem to have decided that the staple card, the card that's like at the top of the power register or whatever, that they wanted to play this weekend was Thoughtseize, because 43 of the 64 decks in day 2 have access to Thoughtseize, which is kind of a crazy number.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I do think Thoughtseize is exploitable. If you want to beat people that are playing these just kind of demons piles full of their Thoughtseizes, okay, like, there is this Incarnation deck that kind of, if Incarnation resolves, doesn't care how many times you look at their hand.
Yeah.
Now, I get that you could Thoughtseize Incarnation, but it's kind of like, if they draw Incarnation on turn 4, literally nothing you've done since or nothing you will ever do again matters.
Right.
And I'm not saying Incarnation is necessarily an unbeatable deck or something, just that situation does not fill me with.
So, asking of Phoenix, how do you feel about Shota's list that has 0 Ledger Shredders?
I'm still concerned about that. I'm worried that lets people get away with cutting removal spells against you. I don't want to let them. I'm worried it makes you exploitable, basically. I think you kind of want to put your opponent in a bind where, like, you're sort of they're not sure whether they should have removal in against you or not.
Right, they kind of need 65 of their cards or whatever, and they can only have 60 of them.
Yes.
And so whichever ones they happen to cut could be a mistake.
Yeah, that is indeed how I feel, but obviously, I don't think the difference between 2 Ledger Shredders and 0 is particularly, I'm advocating for those with 2 Shredders, okay? Like, the difference between 2 and 0 is just not very large.
All right, a Pioneer game has broken out. We've got Dauntless Bodyguard versus Bloodtithe Harvester on the battlefield, and we've offered the trade. It has been declined. So 18 all after the Hallowed Fountain. Land for turn Eganjo, and we'll play Thalia. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see that basically be a removal spell for the Bloodtithe Harvester. specifically for this pattern, right? If the intent is to get Fable down on turn 3 before Akinari has amassed any sort of army, then Thalia has to go. And the Blood Tithe Harvester is never attacking through Thalia for the rest of the game, right?
No, I mean, this is very logical. I mean, I think this is kind of one of the strengths about this Harvester in this matchup is that, in general, it's a way to kill Thalia that doesn't have to pay the Thalia tax.
Right.
Now, this kind of only works on the play, because on the draw, you're sort of letting the Thalia sit and play longer than you'd want to in order to execute this. But it's a very good exchange for the Rakdos deck. And look, I understand this is a boring comment, but I'm going to make it anyway because it's accurate. I played this matchup a lot over the history of the Pioneer format, and one of Red Black's best cards in the matchup is, shocker, Fable the Mirror Breaker.
What are the odds?
Well, it's just that, like, I don't know, when you're the white deck, okay, a lot of their threats are of the form, like, big, stupid thing that you could just kill, right?
Mm-hmm.
If your opponent plays a Shieldred, or if they play, you know, a 4-mana 6/6 flyer, you're just like, okay, get lost, keep attacking, no problem. Right. But Fable is just, there's never a clean answer. It lets them pull ahead, it plays the board enough that you don't fall too far behind and start losing, and it's often the way you eventually lose. Like, the way that the Blood deck eventually takes over is Reflection gets too much value in some way. And yeah, you can kind of see, so Akinari's offense has been sort of completely blunted here. He can't really attack anymore. And the Reflection clock ticks up another counter, you know? It's
it enabled 5 mana worth of spells there on turn 4, which, I mean, these are, so it was Graveyard Trespasser plus Reckoner Bankbuster, which now presents a 4/4 brick wall against all of these 2/2s and 3/1s, and threatens to draw cards. And as you said, meanwhile, we continue to tick toward Reflection.
Yes, agreed. Also, the way you fight back in these longer Fable games is with Wedding Announcement, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But Akinari doesn't have that card. If he did, I assume it would hit the battlefield by now. Also, he only has 2 of them, which strikes me as a bit of a weird choice, given that the field is kind of all Rakdos all the time.
Yeah.
I wonder if Akinari kind of predicted the field to look different than it ended up looking.
Sure. All right, Thalia's Lieutenant is going to make these Dauntless Bodyguards into 4/2s. So now they can rumble with the Bank Buster. And this is going to put Masayasu to a decision in terms of what he wants to do about this 8 damage coming across.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how he wants to play it. I mean, he certainly could just take the hit. It's a little scary. It does preserve kind of all of your resources.
That is what happens. So life totals are now 13-8. Reflection has flipped. We have another Bank Buster. We have Hidetsugu consumes all. That seems quite good. And a land. Those are the 3 cards in hand. So we have to deal with these tokens pretty quickly here, right? Since they're going to get swept up. So first the Goblin Shaman attacks in and gets eaten by a 3/3.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a complete free roll. He knows he's going to play HCA, so why not send it in?
So now I guess the question is, do we want to play this mountain or do we want to blood it away? And we're going to hold on to the mountain.
And are we going to use the blood in response, or no?
Now it's just gone. All right, so now there's some fodder for this Graveyard Trespasser. It's not quite the machine gun that Blood Tithe Harvester would be next to Reflection, but and this makes sense. So we had a backup Bank Buster, and we could use the mountain to deploy it. And so mana is good because we're going to turn mana into cards, and it enables us to finish getting
also,
our spells
Akinari's kind of just getting buried. I mean, this Fable did do the full 3 modes. The HCA is going to become a 3/3 eventually. The Bank Busters are drawing cards. even the Graveyard Trespasser is eventually going to be a 4/4, which will outsize most of what Akinari has. I mean, it's just in trouble. I sort of think the game has just slipped too far out of reach at this point.
Yeah.
Additionally, I want to bring up an interesting fact. I was just looking at Akinari's kind of tournament history here.
Mm-hmm.
So this round is the first round Akinari has played against a Rakdos midrange deck in the tournament, although he did play against one Demons deck in round 5. But he's actually faced a very Thoughtseize light tournament.
Coppercoat 2 and another Dauntless Bodyguard. And this one's going to protect, I think he pointed towards the Lieutenant. And here comes 2 creatures that are, again, big enough to rumble with a Bankbuster. The Lieutenant, I think, is a 5/3, and the Coppercoat Vanguard is a 4/3. So this is a lethal attack. Something is going to have to go under the bus. And it looks like we're going to make the decision that we can't hold on to both of these Bankbusters. It's a little too expensive.
Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable to me. I don't really think you need both of them.
Yeah, I also think that the Graveyard Trespasser as like your one thing that you can copy with Fable at the moment is probably more valuable than Bankbuster 2.
We'll also gain the life back pretty quickly, right?
Yeah.
Like, because Tanahashi at least, I mean, he may or may not choose to do this, but he at least can pass the turn, let it be night, flip his thing, and then start copying it, which is going to very rapidly gain the life back.
Correct. Yeah, the coverage.
I'm sorry, that's wrong. Heroes are exiled.
Oh, Chapter 2 does exile. That's correct. So if he wanted to eat something out of a graveyard, he would have had to do it in response to Chapter 2, which seems like not great timing.
Yeah, that's actually pretty unfortunate. I would really like to be able to gain the life back.
All right, the play is Archfiend of the Dross.
Oh, that's Dross, as they say.
Yeah, so that's a lot of power and toughness. That's going to block anything, and also kind of threatens Akinari's life total, honestly.
It threatens immediate lethal. If he's able to untap, he'll go EOT, copy hit the Archfiend, untap, copy the Archfiend again,
That's
attack
right.
for 18. Also, he can send his ground creatures that basically can't be blocked. So if any blocker dies, they'll deal 6 damage. Like, this is an absolutely existential threat for Akinari. It's kill this thing or you lose.
Well, if there were a Get Lost in Akinari's hand, I feel like it would have been flipped face up by now.
Well, it's a little tricky. He might want to wait till Reflection copies it if he can. There's some kind of interplay there. I guess if he's not playing to attack, he can just kill it now. But if he wants to kind of get in first, maybe he doesn't want to kill it, try to bait the Reflection to copy it. Or he just pass the turn and then on his opponent's end step, when the Reflection goes to copy it, kill it then. I'm not really sure how he wants to play it out. I sort of think it doesn't matter.
This is sort of like...
Even if he has to get lost, he's too far behind.
From the red-black side, like, we've talked about how there's, play patterns from the human side where it's like, well, you have to kill Thalia first. Or, there's something else that is the lightning rod for removal. On some level, this Archfiend is taking the pressure off of the Reflection, right? Like, we can't go after the Reflection at this point because we would just immediately die to this demon. All right, I don't know what Akinari asked the judge, but he's got his answer.
Yeah, I wonder. I don't know what that means at all.
Well, he's certainly posturing with this 3 lands. Cannot quite see what the cards are in his hand. And holding creatures as if he wants to jam with them. I mean, we do have to play a game 3 at some point, right? All right, land is a Darker Wastes, and we're going to play Wedding Announcement. Surely we are just dead, right? All right. Number of Archfiends of the Dross now 2. And he verbally explains that a third one is coming, and that will do it.
Yeah. All right.
Maybe it had something to do with, like, will the copies somehow kill him, like, in his upkeep? I have no idea what he could have asked.
Yeah, I am very unclear on that as well. Maybe he's worried it would come in with 0 counters or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. Regardless. All right, so we go to game 3. So the big story here is that the Human deck is back on the play. Which is relevant mainly because Alia is incredibly brutal on the play and not that relevant on the draw.
Right.
But I don't really expect either player to sideboard that differently. I mean, maybe the Rakdos deck is going to try to get a little faster, trim on these kind of grindier cards like these Bankbusters, some of which were left in on the play, just kind of rely on just the lean Fables and the Archfiends as your end game. But it's going to be a pretty minor adjustment, if anything.
I love how the deck lists that they look at are like 70% Japanese, 30% English. Just
yeah, it is a pretty weird mixture.
Keep you on your toes. I don't know how that's determined on the melee side. What cards get treated which way. All right, thanks to the magic of YouTube, we can jump forward. So the Humans player will be on the play. Let's see if they have a reasonable mix of lands and spells. I can see an Adeline in the front of the hand. Oh no, it's a Wedding Announcement. So it's 2 Get Lost, Reflector Mage, Hopeful Initiate, and 2 lands. That's going to be a keep, and we'll lead with the Hopeful Initiate. Would you say Reflector Mage, like Bonecrusher Giant, is a card that you're allowed to play and that it's legal in the format?
Sorry, what do you mean? Reflector Mage Bonecrusher Giant?
No, like we said, Bonecrusher Giant is like, you're not going to get DQ'd for putting that in your deck list. You could, in theory, play it.
Oh, excuse me, sorry. Yes, I would say that Reflector Mage, well, I don't know. Reflector Mage is a card that I kind of like in the Pioneer format. I do worry that as time has passed and that, it's kind of getting worse with every passing year, but yeah. Not to the same extent as VCG. Reflector Mage is at least impactful when you cast it, I guess is what I would say.
Uh-huh.
Kind of as formats get more powerful, the grindier cards, like VCG, get pushed out a lot faster than the kind of tempo cards.
Sure.
But I don't think Reflector Mage is meaningfully more embarrassing than what you might call the average card in the Azorius Humans deck.
Uh-oh. I don't see a third land in Masayasu's hand. So we're going to have to pitch Fable to look for it. And I think we just cycled a Fable into a Fable. So we can double spell with Thoughtseize, and it's going to reveal Get Lost, Hallowed Fountain. But we can't stop the onslaught here.
Quote-unquote double spell.
Yes. Shock self and turn the 3-turn clock into a 2-turn clock. Adeline is the draw. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's going to end things in a hurry. I mean, a stumble from Tanahashi, unfortunate in such a high-pressure situation. But the Humans deck will be having none of that. If you stumble, you are dead, and the game is over.
Woof. That happened quick. I mean, to be clear, I am very much a Reflector Mage apologist. Like, I would play Reflector Mage even if it's not acceptable, but
Okay, wait. I have to go grab some more water.
Yeah, yeah. As do I. I'm just going forward slightly to see if there is a backup match. But you may absolutely go get water. I'm going to run to the bathroom, and then we will see what is on tap here. So give me 30 seconds, chat. I will be right back. We were talking earlier about advantages versus disadvantages of doing this broadcast live or on tape delay. And one advantage of doing it live is that it's significantly easier to sequence in the bathroom breaks. This show over here, I feel like we just saw this person. Also, this fellow is on... Oh, no, he's looking through his sideboard. Okay. I thought he was on his phone for a second, which would not be a great sign for us actually getting some live magic.
Yeah, you know, sometimes the player's just on their phone on coverage. It is what it is.
Yeah. The obvious pro of doing this on tape delay is that we can fast forward through these long breaks. So the overall thing takes significantly less time. Although, maybe that's not even worth it. It is kind of fun to hang out with chat. All right, we are underway. We're going to start with the Thoughtseize. Let's see if we can figure out what we're watching. It is Sho on the bottom. He is playing the Transmogrify deck, and he has revealed Fatal Push, Stashed Skeleton, and Reckoner Bankbuster. And on the top is Yusuke, who is one of the many Demons pilots in Day 2.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see more of this Transmog versus traditional mid-range matchup. It's pretty interesting to me. And what I like about the matchup is this dynamic where Sho is trying to force his opponents to expend removal spells before kind of he goes for it. He's trying to like make them do something. And that creates sort of a dance, right? Where,
Yeah.
okay, so Sho's trying to win the battle on the board, force opponent to tap out removal spells. His opponent is trying to win the fair game without ever putting the shields completely down. And I think games kind of this kind, where both players are kind of jockeying back and forth for position without ever fully committing, are generally some of the best Magic you can find. So, yeah, I'm excited to see what we have in store.
So Classic Thoughtseize took Reckoner Bankbuster, and Sho immediately drew one. And the play on turn 3 from Yusuke is Liliana, Clear Your Skeleton, which I guess was the only way to stop Transmogrify, if that's what the card was that's face down. Now...
Yeah, I mean, it's nice that we stopped Transmogrify, but it's very annoying that we gave our opponent a free Demonic Tutor, and the Liliana will get finished off, and he gets to draw a card on Bankbuster.
Yeah.
I think this is overall a very good exchange for Sho.
All right, Duress reveals Fatal Push, Extinction Event. Yeah, it really did. That Liliana set up a very efficient turn from Yusuke here. Like, it wasn't totally clear to me whether the skeleton was better alive or dead. Obviously, if one of the 3 cards in Sho's hand was Transmogrify, probably better alive, but now we can go get the card that we didn't have. All right, here comes Annex. And Sho starts drawing.
It's nice that because Sho's deck doesn't, attack with very large creatures, the 2 life is unlikely to be a difference maker here. Like, he can afford to just take 2 for a few turns. But look, I'm still going to bet on the person who's demonic tutoring with a Bankbuster in play.
Yeah. thoughts about the timing of that duress? Because there is a world where you say, okay, I hope Sho doesn't have Transmogrify. I'll just let him tutor. He can't tutor plus Transmogrify in the same turn right now, and I can just see what's up after. Like, we can look at his tutored card.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible, but I sort of feel like when you're going to spend the rest of your mana on a 3-mana sorcery, like you're playing tap out for the rest of your turn,
Yeah.
and that 3-mana sorcery is also going to be drawing you 2 cards a turn for the rest of forever, you just sort of want to get your cards on the table, like you're probably just going to be spending all your mana for a while. So I think I like the duress, but it's not perfect.
The answer is also that there was a backup duress, but unfortunately, Sho has drawn, either off the Bank Buster or for the turn, a second copy of Transmogrify. So it looks like we knew about the 2 fatal pushes. He ripped one Transmogrify and elected to tutor for a second one.
Interesting. That's a little surprising to me. I mean, it's reasonable, but you could have imagined he would tutor for like duress there and then cast it, something like that. We're just wait. We're tapping out for Unstoppable Splasher.
So now Mutavault is going to turn into Atraxa for sure here.
I hate this play. I mean, I just think if you're Yusuke here, you have to bluff. I mean, just look.
We can even do better than getting our Mutavault because we can make a pilot, which is going to get turned into Atraxa.
Or turn the Bankbuster to Atraxa if you prefer.
Right. Nah, it's going to be the pilot. Again, the top card.
Like, look, I get that in reality, Okawa doesn't have anything here. So it would be just a pure stone bluff. But just, if you're Sho, you at least have to pause and consider the possibility that your opponent might have it. And you can even try to sell it in some weird way. Just like, for example, you could Thoughtseize and take Fatal Push off that duress, something along those lines. Like, you have to somehow persuade Joe not to go for it. I mean, I sort of just feel like this line is accepting defeat. Now, probably, to be clear, if he let the man up, he would still lose eventually to the regular Bankbuster and kind of whatnot. But at least put Joe to the test, see what he's made of.
Yeah. It was a pretty tame Atraxa hit. There were 7 lands in there. He was only able to take Transmogrify, Fatal Push number 3, and Fountain Port. But it does have a 7/7 in play.
Yeah, I mean, I still just kind of think it's going to be enough, Like,
yeah.
Okay, so it was only a 3-for-1 or whatever, but okay, that means if the Atraxa is then killed, it's a 4-for-1. And the threat of the second Transmogrify is pretty real. Also, I don't think he's too scared of this Unstoppable Slasher. I mean, getting your life till half just doesn't have the same sting when you're getting 7 a turn.
That is exactly what happens. So he goes from 20 to 18 and then halved down to 9. And we play Invoke Despair. Now, Atraxa can crew the Bankbuster to avoid having the Grand Unifier go down. So we sack Creature, can't sack Enchantment or Planeswalker. Yusuke draws 2, Sho takes an extra 4, but again, kind of whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that doesn't matter very much.
So we can fire up Mutavault attack for 9, taking opponent to 3, which is unfortunate when the Annex is over there. I don't know if we have a way to do this 1 extra damage necessary. So the life total will switch from 12 to 5 one way to, should be 12 to 3, I guess, in the other direction. And we also do have the 3 fatal pushes and a treasure waiting, right? So if we cared about this slasher, we can answer it.
Oh, absolutely. I think Sho was waiting because he wants to sack his treasure to Fountain Port to draw a card, but he's not waiting out of, like, necessity.
Right. All right, here comes Slasher again. So this would be 12 to 10 and then down to 5 if we don't feel like committing any of our cards to it. And we're just going to use Treasure for black mana to Fatal Push. I mean, could we have done it all? I forget how much Fountain Port asks of you to draw a card.
No, we certainly could have. I think possibly now he's thinking I might just want to make a fish as my second Transmogrify target in case something happens to the Atraxa, but...
Oh no, Yusuke's follow-up is an Archfiend of the Dross, but we have Fatal Pushes for days, and we don't have to enable Revolt for each one of them. Once Revolt is on, it's on. So that just falls right into the second fatal push and ends the game.
Yeah, yeah. Man, look, I'm definitely not sure that this game was optimally played on the side of the red-black player here. But what I will say is, it's so far seeming like Transmog might be favored in these red-black pseudo mirrors, which is weird. I'm not sure I would have expected that. Uh, it just seems like there are enough tools to take discard spells out of your opponent's hands, and there's enough kind of forced trading of cards that you often are able to reach a moment where you could be pretty sure the Transmog will resolve.
Mm-hmm.
Part of it too is the Demon's deck is kind of clunky. It has a lot of expensive 3 and 4 mana sorceries that make it hard for it just constantly hold up 1 mana. And anytime it taps out, they lose immediately, which is not great.
It's a tough place to be.
To be clear, I'm not trying to generalize just off this one match. I mean, this is also kind of how it looks the other time we watched Show play it.
Yeah.
Although it is also possible that Show's just a master. I will leave open that possibility. I do think Show has played these games very well.
All right, the Demons player will be on the play, and we see what? 4 lands push duress, and make it 5 lands push duress. That last card was a Den of the Bugbear. So let's see what's up on the other side. 3 discard spells, keeping the 5-lander look kind of good, and 2 fables.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is just a Rakdos mirror, okay?
Yep.
You keep any 7 cards.
All right, Fatal Push goes down to Thoughtseize, and now Show has 2 cards that are wanting for a target at the moment. The question is just what order.
Sure.
I mean, they're going to find targets.
Well, there's also Fable. I mean, he can always fable them away.
That is true. That is true.
Like, I don't know if Show will play a discard spell or not here. I would probably be inclined to play it and just try to get the card, and if you brick, you brick. But the extra, all subsequent ones are just going in the bin. So it's not too bad.
Ooh. Annex from Yusuke. That was very well sequenced.
That's a little scary.
To draw land followed by Phyrexian Arena.
Well, I mean, it is more than Phyrexian Arena. I mean, depending on how much gas Yusuke finds here, I mean, we could see the 5-mana mode activated in a couple of turns.
Yeah. All right. Thoughtseize from Yusuke shows that second Fable that we knew about and 2 more discard spells. Not surprisingly, we'll take the Fable. So that's going to leave Show with some decision to make as to how many of these discard spells he wants to hold on to.
I mean, I think he's basically always bidding the first one, and the second one is up for debate.
Here comes Mutavault. I guess Yusuke decided I'm going to activate Mutavault anyway to try to avoid losing this life. And if it trades for a Goblin Shaman, that's probably acceptable.
I'm surprised by this from Yusuke. I mean, losing the land is going to hurt here. I mean, it's a pretty real downside.
Yeah. Yeah, he did Stone Rain himself, but as it turned out, like that was his only way to remove the Goblin Shaman, and Sho did immediately rip a Transmogrify. So, in that sense, it looks pretty good.
True.
How do you feel about moldable Phyrexian?
But I mean, worse, 4 is a lot of damage per turn. Reckoner Bankbuster can attack as a 4/4. Little known fact.
This is true. And if our intention was to get out of this life loss by unlocking the other half, the fact that we just Stone Drained ourselves is kind of unfortunate. Also, the shields are kind of down right now, and you can Transmogrify Reflection of Kiki-Jiki.
Yeah, I think this cheeky mutable attack is sort of costing Yusuke, because the fact that you get to completely tap out to play the second Annex instead of having to do it with Fatal Push Up is just devastating here. I mean, it's just, again, I mean, Yusuke taps out, the game ends. That's a really broken option to have.
All right, well,
yeah, I think this Transmog deck is kind of terrifying, honestly. I mean, it's not like a broken deck or something. It's just, it plays all individually good cards. It does something fundamentally powerful.
Right.
It's resilient to kind of most forms of hate. It just seems like kind of a good deck to me.
This isn't the first time that we've had decks of this sort in the format, right? Like, compare this to, let's say, older, I don't know, Jeskai or is it creativity decks?
Yes, that's fair. It's not fundamentally different from them. And part of it is a metagame thing. It's that, like, typically this kind of deck is a little bit weak to Phoenix. It does not.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to execute your combo into Phoenix because they're very good at leaving up red mana removal for forever.
Right.
And it's hard to stop them with this card because their deck is 87 cantrips and 4 treasure crews. But Phoenix is not that popular right now. I mean, it's not unpopular, but it's not like dominatingly popular. It just seems like this transmog deck is pretty good into everything else. Like, I'm not sure what other matchups here he can scared to play against.
So Atraxa found a Thoughtseize, which then revealed an answer to Atraxa and another Annex, which is kind of uncastable at this point. Besides that, Yusuke has a lot of lands, and none of them are demons.
Also, I think we should talk about something subtle that Sho did on his turn, which is he didn't attack with a Bankbuster, right?
Yeah.
So I think this is actually a really heads-up play by Sho. What he's thinking is, okay, I could attack my opponent to 4, or to 6 life, which would then put him to 2 life from the life loss. That's pretty good. But the way I lose this game is Atraxa leaving the battlefield. Look, if Atraxa sticks in play, none of this is going to matter.
Mm-hmm.
And one way my opponent could answer Atraxa is with Invoke Despair. Another way is with something like Children's Edict.
Right.
I can play around both of those by simply not crewing the Bankbuster. And look, I'll probably be able to kill him next turn anyway. I just don't need to end the game now.
Yep. The Annexes take Yusuke from 10 to 6, and then that's within range of Atraxa. Yeah, it was a questionable Mutavault attack at the time, but looking back on it, it was still a questionable Mutavault attack. All right, I assume
absolutely dismantling his opponent there. Sho.
Yeah.
Very impressive stuff.
I assume this concludes round 11. It looks like we have a bunch of commercials and stuff coming up, so we're going to get to jump forward at least 15 minutes or so. That's pretty nice. So let me just do this for the moment. I'm going to run an ad. I'm going to get stuff set up. We're going to look at the last 3 cards that someone registered and see if Andrew knows what the text is on them. And then we'll get down to the last round of Swiss, round number 12. So we'll be back shortly.
All right.
All right, let's see if we can click forward in a way where we don't see too much of what is coming up. It looks like we're going to get to see Riku Kumagai. That's pretty nice. Against Kazuhiro Noine, I think it says. Okay, excellent. So Riku, who looks to be playing Company. All right, so I can pause it here. Riku is also a master, so this will be good. So let's go forward like this. I can now go to round 12. Where is it? This is table number 12. Edit this. Round. So Company. And on the other side, it is Kazuhiro Noine, who is playing Jun Transmogrify. I think it's exactly the same list as what we saw Kenta Masakato playing.
Yes. I mean, that would make sense. I mean, as far as I can tell, Kenta Masakato is the main advocate for this archetype. I mean,
yeah. Okay.
At the RC that Kenta won playing Jun Transmogrify, I kind of don't think anyone else was playing it. I mean, maybe there were like 3 other people, but it's not like it was a popular and well-known deck.
No, that's right. Okay, so I've got 3 more cards that were in decks that made day 2. So the first
Sure.
couple are more enchanty sets. So we've got Linvala.
Yeah, I know this one too. I was involved with the Enchantee's discussion among my team. Volvala was a card that was talked about at length. So it's a 6 mana 5/5 flyer, 4 white with the text: when it enters the battlefield, if you have less life than them, you gain 5, and if you have less creatures than them, you make a 3/3 flyer.
That is exactly right. If an opponent controls more creatures than you, make a 3/3 white angel with flying.
Yeah, yeah.
I've cast my
I'm
fair.
confident I'm gonna know all the weird Enchantee's hits. I'm not sure I'm gonna know every card you're throwing at me.
All
But
right, so here's the next one then. Glarb. Do you know Glarb? The rest of Glarb's name?
of course I know Glarb. I mean, I don't know if I know its name, but I know the card. So Glarb is a Sultai mana, 2/4 creature. It has the text: you can play lands and 4 CMC stuff at the top of your deck. And then it has the text: tap Surveil 2. Oh, I forgot Death Touch. Darn.
It also, I mean, it's a good thing for a 2/4 to have, I guess. A Frog Wizard Noble.
Yeah. This is so we famously the people in System Magic who played Enchanties played a black version, and I think they had multiple Glarbs in their main deck at some point in time. Although they might have settled on one in the end. I'm not sure.
Yeah, the deck that made day 2 here only had one. Okay, so I'll hit you with the last one. And this is a card that has never trophied in Pioneer before. It is called Monstrous Emergence.
Is that the Duskborn card? Is that the wait? Is that the card that's 1G? Choose or reveal a creature. It deals damage equal to its power to a creature.
You got
Yeah.
it. You got it.
Okay. Yes. This is a medium card in Duskborn Limited. So, yeah, I'm partway through Vegas prep right now. I'm playing the Vegas GP next week or whatever.
Sure.
And yeah, this card, it's weird because it's kind of a lot better than previous versions of this effect, and it's still kind of medium just because of kind of how far Magic has come. Being a sorcery will get you.
I remember, what was it called? Titan's Presence?
Oh
That
yeah,
was in
Titan's
BFZ. This
Presence.
card was like not playable, and it was an instant. Okay, with all that said, let's get down to business in round number 12. So I'll put deck lists in chat, and we will bring it up. I mean, Andrew playing a modern event with a storm list seems like a reasonable way to go.
Well, yeah, basically the way it works is I just get to play the GP, and if I miss day 2, then I'll go play Storm events. But
Not bad.
yeah, I will certainly be playing Storm in the modern events. I don't know. I'm a Storm truther. It's official. The fact is, Storm's win rate at the PT was an inside job.
All right, so we've got Riku Kumagai playing the Selesnya Company deck, which looks very similar to the list that we looked at previously. A couple of the numbers are slightly changed, right? Like we have this one Fauna Shaman replacing one of the Kellens. That might be it.
Yes, the main deck looks identical except that they. Okay, no wait. Yep, I think that's true. I think that they were just that this player was like, yeah, I mean the list from the USRC looks pretty good, but what it really needs is one Fauna Shaman. Get it in there. I also think the sideboard looks slightly different. There's a second Gideon over the second Elite Spellbinder. There's some minor swaps in the sideboard, and Gotha's Soul Cauldron's been added over a Hearse. There's some small changes, but broadly, this is the same deck.
On the other side, we've got the Jund Transmog deck. Yeah, this is exactly what Kent
this is going to be
played.
interesting. Okay, so traditionally, here's how this matchup goes. Basically, the Selesnya Company deck does not have a lot of good answers for the card Transmogrify.
Yeah.
You can kind of delay it. You can maybe get them with Skyclave in response if they're targeting specifically a non-token creature, which is not most of them. But mostly, if the Jund deck gets the Transmogrify, it's going to win. And what the Selesnya Company deck needs to do is kind of delay and disrupt and be annoying and keep the Transmogrify from hitting just long enough to deal 20 damage.
Yep.
That's the plan. Additionally, on the Transmogrify side, so I watched Connor McKenzie, a friend of the stream, who came in second at the USRC last week, play a little bit of this matchup. He was playing the Red Black Transmog deck, but I think the principles are the same. And what I can tell you is he was mulliganing very aggressively for the card Transmogrify.
Yeah.
He was like, look, none of my cards really matter except this one. Quantity of cards are kind of irrelevant. If a Trax hits the table, this green-white deck is just dead, and they're not that good at stopping it from hitting the table. So he basically was not keeping sevens without Transmogrify.
I'm looking back at the company list. Is there anything they can do against a resolved, like a stuck Atraxa? And it looks like in the main deck, there's 2 bodyguards. That's
you can
about
Werefox bodyguard it. It's not that great a plan since they can just kill the bodyguard in response, but that is kind of it, yes.
Yeah, and in the sideboard they have access to 2 Brutal Cathar Get Lost, and that's about the extent of it. More bodyguards. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, again, basically, it's on the green-white deck to just be annoying. You know, you can play Thalia to slow them down, then you can interrupt their spells, and, like, there's a lot of things you can do that are sort of relevant, but you don't have a lot of ways to actually stop it.
All right, looking at what Riku's looking at as I'm about to hit play here, I see Innocence. I think that's an Avid Interrupter, Voice of Resurgence, 2 lands and a mystery card.
That looks right, yes.
Seems pretty good. So I assume everyone in chat is familiar with Riku, but if not, he is very good. He has a very extensive resume. First onto the scene winning GP Tokyo 2016, which was like a 4,300 person event or something. And has since, he was in the finals of the PT finals in 2020.
A very normal phrase.
Yeah. And made the top 8 at several different arena events during the pandemic. He has 2 GP wins, to his credit. He also is the person who has the longest PT Day 2 streak. He's never missed Day 2 at any PT ever attended.
Oh, that's a wild stat.
He's 19 for 19. All right, so we start with Thoughtseize. I assume that's what that bulletin is that's up on the saloon wall. And that mystery card that we didn't see was Thalia, which would have been a really nice one. I mean, notably, your Transmogrify deck can only play 2 creatures, so that kind of means that all your other spells have to be non-creatures.
Wow. But Land Worlds at the top is going to be pretty nice here, I think.
Yeah, very nice. And it's answered by a Volcanic Spite, and Kazuhiro will cycle a card. So now the fact that there's a hole... Oh, I guess there's not actually a hole in Riku's development. I thought that Thalia was the only 2, but we do know he has this Voice of Resurgence as well.
Yeah, the Voltaic Spite isn't going to, stunt him that much, but it is going to mean he has to play the Voice and cannot start playing the Curiosities ahead of schedule, which is probably worth a card, so it seems like a reasonable play on Kazuhiro's part.
Over on Kazuhiro's side, I see Transmogrify, Essica's Chariot, Obnixilis, Fountain Port, and 1 other card.
Yeah, one other non-lane card.
Yes. Yeah, we are short land number 4 right now. Kazuhiro also doing some of Riku's work for him with this Mana Confluence.
Yeah, again, the perils of the 3-color mana-based Pioneer are not to be underestimated. Like,
yeah,
mana in Pioneer is just not very good.
I mean, Fountain Port and Mana Confluence, kind of a wild 1-2 punch when you think about it.
Agreed.
All right, here's the adversary. Are we just going to make a devil? Or are we going to tick up?
I mean, I would make a devil, I think, but it's not perfect. I mean, if you make a devil, I guess either way, if you draw the land for Transmogrify, you could do it next turn. Okay, so this seems fine, yeah.
Yeah, and with...
Because I guess...
We're not going to expose the devil to anything, I guess. I mean, kind of pricing Riku into just playing Innocent here. And this is happening very quickly now. So we will cash in for Devil, immediately Transmogrify Devil. Ping Riku
and
for
that's
1 to
basically
17.
game.
Yeah.
As we discussed. Like, look, Werefox Bodyguard doesn't really matter, even if he finds that. Kazuhiro can just kill it. He's finding plenty of removal spells off this Atraxa hit. and it's going to be all she wrote. I mean, the green-white deck just cannot overcome an Atraxa. That is fundamental to how it's constructed.
Starting to wonder if they're actually in his box. There they are. Right. I mean, sometimes you hope, okay, maybe this Atraxa will just find 10 lands, but I think even that's not going to be good enough here, right?
Yeah, I think pretty much checkmate.
Well, there's 3 lands. We found some spells.
Wait, what's happening now?
The Atraxa trigger is going off.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yes.
So we're going to get land, Fatal Push, probably... Okay, Torch the Tower instead of Fatal Push, because it can answer some of the 3-drops. Land we're going to take is Mana Confluence. We're not even going to bother with backup Atraxa, because the first one... Or, Transmogrify for backup Atraxa, because first one looks like it's going to be good.
Well, I mean, he also just knows his opponent has no way to remove it beyond Werefox Bodyguard, which he has covered.
Correct.
So there's no need. I mean, the Thoughtseize is completely fine.
I wonder if Riku can even picture what the game would look like that gets him through this. Because I admit I cannot. And you have approximately 3 turns to get the game in a position where it will be extended any further. And it looks like what's going to have to happen is, like, every turn we throw an Aven Interrupter under the bus or something, and that's, like, sort of possible with 3 Innocences in play, but, like, not that possible.
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, if you're trying to imagine victory for Riku, I mean, yeah, what it looks like is he's going to draw millions of cards, constantly chump block, and I don't know, try to, on a crucial turn, play the Werefox Bodyguard, get the Atraxa out of the way, make a big attack while it's out of play, something like that. I don't know. It seems extremely difficult. The problem is really that even if you chump block the Atraxa every turn, getting through it just seems impossible.
Right, and the longer the game goes on with this Atraxa in play, the more damage you have to do.
Yes. I can't really see it. I mean, look, I appreciate the warrior spirit from Riku here to not concede in the situation and just to play on in some sort of desperate hope, but I really do not believe the W is possible. Just can't picture it. I don't know.
All right, Thalia, draw 2 cards. Fauna Shaman, go. So, I mean, we were not forced to figure out something this turn. We're still above 7 life. But this is the last turn we could take the hit.
I mean, it does make sense for Riku to kind of take the hit as many times as possible to sort of build up a force large enough to attack with, but
yeah,
again, I don't really know how this is going to work.
All right, so the Chariot is also getting in, so 11 damage in the red zone. It looks like we double blocked with both Innocences, which does put Riku above 7. So I'll give him that.
Yeah, I mean, Kazuhiro could have killed one of them, I suppose. I believe he picked up a kill spell off the Atraxa, but...
Yeah, he has a Torch the Tower. But that might just be saved for Werefox Bodyguard. I mean, Fauna Shaman does, in principle, present an avenue towards drawing the specific card that he wants every turn for the rest of the game. Now, the problem is that he needs both quantity and quality. And to deploy all the quantity, it's going to need more than 4 lands.
Yeah. I mean, he can use. Yeah, man, it's really tough. He can use the Fauna Shaman to repeatedly find Werefox bodyguards, and I guess hope that Kazuhiro only has 1 kill spell left. But I think Kazuhiro is just holding his kill spells because he knows that bodyguard is the only thing that matters.
Right. Also true, depending on how Kazuhiro wants to approach it, we could just let bodyguard resolve and then kill it, and in so doing, we would put an extra 10 cards in our hand. Alright, so we're not going to attempt to bodyguard. This turn we have Interceptor in hand, or Interrupter in hand, so we'll lead on that, draw 2 cards, attempt to block. I mean, part of the challenge here, if Kazuhiro kills the Interrupter right now, then he's threatening to take 7 in the air. Riku's on the hook for 7 in the air, which would take him to 1. Then suddenly everything else has to get blocked. And he's going to lose his entire board to the cats. Which seems not particularly acceptable. Alright, discard backup Thalia. I'm guessing looking for a Werefox bodyguard. Do you think Riku has a better picture of what winning looks like, or Kazuhiro has a better picture of what losing looks like?
I don't know.
I understand that both of these are like, 0.01% chances.
Yeah, it's beyond my puny mind, is I guess what I would say.
So the cat that was blocked by first striking Thalia is going to go away to a fountain port.
Is that what happens? The tokens that Fountain Port like sacrifices, they just move to the Fountain Port and retire from battle. We're definitely in the discuss nonsense phase of the game, by the way.
Or is it just like, is the fountain port like some kind of like, I don't know, drum of acid? It just melts the token down into a new card? Coverage has been able to find the Voice of Resurgence token.
Impressive stuff. It's also, I guess, small enough to trigger the Innocences, but all right. Also, I have a question about Enduring Innocence that I want to bring up at this time. It's a very important question. So, at what point do you think it turns into Enduring Guilt? Like, do you think if you control 3, like the third one, it's like you're drawing too many cards, this is Enduring Guilt? Do you think that's like a reasonable ruling?
I think that sounds about right in a flavor draft. I think if you've drawn 6 to 9 cards off of, you've triggered all 3 of them multiple times, you must start to feel a little bit sheepish, don't you?
Yeah, agreed.
Your opponent is jealous of you drawing all these cards. Well, it looks like all Riku can do is put 1 flyer into play. I mean, he is at 8 life after the way everything traded off in the previous turn. So, like, everything got blocked. Kazuhiro had the option to clear the Aven Interceptor. Why do I keep saying that? Clear the Aven Interrupter in order to connect with Atraxa, but he elected not to do it. So, we're still not at the point of Kazuhiro being able to finish the game with a removal spell. Though I wonder what exactly he is waiting to see before he elects to remove a flyer. I mean, Archon of Emeria is kind of an annoying one.
Yeah, he might kill the Archon here. I'm not sure. I mean, he would need a token, too, so it's pretty expensive to do. Right? Like, you'd have to Fountain Port to make a fish, then Gas Torch. I mean, that's a lot of mana.
That is right. But, I mean, he can only play 1 spell as it stands.
True.
I guess we can also attempt to clear the Archon of Emeria by just attacking, because these things are going to have to go under the bus sooner or later. Does Riku feel like going to 1? It looks like the answer is no. I wonder if Kazuhiro has a way to actually get from 1 to 0 that isn't attack with Atraxa.
Yeah, that's a good question. I can't name it. I might be forgetting something.
We're going to pick up Gigantha.
Okay, wait. He could. I mean, he doesn't need to do this, but one option is he could always put Careful Cultivation on Atraxa.
Oh, turn Atraxa into an 8-9 or whatever, right? An 8-10?
Yes.
Is it +1/+3?
+1/+3, yes.
Yeah. All right, Llanowar Elf, draw. I mean, to Riku's credit, he has demonstrated that he's capable of dragging this game out for some time. It's not totally clear that this is working in his favor, though, right? Like, he's going to need to win 2 of these games post board. All right, so Kazuhiro spends the rest of his open mana to make a fish on Riku's end step, and that's the opening to resolve Werefox Bodyguard. Though, as we discussed with chat, it's not clear whether Kazuhiro necessarily would have even responded to Werefox Bodyguard.
Yeah, but now he can actually just hold his kill spells and retransmog if he wants, which is what he's going to choose to do.
That is pretty nice. I mean, we also know for sure that the onus is on Riku to win the game. He can't just try to play for a tie and hope to win on decking, because he's drawn way more cards than Kazuhiro has.
Yes, agreed.
And I'm guessing that
this
Riku does not...
This is a bizarre game to be casting.
Yeah.
I'm going to level with you.
I'm guessing Riku does not benefit from an 0-0-1 draw. All right, here's the Atraxa trigger.
Yeah, I guess I don't know the full standing situation, so I can't, be certain of that, but I would be surprised.
I believe this match is a win and PT and not a win and top 8, but let me actually look at the standings to know for sure.
Okay.
I see. So the standings coming into round 12, the last round of Swiss, it was 30, 28-28, 27-27, 27-27, 27. That's 8 so far. 24. So the top 4 tables will just ID into top 8. There actually was no interesting win and in. So this is like
24 is bad breakers?
There's a jump. 8th place is 27th, and 9th place is 24.
Oh, okay, wait. They're 3 points down. Yes, okay, so it can be a clean draw. Yes.
Now it's top 16 to make the Pro Tour, and everyone all the way down to 24th place is on 24. They're all 8 and 3. So it should be tables 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 are all win NPT.
Okay.
And this is one of those tables. But I doubt the loser can make the PT.
That seems likely.
It looks relatively clean to me.
I mean, it's just also usually true that, okay, think about this, right? If you were in a situation where the winner would make the PT and the loser would make the PT, then that's also a situation where they could just intentionally draw.
Exactly,
right?
Yeah.
That sort of has to be true.
It looks like beyond that, only 25th place. So it was like 9 through 24 are all on 24 match points, and then only 25 is on 22. So realistically, what's going to happen is that there's 8 tables here. They're going to represent 9th through 16th place. It's like the 8 winners of these 8 tables are exactly the 8 further places, and there's 8 more PT invites. So it actually works out quite cleanly.
Interesting.
If one of these tables were to draw, then that, I guess, in principle, would open up the possibility for this 25th place person who must be paired down. They could potentially win and sneak in over one of the players who draws. But I think we should just view this, and if there is a backup match as well, these are win and PT. Yeah, I agree with chat. I don't really understand how this game is still going. I wonder at what point, if you're in Kazuhiro's seat, you see Riku like grinding and like really making confident decisions, etc. Like, does that unnerve you at some point? Like, he thinks he has a plan, even though we kind of know that there can't be that much of a plan.
Well, it's weirder because, look, like, Riku is such an accomplished player. You know,
Yeah.
your opponent keeps not conceding, and you know that they're good. If you thought they were bad, you'd be like, okay, well, my opponent just doesn't know how dead they are, or something of that nature. But this is way stranger than that.
So Kazuhiro has played Thoughtseize, which I think was the last card in his hand, and it turns out Riku's last card is the first of his collected companies. There's still many more to come.
No.
Oh no, that's his hand. I retract that.
That's not the last card, is it?
I massively retract that. I did not see he had no cards in hand, and the reason is because an anointed peacekeeper had hit the battlefield, and the cards are face up. So it's Push, Fable, Gigantha, Torch the Tower, Chariot, Careful Cultivation, another Chariot, and a Courier's Briefcase.
What's weirder about the game state is, so the company hit the Archon here.
Yeah.
Which means that Kazuhiro can't cast any more spells this turn because the Archon is in play. But if the Archon chump blocks, which it might, I have no idea, then at that point, Kazuhiro's unlocked and he can cast spells again. But maybe that means Riku should just go to 1? I don't know. I still don't understand Riku's win condition, which makes it hard for me to speculate as to the correct play. Like, I guess his plan is maybe to win with Elemental token, but I mean, his opponent can just trade for it and remake a Traxxas via Bodyguard, so it's not a ideal plan.
Right, and we know that there was only one Voice of Resurgence in the list, and it has been cashed into this one token.
Yes.
All right, so now the Thoughtseize is resolving. We had the Anointed Peacekeeper, and now we have the Thoughtseize. So we can see Riku's hand is another company, 2 Skyclave Apparitions, which are really wanting for a target, Kellen, Anointed Peacekeeper, and Brushland. And if you're wondering what the post-it note says on the Anointed Peacekeeper, it is Essica's Chariot.
I kind of can't believe we're watching here. This is one of the weirdest games I've ever cast.
I mean, now we have a mid-Thoughtseize judge call? What is...
I think it's been going on for like
15 minutes.
Yeah, so I mean, I think at some point you have to call a judge and attempt to implement some sort of mercy rule. Like, if you're up by 10 and, it's their turn and you've been up 10 life for at least 10 turns, like, your opponent is just forced to concede, something of that nature.
You're not allowed to fail to find on Thoughtseize, right?
You are not.
Because I can kind of see Kazuhiro being like, okay, whatever. You can have all this. It's kind of like in a meaningless, like in Garbage Time in Vintage Cube, sometimes you'll just factor fiction 5-0.
Yes. It is much like that.
All right, I'm going to fast forward through this judge call since we have the ability to do that. Oh, did someone cast a second spell? Right, there are a couple of things. Someone in chat suggests maybe someone missed a Thalia attacks. I wonder if someone played...
Thoughtseize was definitely cast for one. That's it. That's it for sure. Look at the lands.
Yeah.
The Thoughtseize just should have cost 2. That's it. That's all that happened.
But on some level,
But I think
it stops mattering at this point because Archon is in play, right? Maybe it matters to the extent to which...
Yes, the ruling is too much has happened, we can't rewind, but also this doesn't matter at all.
We're going to sacrifice Werefox Bodyguard for life, and in so doing, legend rule one of the 2 Atraxas. So we have found a way to kill an Atraxa.
Yeah, this kills it in a sense.
So I agree it comes down to, can we clear this other Atraxa? Because if so, then Kazuhiro's entire deck is kind of just a bunch of Escus Chariots and human druids or whatever.
His deck certainly isn't great, no. I mean...
I don't know exactly how we get this other Atraxa off the board. There's one more Werefox Bodyguard that we can go find, but Kazuhiro has kill spells for days.
We also don't necessarily... I mean, maybe you could build up such a wide board that you could eventually alpha into it. A very normal plan. I'm not sure.
Oh, Sam, garbage time was declared, but I really didn't think this game would go on this long, and now I've reached the point where I want to understand what Riku is thinking.
Well, yeah, Sam, the reason we can't fast forward is because I'm worried Riku might win, but I don't, know how.
All right, it's time to attack with the elemental token. So this must be the plan. Of course, this elemental token is eminently fatal pushable.
It is both fatal pushable and fatally pushed.
Yeah. So away that goes. Riku discards a Skyclave Apparition to hand size. Kazuhiro takes multiple points of damage to make a fish. What am I even saying? This is very weird. And Riku is above 7 life, so he's not forced to block. He can leave his Archon in play, and I think that's what happens. The life totals are 48-3.
Oh my god. I'm a big fan of the quote regarding the situation. Magnus Carlsen doesn't believe in fortresses. It is very accurate. Magnus Carlsen does in fact not believe in fortresses. Just FYI.
All right, here comes a 4-mana Fable. And Kazuhiro kind of upturned his palms like, I don't know, I guess I'll cast this. Like, whatever. And the one spell out of Riku, finally a target has been presented for a Skyclave Apparition. He literally has been discarding these things to hand size.
This is a really nice game. I kind of am loving it at this point.
When did the first Atraxa come down? It was like turn 5, right? It was very early on.
It was extremely in the game. I believe turn 5 is correct.
Oh. All right, we got a Barack Obama interlude. But don't worry, we're not missing any of this, the company on Transmogrify action here. Now, Riku is in the position where he has to block. So here comes Atraxa. We have the option to start throwing Aven Interrupters underneath the bus. I would be surprised if he sacrifices the Archon here, though, because it seems like both players have a ton of cards, and it's the Archon that's, like, preventing... Oh, we're going to company. Kazuhiro, like, if if Archon is gone, then we can't just put a bunch of flyers in play and know for sure that one of them will be around to block Atraxa. Like, if it's just a flock of interrupters, it could be answered by a bunch of Torch the Towers or whatever. But with Archon in play, that entire line is shut off. We find Werefox Bodyguard and another Archon of Emeria. So we will attempt...
so that is the bodyguard, I guess.
Yeah, don't get too
bodyguard...
attached to it, chat, because it's going away right now. Now, with 3 card draw triggers on the stack, we're going to clear the bodyguard, and Riku will sack the bodyguard for 2 life. Going to 5.
I mean, maybe Riku's plan was just something like, I'm going to draw so many cards, surely I can figure something out. You know? I mean, how could I possibly draw my entire library and die?
All right, and finally,
with
the second Werefox bodyguard cleared, Riku has decided that is enough. I mean, he might have ultimately decided he was going to deck.
That was one of the weirdest games I've ever seen.
Whew. All right, let's catch our breath.
I kind of can't handle it.
So while they're sideboarding, we can take a quick look. I'll put the decks in chat. So as we've discussed from Riku's side, he really only has a couple more bodyguards to bring in and literally 1 get lost. So we're going to present a bunch more, Banisher Priests, but nothing that Kazuhiro can't answer.
Yeah, his sideboard is not really equipped for this matchup at all. But that is what it is, I guess.
Yes, Sam suggested maybe Game 3 sudden death is what Riku is trying to, move the game towards. It better be a very short Game 3 because Kazuhiro spent most of that Game 1 at, 40-plus life, right?
Well, but also, I just don't even think it, okay, you could imagine a situation where, you're playing a fast aggro deck against a control deck, and, therefore, dealing clock damage is good for you because they can't win in time and you can win really quickly. Okay, that's all valid, but that isn't really true of the matchup we're watching, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I understand in this game, because he had 3 Enduring Innocences, he was able to, fight through the Atraxa for a really long time before eventually falling. But in a lot of games, I think the Transmogrify deck just casts Transmog on 4, it resolves, and the game ends on turn 7. I don't think it's true that the Transmog deck can't win quickly. So I don't really understand the whole thing. I'm still pretty lost and confused about it. But
what do we see from Kazuhiro coming in?
Oh, yes, sorry. So I don't think he has anything too crazy to board in. You could put in something like Pyroclasm. It clears Thalia, it clears the elves in 1 card. Yeah. It's pretty decent. It's a little narrow, but it's probably good enough, I would guess. But the rest of his sideboard is mostly cards that I just think he wouldn't want. I mean, Damping Sphere, Go Blade, Back to Nature, these are always all very targeted tools for specific matchups that just don't really apply here. So I expect pretty light sideboarding. I would think, +2 Clasm, find some things to trim, maybe Duress, Record Bankbuster, cards like these. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, I kind of think the Transmog deck situation is my Game 1 plan is very good, and I'm just going to execute it again.
It is unfortunate that Brutal Cathar and Werefox Bodyguard all get swept up by Pyroclasm. It doesn't seem like the answer... They get swept up by Pyroclasm, they go down to Torch the Tower. It doesn't seem like Riku's answer can be, let's just do that, but more.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, look, if you wanted to build this coming deck to be better against Transmog, you certainly could, but you would have to change the deck list. I don't think the current list is really fixable in the matchup. Oh, and I mean, maybe you'd put in something like Lauren or Portable Hole to kind of, hit some random tokens or random fables along the way, but
sure,
that still just isn't that big a game.
All right, players Looking at opening hands, they have kept, and we are underway. All right, we'll get to see what Riku has kept, and it looks like we've got Archons, and we've got Company, and we've got Lands, and that is it. And meanwhile, there is a Transmogrify on Kazuhiro's side. Containment Priest would be nice in this matchup, I agree, but it looks like instead of Containment Priest, Riku has second Gideon ally of Zendikar. In his sideboard. Alright, mismatch Thoughtseize number 2 takes one of the Archons. But Archon number 3 is going to land.
That's a lot of Archons.
No, Sam asked about Riku's tiebreakers. In fact, Riku has like approximately the worst tiebreakers of everyone who is on 8 and 4. So that is not the explanation.
He has no incentives to do it. Also, we're pretty sure that a draw just will lock him out.
Yes.
Like if he draws, he will not make the Pro Tour. Period. No exceptions. Now maybe he doesn't need the invite. That I'm not sure of, but presumably he would rather top 16 for many reasons.
Looks like he has not been at a Pro Tour since PT Phyrexia in Philadelphia, so that is not quite the answer either.
Wow, this is so weird. Anyways.
Nice. PV on the battlefield showing Transmogrify Terrace under Pyroclasm. I mean, you kind of wish you could take the Transmogrify, but the Pyroclasm looks kind of frustrating.
I'm surprised. I wouldn't have been surprised to see Transmogrify just let the Clasm land this turn. It doesn't deal like kind of that much damage because now the issue is you're sort of giving Kazuhiro the choice, right? Kazuhiro can cast 4 mana Pyroclasm if he wants to, or he can wait and do something else. I don't know. I don't love giving my opponent choices of this nature.
It's also true that the Pyroclasm is just going to get better over the course of the game. Like, as we move on, a 4 mana Pyroclasm is probably going to be an okay card to cast. Riku is not even going to play a card. He's just going to use Shephet Dunes, putting Kazuhiro to 1, and 1 is very low. So that was good enough to win this game.
Why did Kazuhiro not cast Pyroclasm? I don't really understand what we just watched.
Well, yeah. So in that last turn, if he had cast the Pyroclasm, the Archon of Emeria was going to kill him.
Oh, wait. Oh, I see. He didn't have the option to cast it. Archon forced the land into the battlefield tapped.
Yes. Remember, there are 2 lines of text on Archon of Emeria.
Okay. Taking Pyroclasm was a great play. I apologize. I misunderstood the situation. So he saw that his opponent's hand is only non-basic lands. So he takes the Pyroclasm, makes it cost 2 more. Then his opponent, assuming they don't peel a basic, just can't Pyroclasm the next turn, and then ends up dying to the damage by the time the Clasm matters. Okay, brilliant play. Nice line. Is going to make game 3 even weirder, though, because I believe that clocks are low. Sorry, I misunderstood. I thought he intentionally played the land tapped at Bachagantha, and I was like, what is he playing at?
Oh, yeah. No option there. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know which deck benefits more from the low clock. I think it'd go either way. I think both decks are capable of winning the game very quickly if they need to. Like, if you put a Traxa into play on turn 0 of turns, you could win on turn 3 of turns, right? Like,
Right. Yeah, you only need 3 attacks. We have seen that Riku can draw things out considerably, but
I think that was an exceptional situation. He had 2 Enduring Innocences going for like 6 turns. You know, that just won't always be the case.
All right, let's see if we can get both players to keep 7 cards here in this deciding game. Woo, 2 lands, 3 elves, Archon, and Anointed Peacekeeper, I believe, is the keep from Riku.
Yeah, I mean, it's not great. It might be right to keep it, though.
And the initial Elvish Mystic is immediately fatal pushed. Yeah, someone else asked in chat about Riku sleeves. I'm not actually sure what they are, but I do like them.
I mean, I assume that's some sort of art, but I don't know if that art is a magic card.
Well,
I don't recognize
the
it.
bottom left corner of the sleeves are... this mark right here, I believe, is the Planeswalker logo. So I do think that they are magic branded, though I do not know exactly what they are.
Okay, we see the EOT Careful Cultivation. Is there a transmog here? Is it happening? No.
No, it's instead an
All
elf
right.
on elf attack, and Riku takes it. Kazuhiro follows up with Fable. So that completely answers the question of whether Transmogrify is in Kazuhiro's hand.
Yeah, see, this Careful Cultivation card is one of the reasons I don't totally buy this Transmogrify deck. It's just like, every time I see it, it's not a good magic card, okay? Like, I get that it does some jobs you might need done on occasion. You know, I like that it makes it speed token. I like that it can tap for mana to allow turn 3 transmog. I like that it lets you play turn 3 chariot, which is kind of a legitimate curve. But, like, we have to be able to do better, right?
Riku can only play elf plus Kellen this turn.
Yeah, Riku again basically just says, look, if you loot into the transmog, I'm dead, okay? Modulo 30 plus turns of magic.
I believe he has found it. We have Briefcase, Transmogrify, and a couple of lands over there. So let us turn this human monk into... drumroll.
That was a drum roll. Okay, so now I would say that this Atraxas hit. The game is less about whether Riku can win and more about the classic game of Kazuhiro versus the clock.
Yep. Do you think how... Is there any situation in which the Transmog deck wants to side out its second target?
I don't think so. I think the risk of drawing it is pretty big.
That's fair. Oh, wow. Riku is actually putting the 10 cards out for the Atraxa trigger for Kazuhiro. We're going to take Thoughtseize, Fatal Push, land. The second Atraxa is there, so that answers that question. And that's it. We're not going to take the second Atraxa, not surprisingly.
And I mean, as before, Riku does have Get Lost in his deck, but that seems rather irrelevant.
So here's the Thoughtseize, and it shows 3-drop, 3-drop, 3-drop company. It is... I mean, it is possible, I guess, that Riku could have been playing for a draw from the beginning, but I don't think that the draw benefits him. I think that Kazuhiro's tiebreakers were slightly better. Like, if they're the only table that draws of all the win-and-ins, then it would just be a direct tiebreaker battle between the two of them. Or possibly you've brought a third person into the mix, because there was one person on 22 who could have gone to 25.
Yeah, it seems like he would put himself at, substantially less than 50%. But, I mean, I guess a loss wasn't clearly out, so...
Yeah.
I don't know. It's very weird. But also, this is all premised on him like, somehow mystically knowing that he would win game 2 quickly, which is far from a guarantee.
Right.
There are games of this matchup where they trade resources back and forth for a long time.
All right, so remember, Anointed Peacekeeper doesn't have to name one of these cards if it doesn't want to. It's just look at your opponent's hand, then choose a card. So we'll see what he actually named. But the cards that were shown were Fatal Push and Courier's Briefcase. Atraxa comes in for the first of 3 hits. Riku has 2 turns to set up his defenses. Well, whatever was named, it wasn't Courier's briefcase, not surprisingly. Riku has found a Werefox bodyguard. Though briefcase is kind of an unfortunate one, in that it is the revolt enabler for this fatal push.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the clock looks like here. Obviously, from where we're sitting, can't tell. If this round were happening live the second, we'd be able to check kind of melee to learn the round clock. But as is, we don't know what the time was here. But the time has to be really low for you to be able to realistically draw this game. I mean, the character just doesn't have to hit very many times.
I believe the card named... Yeah. The card named by the Anointed Peacekeeper is Fatal Push.
Okay.
Alright, so Atraxa has made its second hit. We now have an Archon in play, which is our first blocker. First of what will probably have to be many blockers. Bank Buster draws a card, and Kazuhiro untaps. Bank Buster draws another card. Alright, Atraxa in the red zone. Archon immediately blocks. We're going to Werefox Bodyguard targeting our Archon.
Okay, I mean, that's cool. I assume we're just going to decline that.
Yeah, so here's Fatal Push to clear the Archon. In any case, Kazuhiro stays at 32, but Riku has blocked, so...
I mean, we denied the life gain. Cool.
Well, we denied this life gain, but I mean, Atraxa had already drained us for 14.
Yeah. Sorry. We prevented our opponent from going to 39.
Alright, but that's going to get undone here because we need to find a flyer. And so we're going to attack with Kellen to see if we can flip one.
Well, yeah, see, typically, the way this works is, you run out of flyers because you aren't drawing a million cards of Enduring Innocence.
Right.
But in this case, there is not... Again, I just think game one was very weird. I don't think typically you can stall on Atraxa for that long. And I don't think Riku's going to be managed in this situation.
Yeah, so the top card of the library is Collected Company. We can't take that, unfortunately. It has to be a creature card with CMC 3 or less, not the promise of a creature card with CMC 3 or less. And so we do not have a way to block Atraxa, and Kazuhiro has finally taken it down. He has quite the fishing yarn for when he goes back to the pub tonight. The story of how he made this PT invite. But he has finally gotten it done. It would shock me if we had a backup match, but we will see.
I have to imagine the other match is over by now, but, And there's the face of a man who just, despite great psychic damage, managed to qualify for the PT.
I mean, I don't know how much psychic damage he really took game one. His choices were very limited. He attacked with Atraxa every turn he was allowed to, and eventually his opponent conceded.
Well, yeah, I felt like by the end of it I was seeing some pain in his face. Like, what is even happening?
I mean, that does come back to the question of how long can you just play against this person who is 0% to win but making very confident game actions before you start to doubt yourself?
Okay, I once watched a kind of legendary match where Owen was playing against someone, but back like during his heyday, I guess you might say, where Owen mulled to 4 and missed his second land drop. But he mulled to 4 and missed with his second land drop with such like utter confidence that his opponent was like cowering in fear. And it was one of the weirdest things I've ever watched. Like, imagine like very tentatively attacking with your creatures, and your opponent just like is discarding a hand size that has 1 land in play. That was like the match.
Okay, so we have our quarterfinals. I don't know which match we're going to get to see, so let me find out in a minute. But we've got Sho, who has played a couple of very nice games with Transmogrify, going up against humans. Then, hold on, this can't be right. Is it really... Taichi plays Company. I got this wrong. And we've seen Taichi play a couple of very nice games with this Company deck against Demons. Then the other side of the matchup is... on the other side of the bracket, we have Demons against Slickshot Aggro and Demons against Mono Red. So, we've got kind of 4 small decks against 4 big ones, let's say. We have like Humans, Company, Aggro, and Mono Red playing creatures that don't get larger than... whose printed power and toughness is not bigger than 3/3. And then we've got Transmogrify, Demons, Demons, Demons.
Okay.
Okay,
so is there actually a bunch of downtime we have to like fast forward through now, or what's the plan?
Yes, there is. So I'm going to investigate that. One thing that I do always enjoy watching in the Japanese coverage, which we'll just pause on, people taking the top 8 picture, which I guess is just finished. So go back 5 seconds to see it. Then we have often a commercial break where they like show all the different things that are going on in the tournament hall, including like pictures of the artist's alley and stuff, which I'm always very jealous of in Japanese artist alley. People spinning giant crates to get prizes or whatever. All seems quite fun. It looks like that is Sho. So we're going to get to watch 1 versus 8 in our first quarterfinal. And these are 2 decks that we have seen before. So it shows Transmogrify list against Akinari's Humans. So let me get the decks ready in chat, and then I'm going to run a short ad so that I can go to the bathroom, and then we will get down to business. So if you haven't watched top 8 of these coverages before, it's going to be quarters, all played simultaneously, and then the 2 semis are played consecutively. So it's going to be quarter and then semi-final. So we'll see the final 3 matches. But we may or may not get like a backup quarter or not. I mean, that depends how this is going to go. And then we are playing against Akinari Shimokawabe, who's playing Humans. So like this. Submit. All right, so decks in chat. I am going to run a short ad, go to the bathroom. We'll be back in 30 seconds to start the battling. Okay, I'm back. Let me get the deck lists up. Thanks for coming along with us this afternoon, chat, to watch the top 8 here of the Shizuoka Regional Championship. We've awarded some PT invites, and now we're going to play off for some money and to figure out who is going to the World Championships. Well, next year's World Championships. This isn't qualifying for Vegas. So first
That
up
would
is,
be a really short turnaround.
yeah, that would be a very quick turnaround. The flight would be quite expensive at this stage, I bet. So our top seed coming out of Swiss is Sho Kamezaki, who's playing Rakdos Transmogrify. And a relatively stock version of the list, right?
Pretty normal, yeah. I don't think this list is crazy. I think a lot of this stuff is kind of been ironed out. Like, everyone sort of agrees that you should have exactly 3 Bank Busters, 2 Atraxas,
Yeah.
a couple of Fountain Ports. Most people agree that you should play Red-Black, even though in Japan, apparently, there's some doubters of that. You know, like, I would say this list is pretty much the bog standard when it comes to Rakdos Transmog.
I guess there's like some slight question about the numbers on these flex slots that are meant really to combat control, though there has not been very much control to worry about. Like, I think there were only like 3 copies in the day 2. But
Yes.
yes.
It's not had a great weekend, and it wasn't that popular to start with.
On the other side, we have the humans list that's being played by Akinari, who snuck in as the 8th seed. And also relatively straightforward. I mean, I think there's some... I've seen a few different variations as to what you do with like the 4 removal spells. But I think 2 Get Lost, 2 Sheltered is relatively stock.
I mean, I don't normally see Shelter by Ghost in this deck at all. I think it's pretty unusual, and I also think it's going to go pretty poorly for him in this matchup.
Yeah.
I mean, the ability to handle, like, to prevent Atraxa from hitting the battlefield by casting Get Lost in response is a huge blowout. And the fact that Sheltered by Ghost just cannot do that is pretty big. Also, I understand that in theory, after Atraxa hits the battlefield, you can Sheltered by Ghost and take it off the battlefield. But I think a lot of the time, if you don't attack for immediate lethal, your opponent's just going to untap, pay 3 mana to kill your Sheltered by Ghost creature, and you'll be right back to losing to Atraxa.
Right.
So, fundamentally,
Unlike...
the dynamic of this matchup is...
Oh, go ahead.
Fundamentally, the dynamic of this matchup is not unlike the Green-White Company deck against Transmog, in the sense that the Transmog deck is going to try to stall for a little bit and cast a fast Transmog. The Humans deck is going to try to kill them before that happens. The difference is that the Humans deck is much better equipped to just have a fast clock than the Company deck is. The Company deck is in this awkward spot where, like, it kind of doesn't have that fast a clock. It's trying to leverage some weird disruptive cards to stall. Whereas the Humans deck is mostly just an aggro deck, which is a good place to be. And Dahlia is the only disruption it has, which is the best disruptive spell in the Green-White deck. So I would expect this Humans deck to be better positioned in this matchup substantially than the other deck, although I'm still not sure it's better enough positioned to be, like, favored. Also, Get Lost, obviously, a huge game. Just having Get Lost in your library and 4 post-board is awesome.
Yeah. Also note that Akinari does have access to 2 Containment Priests, which were not in the Company sideboards.
Yes, agreed. Containment Priest is huge here.
Okay, let's get down to business. See if we can put someone into the semis. So the Transmogrify deck, the number 1 seed, is going to be on the play. We can also look at the prize structure very briefly. I forget exactly what it is. Honestly, relatively flat compared to the purse in the U.S. Regional Championship. It's $4,000 to first, $2,400 second, $2,000 third, $1,400 for the people who go out in the quarters.
Yeah, not a big swing by sure.
There are also 50,000 Rakuten points available to the winner. It's like basically credit card points that you can spend on Amazon. It looks like Rakuten has you can see the poster board in the background with the 50,000 on it. Become the typical sponsor for these events after they had a couple of events that were sponsored by Cup Noodles. Which, I mean, money can be exchanged for goods and services. If you really want 300 cups of instant ramen, you could turn your Rakuten points into them if you wanted to.
Yeah, I'll never forget the Tower of Ramen RC. Yeah. That was a great one.
I assume that whoever won that giant pile of instant noodles was also given some kind of wheelbarrow to, like, bring it out of the tournament hall with.
Wait, what if you like flew there, right? Because
Yeah.
okay, we often refer to this as like the Japanese RC for convenience,
Right.
but it really does also cover, I think, a substantial portion of kind of the surrounding countries,
Yep,
right? Like
definitely Korea. So like we've had at least one winner, right? Alex von Stang, who won with a previous Pioneer one playing mono green, was stationed in Korea at the time.
right. And the reason I bring that up is okay, so what if you're from Korea and you win a huge pile of cup noodles? Like that's a big problem.
You're gonna have to cancel your plane ticket and get some kind of boat ride or something. I don't know. Seems pretty rough.
Oh, agreed. Anyways, so this is a pretty interesting hand we're staring at for the Rakdos side. It looks like two torches, two fatal pushes, land, and Obnix.
Yep.
So it's a good one lander on 6, but it doesn't have Transmogrify, and being on one land is obviously very bad. So I think he's decided to keep, though.
On the other hand, the humans player is going to 5.
Yes. Now, the fact I want to bring up here is
furthering my karma argument that anytime your opponent goes to 5, your hand has some massive defect. It's the way it is for me every damn time.
double Thoughtseize, not double push. Is that correct? Wait.
One push, one Thoughtseize, maybe.
Okay. Hopefully.
I mean, we'll see.
We'll get another look. Hopefully, I'm unconfident.
Given that the opponent is on 5, I assume we're going to see immediate Thoughtseize if there is one. So we'll get some idea as to what's going on. I think we've kept land, a couple of 1-drops, and a couple of 2-drops, but I think both players are playing.
Thalia is in hand.
Yes, there is a Thalia in hand, but that is not going to stay on the battlefield for very long. Actually, I don't think it's going to get on the battlefield, right? So we're going to see.
Well,
yeah, Hopeful Initiate, Recruitment Officer, Thalia, Lieutenant, and Seachrome Coast.
Okay, wait. At this time, I got to bring up one of my personal hobby horses, all right?
Uh-huh.
It is my opinion that if you were Thoughtseized on coverage, you should be forced to play with the cards up for the remainder of the game. It'll just be a rule.
Reasonable.
It just like, it doesn't matter, and it makes the commentators and the spectators' jobs way easier. So I follow this rule. Like, if you've ever seen me on camera, I always do this. I play up for the rest of the match, and I encourage my opponents to do so. But I just, like, WotC literally makes the rules, okay? We could just do this. This could just be the rules.
Sure.
I think it would just make every coverage person's job easier at essentially no cost to the players. Like,
okay, so now both players enter the land number 2 waiting room. Initial recruitment officer is met by Torch the Tower, but no land 2 there. Akinari does have another play of this Hopeful Initiate. Has he found a second land? Was that a Cavern of Souls? It was a Cavern of Souls. Are we going to need a giant post-it to indicate that... it is a very aggressive post-it that the coverage is using. Oh, interesting. So it's going to be Hopeful Initiate and then Mockingbird X is 0 to copy Hopeful Initiate.
I mean, it's not a great use of Mockingbird, but look, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Well, we know that the follow-up play is going to be Thalia's Lieutenant, so I guess the intention was to get as much on the battlefield as quickly as possible before that comes down.
Yeah, I don't think it's unreasonable. I mean, you would obviously love to wait and make the Mockingbird into a Thalia's Lieutenant itself.
Yeah.
But if you draw any non-land or a tap land like Seachrome Coast, you're pretty punished for waiting.
Right.
I mean, punished to the tune of 2 damage, but I don't know. You're playing an aggro deck, 2 damage matters. So I think it's reasonable to play it here. I'm not sure it's correct, but it's definitely close.
All right. So what else is Akinari going to do but put a Thalia's Lieutenant on the stack, and the second Torch the Tower is going to meet the Mockingbird before it can grow to a 2/3. And now the Initiate, which is a 2/3, is going to get in. So first damage, and the draw had been another Seachrome Coast. So, yeah, the sequencing could have gone the other way, as it turned out.
Wait, shouldn't the Secret Quest have been tapped then?
That was land number 3. Akinari
Oh,
has Seachrome Coast, and Cavern of Souls.
Sorry, yes. I thought the post-it note was a land, but that's just a post-it note indicating what the cavern's naming.
All right, so Adeline comes in, and we're not going to allow Adeline plus Lieutenant. The Fatal Push clears that, and 2 from the Initiate, 1 from the Human, takes Sho from 16 to 13. So Sho has found land number 2 in the form of a Haunted Ridge, but I know he's found land number 3 in the form of a Fountain Port. So he's got Urbrask's Forge, Obnixilis, 2 cards that he's pretty likely to side out, right? Reckoner, Bankbuster, maybe a 3rd card that he's likely to side out, and Fountain Port.
Yes, his hand is horrible. And also, I think Chatelaine really changed the game here. Before the Chatelaine, I think there was a pretty good chance Sho could just, tread water for a while, keep playing removal spells, keep spreading the damage, and be okay. Once Adeline hits, look, there's kind of no cleaning this up. The Adeline is going to keep making tokens. It's going to hit really hard. Like, to get out of an Adeline board, Sho kind of needs to cast Transmog. And it doesn't look like he's going to be able to do that.
Well, the problem is that he
simultaneously draw land and Transmog.
Yeah, exactly. He needs 2 pieces. So I wonder if that should have influenced his Forge versus... I guess it doesn't matter. He still needs 2 cards. At least Obnixilis could get to block for 1 turn, but obviously Forge does not. Yeah, I don't know what Sho can even draw here.
Well, it's possible the intent of casting the Forge is that he can sack the token to Obnixilis and make 2 blockers.
No, that's reasonable. We're not going to get the opportunity to do that because as we go to combat, the Hopeful Initiate is going to remove 2 counters in order to blow the Forge up. And suddenly Sho is left with nothing.
Rarely seen Hopeful Initiate activation.
Wow.
Does close that one out. Although I think the Human's deck was going to get there anyway. I don't think this changed the outcome of the game. Okay, so we go to sideboarding. That was, I think, a game that was very weird and representative of roughly nothing. But
right, both players on 1 land.
Yeah, so the Transmog deck is going to board in the 2 HCAs, and the Extinction Event, and the Abrade. And that's basically it. They have 4 good cards to board in, and they have plenty of bad cards to cut. Duresses are going to go, the Obnixilis, the Forge. Probably the Big Busters end up staying in because I just don't see enough cards to replace them. But they aren't great by any means. That's how I expect the Transmogrify deck to sideboard. On the Human side, we're actually seeing, I think, larger improvements, which is kind of rare. The Human's deck usually doesn't improve more than its opponent's post-sideboard. But in this case, the combination of going up to 4 Get Losts and boarding in Containment Priest is, I think, pretty savage.
Yeah.
At that point, you have the 4 Get Lost, you have the Reflection Mage, which sort of answers Atraxa, and you have the Containment Priest to stop it. Your opponent kind of can't rely that much on their Transmog anymore, but on the other hand, they sort of have to, because, I don't know, your deck is just better at the fair game than theirs is, especially Adeline is very problematic. So, I like the white deck's chances post-sideboard. We also need to take out these Shelter by Ghosts that are pretty bad, I think, and then probably the usual trim a couple of 1-drops because of HCA.
Wait, was that a Reflector Mage that just went to the bin there?
Interesting. That is surprising, but it's not crazy. I mean, the idea is you're hoping to not have to fight the post-Atraxa battle and be able to just prevent Atraxa from the table. Maybe you don't need Reflector Mage.
Right.
I don't know if I would do that, but I don't think it's insane.
It does seem like the best place for the Atraxa to be, if you're playing against these Transmogrify decks, is in the opponent's hand.
Yes, very much agreed. Although they are capable of hard casting it with some treasures.
Right, but unlike the Jund version, getting those treasures is potentially going to require some effort. Right, they either need a Goblin Shaman to stick and attack for several turns, and you can probably block and kill it, or they would have to do a lot of Fountain Porting.
Yeah, it's extremely slow, for sure. You can also bank bust for some treasures, but
That's true.
again, none of this is that realistic.
Yeah, it looks like there goes a hopeful initiate potentially. We're looking for one or two more cards to cut, and I think that last card that went into the pile, the 15 cards face down here, was a recruitment officer.
Yeah, I mean that all makes sense. I mean, again, if you're trimming one drops, you could argue for trimming a mixture. Just like you have all these ones with different activate abilities, you'd rather draw one hopeful initiate and one thing that trims
Yeah.
it. I don't know. It's not insane. Um,
The humans deck guaranteed to have game 3 on the play if it needs it. Must be a comforting feeling.
oh yeah, I mean this is quite a good spot for the Humans deck. I think at one game one, which is the hardest game for it, the way it's kind of set up. I think obviously you have to lose in a row.
Incidentally, that was a win on a mull to 5, wasn't it?
Oh, it sure was. You were right. Darn, I think I picked no on that one.
That is relevant for props purposes.
Oh, also, can we officially can resolve the basic land prop, right?
That is true. Yeah,
I
let
think
me
it
look
was
at that.
Swamp.
Oh yeah, there's multiple mono black demons. There's literally tens of swamps, and there's maybe ones of some of the other lands.
Yeah, I think it was very clearly Swamp.
Yes.
But
All right, looking at opening hands, it looked like push, removal spell. I'm not sure what the third one is, and 4 lands from Show, and whatever Akinari drew was unacceptable.
I mean, it wouldn't take much to keep a hand that has a castable Fatal Push. Like if your hand starts with Fatal Push, Black Leaf Cliffs. I'm not sure which land it was, but that doesn't really matter. You're just going to keep for almost any combination of the other 5 cards. I mean, maybe if they're all lands or all spells, you mulligan, but
Right.
I don't know. It's pretty hard.
I mean, he basically did keep all spells. That was his 6 last game, right?
Sure. I mean, 6 is pretty different, but that's fair.
All right, let's see if we can find an acceptable 6. That is a Containment Priest, that fancy card. And we've got 3 lands. Mockingbird, Adeline, Fatal, Containment Priest, Hopeful Initiate. Seems completely acceptable.
Yeah, I mean, love to have it out to the Transmog.
We're going to need a props ruling, so we can take a look at this after the match. But we will start with Duress.
Interesting. I was thinking Show might board out his Duresses, but it's not insane to leave them. I mean, when they hit, the hit's going to be really good, but they are going to miss a lot. That's the situation.
Yeah.
Like, taking Get Lost could easily be the difference between winning and losing. But, like, you are just boarding in a card that, 40% of the time is just going to overrun you and do nothing. So...
Yeah, so we did just cast 1 mana, look at a target opponent's hand. And so here comes the Hopeful Initiate. Fountain Port is land number 2, and we'll play Case of the Stashed Skeleton.
It's basically Taxian Probe.
Yes. Well, given that the opponent mulliganed, I guess you can, almost find some way to argue that a Gataxian Probe happened. Coppercoat Vanguard is the second play. Remember, Skeleton Token cannot block. So, Hopeful Initiate comes through for 2.
To be clear, it can't block because it's a suspect.
Yes.
I don't fully understand why suspects can't block, but they certainly can't.
Yeah, we are also surprised that Duress was in for game 2. It might have more to do with how much he was able to get rid of versus how much he was able to bring in.
His sideboard definitely looks bad for the matchup, for sure. But yeah, I mean, as far as import cards hit, I mean, I think the only thing that you really want to hit is Get Lost. And you do want to hit Get Lost.
Is there any reason for us to suspect the skeleton? I mean, it had been stashed, which is in itself suspicious. So obviously further investigation is necessary. I don't think it's reason to suspect it until we know exactly what happened. Here come the humans. Yeah, and as noted in chat, this actually happened last night. For various reasons, we weren't able to stream it live yesterday. My guess is that we will stream future ones live again, but we are watching this back on tape delay today.
For today, it is what it is.
Yep. All right, so Fatal Push answers the Copper Coat Vanguard, not surprisingly. Hopeful Initiate only hits for 1. Show goes from 18 to 17.
All right. So there's been sort of an initial exchange of resources here. We're just hitting back and forth. He's got plenty of life points to work with. The question now is kind of, how is he going to progress the game?
Right.
Is he going to sacrifice his skeleton to turn on the case? That's certainly an option, I think. Does he have a grindy tool like Fable or Bankbuster? No. None of that. None of the above.
And Akinari decides, well, if you're not going to just run out the Transmogrify this turn, I'm not going to be able to hold up this Containment Priest for the rest of the game. You know it's in my hand from that initial duress. I'm just going to cast it.
Yeah, I think this is probably the right move. I don't think you want to get too cute with the Containment Priest. I mean, ultimately, the Containment Priest, look, it's a good card, but it's a lot of the time it's probably going to trade for a removal spell. I mean, you're just not going to afford to hold it indefinitely. Because, like, what did you want him to do there? Untap and not play the Chatelaine? I mean, that just seems incredibly anemic.
The draw for the turn is Fatal Push. It's Fountain Port, Pathway, Fatal Push. So the Abrade was, at the time, the only spell in Show's hand. So now the question is, can we get to a point where we've turned on Revolt? And I think the answer is yes. We can Fountain Port away the token and then push down the Adeline.
Yeah, the skeleton's gonna go join the Fountain Port crew. It's a good place to hide when you're on the run from the law, and then we'll Fatal Push the Chatelaine to pass.
Now, does Akinari have something better to do than just animate Mutavaults, is my question. And the answer appears to be
point to no.
No. All right, attempt to attack. So this will be a hit for 2, 4, 5, training 6, 7? Something, but not really making any progress. Ooh, never mind. Down goes the Hopeful Initiate to a Torch the Tower. It's only a hit for 5.
I don't really know what the point of killing it like before the triggers on the stack is really. You could just like let it attack and respond to the train trigger with the torch, but it's fine. It seems irrelevant one way or the other. Okay, so now Sho just doesn't have a token. He has the case, which can obviously find Transmog, but he doesn't have a thing to target. So what he might do is something like sack the case, find Transmog, pass, EOT, make a fish token.
Mm-hmm. This does appear to be the way we're going.
I mean, this is a pretty big check for Akinari. I mean, basically what Sho is saying is, look, like, next turn, I'm making a Traxa, all right?
Yeah.
I'm going to do it, come hell or high water. I'm running out of life points. I don't have time to wait on this. Can you either kill me or stop me? Because if not, you're dead.
I guess, I mean, if all Akinari can do is, like, fire up Mutavault, attack for 6, for 7, you go down to 3, then it's possible that putting Atraxa in play might lose to Reflector Mage or something?
Yes. Agreed.
All right, fire up Mutavault, attack for 7, you go down to 3.
I mean, again, that just kind of is what it is. I mean, Sho doesn't have moves.
Yep.
Like,
fish to 2. As Fountain Port, remember, is like a Westvale Abbey. Costs 1 life to make the fish. There are 2 Reflector Mages in Akinari's list, Darth Dog. Alright, Transmogrify. This happens.
Okay. Okay, we're in business. I mean, we're not out of the woods yet, because...
Wow. Interesting to see the Urabrask's Forge go by.
Oh, that's very surprising. Yeah, I would have expected that to get out of the deck for sure. Man, so we have Forge and Duress both in. What did he cut?
I don't know.
Not exactly sure why we're looking at these cards. Because the deck is going to get shuffled, so...
Yeah, but I mean, I think he's like, ooh, look, Extinction Event. Ooh, look, Urabrask's Forge?
Yeah, I guess he's learning about how his opponent sideboarded in case they go to a game 3, is probably the idea.
Yeah. All right, let's flip the top 10. We have found the Extinction Event. Thoughtseize, Fable, and Land. That might be about what we're choosing between. Yeah. Oh, there's a Bankbuster. And the Urabrask's Forge. Okay. So we'll take Enchantment, Land, Sorcery, and... I mean, not taking the... Thoughtseize seems pretty prudent at 2 life, though the Extinction Event is not going to do very much. Pretty bad at answering Mutavault, and kind of awkward that they could only ever call even, given that we can't accidentally sweep up our own Atraxa. So, does Akinari have any way to answer this? Obviously, we didn't have Containment Priest. We would have played that in response.
Okay. So Akinari's card in hand basically has to be a land, right? I mean,
yeah, I think so.
I can't really imagine what that card could be. A creature would have probably hit the table by now. A spell would have stopped us already. So it's basically as simple as Akinari draws his top card. If it's Reflector Mage or Get Lost, the game ends and the Transmog player dies. He does not have enough instant removal spells to survive the attack. If it's any other card... Oh, wait, that's not quite true. Or if he finds a Gonjo, he wins, because he Gonjo his own thing.
Creature, yeah. So I'm trying to figure out step 1, like level 1, he has nothing. If he fires up 3 Mutavaults, he attacks for 9, 2 get blocked, and Show gains the other 7 back. So it's completely neutral. If there was a Thalia's Lieutenant there, he couldn't fire up all the Mutavaults, but all his creatures were bigger. I don't think that was enough to force the extra 2 points of damage through. As it turned out, he had a Coppercoat Vanguard, which is also kind of a Lord, but awkwardly also an even. So if Sho just wants to Extinction Event right here on even, he could clear it and the token.
Which I assume he wants to do, although maybe not.
Well, now that he's played this Fable, I think he's probably less interested in Extinction Event on even.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically committing to not doing it. I mean, at this point, if I'm Sho, the main thing I'm thinking about is, imagine my opponent top decks Get Lost. How do I best mitigate that? Because, obviously, if he doesn't find Get Lost, he's just dead.
And it looks like he's just dead. It is also true, as Sam points out, Mockingbird could have copied Atraxa on that last turn. He needed land number 7 to do it, but he had
the previous turn it certainly couldn't. But on the final turn of the game, I suppose it could have.
Now, as we're saying, we get a game 3, and the Humans player gets to be on the play.
I mean, that is good news. But I still think it's going to be close. I mean, again, I think this matchup is mostly just close.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, in general, the Transmog deck exists partially to prey on aggro decks, but the Humans deck both has the advantage of the right removal spells that line up well against the card, a fast clock, and the Containment Priest, which is a pretty good hate card for the matchup. Between those 3 cards, I don't know if it's enough to make the Humans deck favored, but it's probably enough to make the matchup close. Also, Thali is just quite annoying for this deck, and is not a card in, say, the red-black aggro decks.
Looks like we had boarded up on Anointed Peacekeepers, and we are shuffling at least one of them back out, potentially. It's a reasonable play versus draw thing. Like, I guess if you feel like you can be a little bit more aggressive, put in some of the lower cards, the cards that are lower on the curve, on the play, versus I need to make sure you don't Transmogrify me on turn 4, so I'll play a card that will make it cost more than 4. Like, extra cards that will make it cost more than 4 on the draw.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, what card did he sideboard out there?
That Show or Akinari?
No, Akinari.
Anointed Peacekeeper. I think I saw him
Oh,
separate.
sure. That makes perfect sense. Yes. That is a great example of a kind of card that, like, you know, on the play maybe you just don't need, but on the draw you sort of just need anything that can stop Transmogrify. I think this is reasonable. I mean, the one kind of wrench in that works is there is HCA,
Yeah.
right? He is kind of exposing himself further to HCA and boarding out a card that is kind of good against HCA because it both doesn't get killed and can name HCA in a pinch.
Right.
But it's not crazy. I mean, the opponent doesn't have that many copies, right? There's only 2 Hidegetsu, or sorry, 3 Hidegetsu Consume all the opponent's full deck. I guess that's kind of a high number.
It was one main already, and then 2 more came in.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. We've got to Get Lost over here. We've got Athalia. It looks like a pretty good hand from the human side. Maybe
Absolutely.
We'll get to see it face up in a second. No, it's just Blackleaf Cliff's Pass.
I mean, 1-drop, 2-drop with Get Lost backup is kind of all the humans player can ask for.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it will be good enough or whatever, but it's really hard to be better than that.
Now, the very satisfying turn 2 Thalia where you don't have to worry about it getting removed immediately, or are we going to continue to build out?
I mean, I imagine you play Thalia on the logic that if they decide to kill your 2-drop, your 1-drop after it's hit them, that's fine. And if, well,
it's going to be 1-drop, 1-drop.
Akinari disagrees.
Interesting. I guess maybe the hope is that Thalia can forestall HCA, and this is obviously a hit for 6 on the next turn.
Okay, well, it looks like Show has HCA. So I think things are about to get interesting because I think, if I'm not mistaken, Show's hand is, I think he has a removal spell and Transmog and HCA. Is that correct?
Yes. All right, here's Thalia. Here comes everybody.
Wait, I think this is actually, what just happened is a big misstep for Akinari. He has to play Thalia post-combat here. Playing free combat, I think, is really bad.
Yeah.
Because you're just, like, letting your opponent know, here's my Thalia, right? Whereas otherwise, you're hitting for 6 in combat, and your opponent might be tempted to say, like, okay, this is too much damage, I need to Fatal Push. But now you just made it very clear, like, okay, do whatever you want, hold your kill spell for my Thalia, and then, you know, post-combat I can only play a 1-drop anyway.
Yeah.
So why isn't that Hopeful Initiate dead? Oh, it's Dauntless Bodyguard. I see.
Dauntless Bodyguard saved this one Hopeful Initiate, but 3 of them were consumed by Hidetsugu. And here comes 1-drop number 5. Exile graveyards, please.
I definitely don't fault Akinari for relentlessly playing into the HCA. I think, like, you know, sometimes you just can't beat certain cards, especially when you're playing a deck like humans. Over-respecting them is definitely a danger. But I really did not like that pre-combat Thalia.
Thalia was gone, Darthok. It was Fatal Push Thalia, untap HCA. But the point is that Sho knew that he didn't, like, oh, I'm just going to hold this Fatal Push for Thalia. I don't have to make any calculation about my life total, what my opponent could have, etc. Because Thalia was put face up, I guess, with the intent of attempting to make sure combat went well, but it sure made sure that the next turn did not go very well.
Well, and okay, look, Sho is a strong player, so I think ultimately Sho probably would have seen the line of, like, I have HCA coming, the way I lose this Thalia, I'm going to hold on to my Fatal Push just in case.
Yeah.
I don't think he would have been, like, taken in by these tricks, but I still think Akinari should have tried the trick. I mean, it's kind of a free roll.
Well, there goes my pop quiz. I was going to ask you what the backside of Hidetsugu Consumzal is named. but it has
Oh, of course, it's Vessel of the All-Consuming.
Yeah. So Akinari did not want to give Sho the Vessel of the All-Consuming since it would have stopped attacks, and obviously is also a Transmogrify target, so it gets lost. Sho is going to have to spend an extra life to put a fish into play. Now, does he have the Transmogrify? Yes, he does. Does Akinari have any counterplay?
It's not totally obvious he should jam, but he's going to. Oh, and it works.
He does jam, and it works.
Yeah, I mean, that get lost... God. I think it might have been a bit premature. I mean, it's tough. You definitely can't hold your get lost so long that you lose the fair game, and definitely the 3-3 was threatening to stabilize. That was kind of a real threat.
I mean, yeah, so as it turned out that Akinari only had 4 mana, if he could have found a 5th land, then he would have had the option to just activate a Hopeful Initiate instead of spending a card on the Vessel of the All-Consuming.
Yeah, I mean, that's only true if he gets another counter, which isn't trivial, right?
Well, he could attack and then do it before blocks.
Oh, I guess that's true.
Like, the one Hopeful Initiate would have mentored onto the other, or trained the other, or whatever the...
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. No, I mean, if he has enough mana to make Vault 2, you mean?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. I see. All right. So anyways, we transmog, we make the Atraxa, we get some cards. And now we're in the same waiting room we often enter, the Get Lost waiting room. Yep. If Akinari peels Get Lost here, he wins. He's on to the semis. If he peels Reflective Mage here, he doesn't just win, but things looking good for him.
Very close to
If he draws any card that isn't those,
it's quite bad.
He's basically dead.
Akinari should have the full 4 Get Lost post board. He has used one of them.
Even a Gonjo here, even like land a Gonjo, isn't really good enough. Your opponent can block, go to 1, and just the pass back. That is going to be all she wrote. It looks like Sho Kamezaki is going to be advancing to the semis, and I really like how Sho has played in this tournament so far. I'm really enjoying his matches. I think it's been a pleasure to watch. And again, what I like most about Sho's gameplay, what I think is the most kind of important, is how fearless he is. How willing he is to say, look, sometimes when you play this transmog deck, you just have to jam. You won't always have the perfect moment.
Maybe one more... Maybe the top card could keep this game going, but it looks like it is a Coppercoat Vanguard, and now I think Sho has gained too much life.
I don't even if that card was to get lost, I don't think it would be sufficient.
Yeah.
See, what you have to understand about Atraxa is that it's Death Touch. So once it hits you, you die.
Now the map tokens from the original Get Lost are going to start to turn into Fountain Port cards. Kind of cute. We'll discard Skeleton and Blood Crypt to Chapter 2 to see 2 more, but I agree that we have basically left the realm where Akinari can pull this out of the fire. Life totals are 19-4.
Well, I mean, it's not just life totals. It's also just like, I don't know. Let's say Akinari had 50 life. I mean, Sho has 100 cards.
Right.
Like, we have Fountain Port drawing cards, Bankbuster drawing cards, these Fables finding the right cards, the Goblin tokens can block.
The very nice Japanese tech of putting multiple copies of the same token in the same sleeve. So did you notice as when Fable number 2 came down, he just pulled one out and put the second one, there was a second one underneath it?
Oh, I did not catch that, but that is nice, for sure. All right, so that's going to about do it for the quarters. I assume we don't have another quarters to watch, so I assume that means the semis is up and next.
Let's
but I'm going to just take this...
Hold on. Before we say that for sure, it looks like there's a match still that they might have held this. It might be that we're going to game 3 right now, and they could see the writing on the wall. So I'm not sure exactly who we've got yet, but we might have one more game to see.
Okay, I might need to grab some water while this
you can
gets
do
underway.
This is in fact a game 3, and this should be Masayasu is playing the Taichi is playing the company deck. So we'll see how things develop before Andrew gets back. It's Elf into Kellen from the company side. Fatal Push. From the demon side. So it is, in fact, Mono Black Demons is the opponent here. Sheoldred's Edict answers the Kellen. And the company player has not yet been able to stick a creature. Looks like an Annex is available for Tatsuro. As well as, I believe, an Unstoppable Slasher. Alright, so we'll play Annex. That's going to be interrupted. I love that Taichi has the plot zone overlay available. So we're just reviewing the rules. On a future turn, that room can be cast at sorcery speed, and without paying its mana cost, though, Interrupter itself says it will cost 2 more to play. Spells that Tatsuro casts from exile are taxed. Taichi passes with conspicuous 4 mana up.
Right, sorry. I am back.
You have not missed very much. There was an early exchange of resources here. We're watching Company play against Mono Black Demons. Tatsuro played a turn 3 Unholy Annex, and it was met by an Interrupter. And now Taichi is holding up Company.
All right. Interesting spot.
And we'll play an Unstoppable Slasher. That will be met by Company. Yeah, it is true that if you interrupt a room, like he cast Unholy Annex, now he has the option to cast either of them without paying its mana cost. So we could get the demon side for 2 mana if we wanted it.
Although, I assume we're about to company into a second interrupter here.
Yeah, then either side you want to cast at least costs 4. That is what we're going to get. It's going to be yes. Interrupter Elf.
Now we're kind of in the Archon of Emeria waiting room, right? Because
yes.
that will really put this whole stuff all to a crawl.
Yeah, we've accomplished the tempo part of the proceedings, and now we just need something that's going to kind of drag this tempo advantage out to the finish line. I guess one card that Tatsuro could have, I haven't checked his list, that would be pretty devastating is Extinction Event. Imagine if you Extinction Evented clearing both of these Interrupters and then got to cast both of these plotted cards.
Yeah, I mean, that would pretty much be checkmate, I imagine. But I suspect that Taichi has at least something up here. I don't know if it's Company or the third Interrupter or what, but I don't think he's kind of shields down.
All right, land number 5 from Tatsuro. Is he just going to start casting these things out from exile? We're getting a check as to what we can cast and how much they cost. All the plotted spells cost 4. And we're reviewing how rooms work.
Okay, so they're asking the same question we discussed here, which is that can he cast either side? Which the answer is just yes, I believe.
Yeah, I believe the answer is yes as well. Once the card goes to exile, it forgets what had been cast previously, and it's just you are allowed to cast this, and there are rules about what that means for a room. It's that you could cast either side. Similar to how if you interrupt a Bone Crusher Giant, then they would be allowed to plot Stomp.
Yeah, it is weird. I think it would be kind of interesting if they had made, a split plot card in some form, but
Mm-hmm.
it definitely is a little confusing. Like, you plot a card, and then when you cast it, you kind of choose the more appropriate mode of the situation.
You get
That'd
to
be kind
pick
of
something
cool.
else potentially. All right, so we're going to lead on a
Mm.
cut down, and this would allow a triple spell because this will inhibit the tax on both of these plotted cards.
Right. Well, I mean, I imagine if we have company, we respond here. If we have interrupter, we might let it resolve.
Yeah.
Uh,
Taichi's acting as though it is eventually going to resolve, but he wants to illustrate how upset he is about the proceedings here. And that is ultimately what happens. So now we get a demon.
oh, that resolves. Uh-oh.
And now we get a slasher. We're going to company in response to the slasher. I guess because we could find Werefox Bodyguard, which would blow out this this demon token.
Demon. Interesting. That's a good point.
And
Or
that is
Brutal Cathar. Yep.
exactly what happens. So we're going to put that back.
Wow. What a collected company. I mean, that is a huge swing. I think Tatsuro was on the verge of stabilizing, and now I think Taichi basically has it locked up.
Yeah, there's just green grass in front of him heading toward the finish line here. So let's smack for 7. Tatsuro goes down to 6. And we will pass turn to Night. Brutal Cathar becomes Moon Mist Intruder? What is it called? I don't remember.
I have no idea.
Moon Rage
In love with
Brute?
you.
Is it? I don't know.
Moon Rage Brute sounds right to me, but I'm not sure.
Moon Rage Brute is correct.
But yeah, now it's too little too late for the Unstoppable Slasher. It has been well and truly stopped.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
How about a Meat Hook Massacre X's 3?
Okay, never mind.
Wow. These are just haymakers going back and forth.
Yeah, these are some swings. I mean...
And now we're able to cast the Unstoppable Slasher for free. Oof.
I mean, definitely one of the problems of the company deck, broadly speaking, is like, look, fundamentally, this is a tempo deck. So it can often feel like you're winning, and suddenly you lose it all.
Yeah.
Where it doesn't play very well from behind. The House of Cards crumbles. And now it's going to be pretty difficult for Taichi to get back into this game. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's just... I would say that we're living in Tatsuro's house now.
Yeah. Though it is a house that has no unholy annex as it stands. That door is locked. It's possibly might find a key.
I think it'll be unlocked soon enough.
Yeah. So in response to Thalia, before this Sheldred's Edict will get taxed, Sheldred's Edict clears the Skyclave Apparition, and suddenly it's kind of green grass to the finish line from Tatsuro's perspective.
Yeah, this is a crazy game.
Well, this is sort of what we were saying earlier with the multiple interrupters out, that an extinction event would be a disaster. And that's essentially what happened, right? We found the Meat Hook Massacre. So Bloodletter forces the block on Unstoppable Slasher, as otherwise that would be a one-hit KO.
Yeah, but I think it's just... I don't know. I don't really know how we come back from this. It's just...
No, I mean...
It's kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, as you said, the company deck operates on tempo, and tempo decks are not very good at coming back from being this far behind on board.
Yes, I mean, the main tool that your deck has access to win from behind is Collected Company. But A, we've been through multiple copies of that card already.
Yeah.
And B, even if we cast the perfect company next turn, I just don't see how it could be good enough.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a crazy game.
Massive swing. All right, now I have to assume that we are done with the quarterfinals, but let's again check. Yeah, there's a long break here, so I will put in exactly what has happened, and we will get ready for the first of our 2 semis.
All right. We'll be right back with you then.
So we watched Sho win against the Humans deck, and we watched Tatsuro win just now against Company. On the other side of the bracket, it was Ogasawara playing Demons, and our mono red pilot has lost to black red. So we should have Demons, 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 Transmogrify. How appropriate for this tournament. Okay, so I'm going to get the lists ready after we see... actually, maybe I'll just get both of the semifinals lists ready, since I know we're going to watch both matches one after the other. So I'm going to run a quick ad, and then we'll be back to talk about the semifinal matchups, and then we will watch the semifinals. See you in a minute. So let's do this, because this is going to take me a minute. We need Sho against Asano. So he is playing B Demons. Cut, paste. Tomoaki Ogasawara B Demons versus Hiroki Nakahara RB Demons. Ogasawara against submit. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, hold on. Somehow I was expecting the line break in this Nightbot command to do something, but never mind. Let's try that one more time. The problem is that it messed with one of the URLs. All right, so we can jump forward to see exactly who we're going to get first. It looks like it's going to be Sho first. So this is what I am calling semifinal number 1. So we can keep the Transmogrify list up, and he is going to play... It's the 2 people that we just watched win matches playing against each other. So we're going to have the Transmogrify list from Sho Kamezaki, our number 1 seed, playing against the Mono Black Demons list of Asano Tatsuro, which is pretty demonic. I mean, I think this is a relatively straightforward version of the Mono Black list. 2 Invoke Despairs
agreed.
Are interesting, and he has the ability to board up to all 4 of them.
Well, it just, I mean, look, I think it's just a metagame call, right? He
Yeah.
predicted a lot of black-red mirrors. That is what we saw in the tournament, and he's being successful, right?
Actually, now
I think
that I'm
all of
thinking
that
about
makes
it,
more sense.
we started coverage today watching this matchup. Sho won round 10 on camera over Tatsuro. So this is definitely ground that we have covered before. And Sho really played that round 10 match quite well. Well enough that I believe it led you to believe that Sho should be favored here. And
yes,
potentially
that is my current belief. But I'm only going off the matches we've watched. I don't have a massive prior sample.
All right, so Duress shows Transmogrify, Bitter Triumph, Case of the Stash Skeleton, Land 2, Land 3. So Sho apparently on a mulligan here.
I mean, and definitely the mulligans in this match were going to be more punching than usual. Also, having Big Buster is pretty good. This is not the start that Sho would like the game to have.
Can we find something that is going to threaten Transmogrify next turn? The answer is no. We're just going to pick up Gigantha. not ideal. But main phase activate Bankbuster is also not ideal. Yeah, it is kind of unfortunate to see all of the non-Thoughtseize decks get slaughtered in the quarterfinals. All right, Fountain Port. That is going to be a way to threaten Transmogrify next turn. It looks like Kazuhiro has finally found land number 3. He also has another Duress, so he does have counterplay against this incoming Transmogrify, except there's Transmogrify number 2 now.
Interesting. Now, does Tatsuro have a removal spell? I haven't gotten a great look at his hand. I see
there's a
Bloodletter and a Slasher.
There's a Shieldred's Edict. I mean, there's also a Fatal Push, but there is also a Shieldred's Edict.
All right. So in that case, the Bankbuster is really going to let Tatsuro hold up this removal while continuing to make progress if he doesn't go for it, which is pretty excellent because I think there's a chance Sho is going to jam. I'm not sure if he is, but I don't think it's out of the question.
It's definitely been within his range to just jam. No, we might be only attacking with the fish. If the goal is to play around specifically Shieldred's Edict, then spending the extra turn to put another fish into play should accomplish that.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure Sho has the kind of specificity to, discern which of the rule spells in his opponent's hand and which ones aren't. I don't think...
I think there's actually also a push there.
Sure, but I'm not... Basically, I'm saying I'm not even sure that he would do that.
Yeah.
Mostly, I just think the issue is you can kind of tell that with each passing turn, Tatsuro's advantage is increasing. And since with each passing turn, Tatsuro's advantage is increasing, Sho is incentivized to act sooner rather than later.
Thoughtseize. Oh, well, there goes the other Transmogrify. Well, that's awkward. So Sho reveals a hand of Transmogrify, HCA, Bitter Triumph, Atraxa, and Gigantha. So what happens if Sho runs out of Transmogrifies?
He does not win.
Yeah. And Tatsuro does the very nice split the hand to show that I have 7. I mean, I hear that typically Screw beats Flood. Yeah, well, the fish isn't going to do anything anymore, so we're just going to turn it into a card. And actually, Tatsuro had 8, so Graveyard Trespasser hits the bin.
Where it belongs.
Yeah.
I would prefer to put it in the graveyard at the deck building stage, but
Better late than never. No, Sam does make a good point in chat that Gigantha does a good job of casting Atraxa.
Yeah, that is definitely true. I mean, this came up against me during the RC. One of my opponents cast Atraxa off Gigantha. That it definitely can come up for sure. But in this particular game, I do not think Atraxa is going to sit on the table, so I suspect that will be irrelevant. We'll see though.
All right, Tatsuro and Taps plays
really,
land number 4.
I would say the story of this game is more that by taking the Cases Dash Skeleton, which shows way to play to the board and generate an advantage over time, and having a Bankbuster of his own, allowing Tatsuro to both make progress and hold up mana, I think the early game has just been kind of too brutal for Sho, and I don't really know how he's going to come back, but stranger things have certainly happened.
All right, we will start with an Elk. Land number 6 is a Blood Crypt. And Tatsuro is not going to answer it immediately, instead drawing a card off of Bankbuster.
I mean, he knows Atraxa doesn't show his hand, so he knows he has to kill it.
I think if that's the case, his only option is Edict. But, I mean, this will certainly work. Now, how does he want to use the other 3 mana that he has access to this turn? Probably a slasher?
Probably. It's not totally obvious. Wait, does Slasher completely tap him out? He probably doesn't want to completely tap out.
Yeah, he is going to completely tap out. I mean, the issue here is that he could rip Transmogrify and then Transmogrify the vessel.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like a pretty real issue. Like, obviously it's a 1-turn window. It's not particularly likely. But it's definitely... I don't know. I mean, it is annoying for Tatsuro that he's a little light on lands, like he's missing land drops, and he would kind of like to his land drops forever, given that he has this second Bankbuster going. But that just sort of is what it is. He has to deal with the situation he's in.
All right, Fable. So once again, we know everything that's going on Sho's side. He's got 2 cards left in hand, namely Bitter Triumph and Atraxa. And meanwhile, Tatsuro is like, I hope he's got some floaties on his arms because he's been just drowning in cards this game.
Yeah, although Sho is kind of scrapping his way back. I mean, he's drawing some cards at the Fountain Port. If the Goblin sticks, it threatens to draw a card every turn with a Fountain Port. He's going places. I'm just not sure the places are sufficient.
It's also true that 2 of Tatsuro's cards in hand have been Fatal Pushes, which have not had relevant targets. Here comes the Slasher.
I mean, I could easily imagine... Oh, we're just going to block and sack. That makes sense.
Yeah. So we're going to transmute the Goblin Shaman into a card. So now we've seen a cat, a skeleton, and a Goblin Shaman take up some real estate at the Fountain Port in the last couple of rounds. We've drawn Bankbuster card number 5. So it looks like 2 pushes, another slasher, an Unholy Annex. 2 Unholy Annexes. So it's 2 pair for Tatsuro, 2 push, 2 annex, and then land and slasher. We will play slasher hold up.
The advantage bar is clearly on Tatsuro's side, but I'm not sure this is over.
All right, chapter 2. Do we hold this Atraxa or do we bin it?
I predict bin. I don't think we can do that anymore. When Giganta was in our hand, that was one thing. Oh,
wow.
I guess if you have 2 lands, that might be reasonable.
Yeah, we had things that we could bin that were higher priority to get rid of, and we have found a Transmogrify. Notably, we cannot. Tatsuro cannot fatally push this Vessel of the All-Consuming. It is a 3-drop.
I know, and Sho knows it too. So I think he's go for it. I think what he's doing right now is checking to make sure he still has an Atraxa in his deck, but he does. I mean, what Rule Spell's even worried about? I think the coast is just clear.
Yeah, and here we
I
go.
think it's about to happen.
All right, Vessel is gone. And we start flipping.
Yeah, I think Tatsuro got a little too impatient here. I think he kind of needed to wait until his second Bankbuster was fully emptied, because then you have that treasure and kind of constant access to Revolt before tapping kind of low for the second Slasher. I understand the impulse because, I don't know, Sho is fighting the fair game pretty well, and repeatedly not spending large sums of mana is a good way to lose the fair game. But I just don't think
I guess
had to allow this. Although maybe he can beat it.
Well, he might be able to beat it. On that turn specifically, I mean, it would have just been a bluff to hold up the mana, is that right? I guess he could have activated Mutavault, pushed Mutavault, and then pushed the Vessel.
Well, it's more just that, like, I think if you hold up 2 mana, it's just much harder for Sho to go for it.
Yeah.
But maybe that doesn't matter. Yeah, I guess the bluff equity is a lot of what you'd be counting on.
I mean, it's not unreasonable, I think, to trade a land and 2 fatal pushes for the third of 4 transmogrifies. But we may have been in a situation where, with only the 1 slasher in play for Tatsuro, that Sho would have decided not to go for it. Now, if that's the case, that's probably also good for Tatsuro, right?
Yeah, I guess I mostly just think he kind of made it easy on Sho. Like Sho just knew for a fact that his transmog was going to work,
Mm-hmm.
and Tatsuro was basically hoping he didn't have it. And I just think Tatsuro was ahead enough that he didn't need to play that kind of risky.
It is a pretty mediocre Atraxa. We found Duress, Fatal Push, and a land.
That is true. I mean, to be clear, mediocre being at least a 4-for-1, but
Right.
yes.
Let's Duress and see, and we kind of know the answer here, right? It's 2 annexes and 2 Fatal Pushes.
Yeah, so I guess you take an annex, but it's not inspiring.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe Tatsuro's plan is to just beat it. Like, okay, now he's going to untap and attack with 2 unstoppable slashers. What does Sho do?
Yes. So, I mean, I guess he has to take the hit. So then he goes to 15, takes 8 down to 7, goes to 5, takes 3. He goes to 2 life. He loses 15. But that's maybe okay.
Oh, wait. Thoughtseize. Wait, 2 is okay. There goes the other annex. But
they're unstoppable slashers. It doesn't, it doesn't, the math isn't normal.
That's right. Separately, because Transmogrify happened this turn, he found Fatal Push off of Transmogrify. Revolt was enabled. So we had the opportunity just right now to clear one of the 2 attackers.
Yes, and he seizes the day on that, which makes sense.
Now we can also get the last card out of the Bank Buster and then put the pilot into the other Bank Buster. It's been a rough time for the financial district in this game.
Here in the semis?
Yeah.
Sure, but unless Tatsuro has a way to kill the Atraxa, I mean, the Bank Buster just doesn't have a good attack anyway.
That's right.
Because Sho always takes from the Unstoppable Slasher. Oh, I have a question. Do you think when the Unstoppable Slasher has stun counters on it, do you think it's officially a stoppable slasher? Since at that point, if you kill it again, it dies?
Yes. Yeah, I think that's right.
All right, that makes sense.
We just didn't have the technology to change its name. And it shows a little bit more clearly that he is 100% tapped out. First play is, Bloodletter. Well, now we're not taking this. So now it's safe to attack with the Bank Buster because Atraxa has to go under the bus. Ooh, that was pretty strong. So the net result here is Atraxa goes down, the Slasher becomes stoppable for a couple of turns, and Sho gains 7, takes 4.
Well, yeah, but that's sort of devastating, right?
Yes, that is massively devastating.
Because there's only one other Atraxa left. Transmog can't put it into play, even if he had the 4th Transmog, which he doesn't. Wait, I'm sorry. Yeah, this is very problematic. Maybe Tatsuro's plan was just to beat it. I mean, it looks like that plan might work.
Yeah. There really doesn't seem to be a way out here. This other Atraxa is not going to be deployable for several turns. We'd have to do a lot of fountain porting before we got enough treasure for it. And Sho has come to the same conclusion. His deck really can't put up any other defenses. We're going to go to game 2.
I think Sho is dead there. But I also still think that was sort of a game where that went really poorly for Sho.
Yeah.
I don't know. This was a game where his opponent thought system took transmog, had Make Buster on 2, had multiple spot rules spells he needed to work through. Like, I sort of feel like, okay, what ended up happening in this game is that on the last turn, his opponent located the Blood Letter, which effectively ended the game.
Mm-hmm.
But it was honestly impressive that Sho even was able to put his opponent to that test, right? Like, given how badly the early game went, I think the fact that he was able to get the transmog off at all and put him in that position was very impressive. I believe in Sho. I'm a Sho believer.
All right, let's take a quick look at the sideboards.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen both of these deck lists before.
Yep.
So I don't think there will be anything new here.
Yeah, I think that's right.
But, you know, it's the main, I think, kind of question, if you're on the mono black side, Sho's sideboarding, I think, is super straightforward. But if you're on the mono black side, it's tricky because there's kind of a question like, how much spot removal do you want versus kind of grindy stuff, right? Like, okay, here's a good example. Do you want Invoke Despairs? I mean, it's a really good card. It's just like the grindy game, but there's pretty real risk that if you tap out for it, they'll make a Traxa. Right? Like, do you want all 4 of them? Two of them? 3 of them? I'm not too sure. Do you want Cut Down? I mean, it's kind of narrow, but it's another 1-mana way to fizzle the transmog. That's pretty nice, right? Yeah. Like, I think there's a lot of stuff like this that's pretty hard to figure out, I think. Basically, I could see anything from trimming his rule spells to putting in more rule spells. Like, does Shield of Edicts go? Do you leave them in? I have really no idea how the mono black player is going to sideboard. Sho, I think, yeah, it's more logical. I mean, basically, he wants to board in the grindy cards, broadly speaking. So I expect this Bank Buster come in. Maybe the additional Omnixes, although those are more for a blue-white control deck. You might still want them here. I'm not sure. You might want Urbrass Forge. Again, I think that one's sort of borderline. But, yeah, the Bank Buster is kind of the only slam dunk. You also might want Duress. Just to fight over these non-creature spells, these Unholy Annexes, these Invoke Despairs, as well as being able to take the removal spells if that's kind of what you want the game to look like. So, yeah, what I would say for Sho's side is Duress is in, Bank Buster in, question mark on the other stuff.
Seems about right.
Oh, also, I guess Sho's, I think, what cards to cut question is a little bit easier, just because I do think he has some cards that are clearly intended for other matchups in his main deck. For example, this, like, Inigatsu's Consumable is probably going. Yeah. I suspect the Forge is going, although I'm not sure. Like,
Objects can
it's
go.
much easier for him to make. Yeah. So, I mean, you could imagine he decides one of those grindy cards is good in the matchup. I don't think they are, but I'm not certain. If we see Sho with an Omnix post sideboard, I won't be, like, shocked. But I suspect they're just his worst cards. You also could imagine him deciding that he doesn't want that many Duress. Like, he wants some Duress, but, like, he's too afraid of taunting the late game, and 2 is enough.
Yeah.
So, I think the sideboarding is a little interesting here, too. But the demon side is just a big question. And I expect, regardless of how the Demon deck sideboards, Sho is going to pay careful attention to what he sees in Game 2. And I expect to re-sideboard against Game 3 to the perfect configuration. And, of course, I'm assuming there will be a Game 3 because I'm a Sho believer. So,
seems about right.
I just think Sho has played some of the best Magic we've watched this weekend.
Yeah.
You know, plus or minus Shota Yasuoka is kind of what I would say.
Yeah. That's the one that I'm going to highlight, Chad. If you didn't watch it yesterday, I will certainly put a link in Twitter. But Shota played against Kenta Masakato in round 4, and it was a very well played match. You might call it a beautiful game.
Yes, I think that was my favorite match of the weekend so far. But my second favorite was, like, pick any of Sho's matches, really.
Yeah. So where does the 20 minutes that we spend in the Twilight Zone with Riku Kumagai fall?
I mean, it was just so deranged. I don't even know. I still just don't even know how to comprehend what we watched. I think it was a harrowing experience for me, honestly.
I mean, similar to his opponent.
I kind of love it.
Yeah, we were all led to question some things. How this game was still going. when it was pretty materially over 15 minutes earlier. Okay, we are looking at Tatsuro's hand, I believe, after one mulligan. And I would say he looks only medium enthusiastic about it. Is it just a Swamp and a Mutavault? I think it's just a Swamp and a Mutavault and multiple BBB or possibly even BBBB spells. And Sho
Yeah, I mean, you hate to see the mana not working in your mono black deck.
yeah, really. Sho will show us what he is working with. It's Fountain Port, Sokenzen. We've already played Blackleaf Cliffs, and then we've got Bankbuster, Fable, Transmogrify. Kind of the 7 cards you would pick if you were going to the hand store to pick an opening hand.
Yeah, it seems pretty close to that. I mean, it's possible the ideal opener has multiple Bankbuster, because that card is just really important.
Mm-hmm.
But this is pretty close. Whoa!
We take Fable instead.
Did not expect that. Wow, that I think is a shocking pick, because okay, what's weird about it is A, I think Bankbusters may be better in the matchup, but B, even if you think it's worse, at least you get a draw step to kind of peel away to take the Fable, a second discard spell of some sort. Whereas now, kind of, the diamond is already done, the Bankbuster's in play, and there are no clean answers.
Okay, maybe this kind of explains it. Tatsuro had hitched his wagon to Caustic Bronco, and he did not want the Goblin Shaman to come down to potentially block it. But notice that he did have the option to play the slow game of duressing away the Bankbuster and then untapping and thought seizing away the Fable.
Well, he might have peeled the Thoughtseize, though, right?
This is true. All right, away goes Invoke Despair. And I'm
a bit surprised to see that, actually.
Hold up the Bankbuster activation, and Bronco immediately pays off by finding a Castle Lochthwain.
Hey, wait, can we talk about Sho's decision to take the Invoke Despair there? I think it's pretty interesting, actually, right?
Sure.
Well, because, okay, so your opponent already has 2 Invoke Despairs and not a lot of lands.
Mm-hmm.
So you're sort of just accepting that they're going to get to take your Transmogrify instead of trying to just take their Thoughtseize, protect the Transmog, and then the idea is you can just make a fish and Transmogrify if you need to. And the reason I think you might need to is, well, your opponent has these Invoke Despairs at the top of their curve that are really threatening and going over the top, while they match your Bankbuster draws with the Caustic Bronco draws. That's the concern, anyway. Now, maybe Sho's right, and you just actually can fight the long game because you have so many answers to the Caustic Bronco that it'll be fine. But I might have been tempted to take the Thoughtseize and go for a fast Transmog, kind of the aggro line. That said, I think Sho's a master, so I'm interested to see how his line works out.
Right. I guess the question is whether you think that getting... I mean, you're obviously going to 3 or 4 for 1 your opponent by playing the Atraxa, but then if they go untap and invoke you, then they're going to at least 2 for 1 you back, or 3 for 1 you back, and now you've lost one of your 2 ways to actually finish the game.
Yeah, that's true.
But it can't be the case that he's hoping to fight through both of these before he actually executes his game plan. That seems quite unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he thinks that he can just beat the 1 Invoke Despair. 2 Invoke Despairs be backbreaking, but 1 Invoke Despair, if he's already drawn all his Bankbuster cards, might just be okay. I mean, that's not implausible.
Tatsuro fields Sho's only red source, but Sho does have a mountain. He's playing 1 of each basic.
Well, I mean, I think Sho's eyeing the channel here.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's actually going to do it, but it has to be on his mind, hey, if I kill Transmog here, I could do something like EOT channel untap Transmog, which happens to beat the crap out of a tap out for Invoke Despair play.
And I guess also Tatsuro's play was kind of forced because he has these many black spells in his hand, and he needs to convert these colorless lands into black producers. All right, I mean, just even activating Bankbuster to put a pilot token into play is already going to gum up the works on on the Invoke Despair. Oh, and here's a Duress, and we're going to take the other Invoke.
Wow. Okay. Well, it looks like Show's line is working out brilliantly because now, at this point, sure, the Transmog's gone, but we're up 3 cards. We have a second Bankbuster going. The Pilot means we're hitting for 4, and no Invoke Despairs have resolved, nor are any imminent.
Yes. And I guess we're kind of making a call that, like, all right, here's the Thoughtseize. It reveals Extinction Event Torch the tower. If we draw a Transmogrify, we'll kind of deal with that problem when it shows up, but we can just plan to cast it.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe we can just grind our opponent to dust. Yeah, I don't know. I was uncertain about this line, but it's worked out brilliantly. So credit to Show once again, because now I think the banks are broken. I mean, I think there's a run.
Pilot hops in the vehicle, and here we come for 4. And we've got a Fable. We're playing Rakdos cards now. Yeah, we seem to have reached the point where Castle Lochthwain activated, taking Tatsuro to 12, where Tatsuro is going to struggle to get this under control, and even if he does, we have the ability to go way back over the top if we find another Transmogrify, and looks like Tatsuro can't even get this under control, and we're going to go to a game 3.
Right, and you see, and so now we'll see. So what I have taken away from this game, if I'm Show, is it looks like my opponent did not board in any of the cutdowns, did not board in kind of additional outs to my Transmogrify, and instead boarded in all the invokes, like up to 4. I obviously don't know that he boarded in 4, but given that I saw 2, right, like I would update my mental probability if there are 4, like substantially upwards, right? So given that, that would make me want Duress more. Also mean, it also kind of makes the combo better, and what I would do with that information is, in a grinding matchup like this, I think it's one of the few places you could imagine like trimming on Transmogrify. It's a matchup where like Transmogrify isn't that important. But if I trimmed any, I'd board them back in, given that I saw they didn't board in the cutdowns. Like they aren't boarding kind of against my combo very much.
Right.
And so, yeah, that's kind of how I would react to it as Show. Yeah, but Duress getting better is probably the large defect, just because it means your opponent's going to have this expensive, really strong card stuck in their hand for ages. And the sooner you take it, the better.
I'll get to watch Tatsuro rifle through his deck here. That was an Invoke that was just set aside. Oh, now he's switched that last second to take a Sheoldred's Edict out. Looks like the edicts have all gone. I think ultimately he switched back. Like he made a last second decision. Maybe actually want to cut an edict. No, I'll cut this Invoke Despair. And no, I'm going to cut the edict. So I don't know if that means he still has all 4 of them, but he has at least as many as when we started looking. And I've seen several of them go by as the bottom card as he's been shuffling.
All right. Well, let's see what happens here. Sorry, have we drawn initial 7s?
No, we're shuffling opponent's deck right now.
Okay, good. Well, I mean, it would be surprising to see players mulligan, because when you play these, like, 8 Thoughtseize mirrors, you're kind of going to keep a ham sandwich, you know?
Yeah.
Like, famously, no hand has ever gotten better against Thoughtseize by mulliganing. It's never happened. So, you know, I would keep a lot of loose-looking ones. Like, 5 lands, 2 spells, you know, snap it off. 1-landers are not out of the question on the draw. Like, this is a matchup for keeping.
All right, so it looked like Tatsuro...
Andrew said, is both players mulligans?
Yeah, both players mulligan. Tatsuro did not keep a 1-lander, and I couldn't see all of the cards in Show's hand, but I think his only mana sources were 2 Fountain Ports.
Well, I think he had double Fountain Port and Atraxa, so I think his hand was truly horrible.
Yeah, so it had mulliganed for him, essentially, so he might as well do the deed itself.
Yeah, something that I also think is funny about the Transmog deck is because of this whole Atraxa thing, like, there are hands that, like, you draw on 7 that if you could choose to make them almost a 6, you would.
Right. All right. Let's see if we can keep 12 cards. Are we talking about mulligan procedure here? I mean, if we're being super careful about it, both players should put a card down and then they decide. Is that right? In any case, Sho is going to keep that. And it looks like we've got multiple Mutavaults and an Invoke Despair, which is like kind of awkward, but it's Takenuma, Mutavault, Bloodletter, Sheldred's Edict, Thoughtseize, Invoke Despair. Mono black deck struggling to function, I would say.
Well, I've noted this before. I mean, the Demon's deck mana base is pretty horrible.
Yeah.
I mean, it just has a lot of colorless lands in your deck with all of these triple black costs.
Yep.
Bizarrely, the list that play red might have better mana by virtue of having less colorless cards.
To be fair to Tatsuro, we have definitely seen like 4 Mutavault, 4 Field of Ruin, and potentially even like 1 additional utility land beyond that. Tatsuro is only playing 4 Mutavault, 2 Field. But he did manage to find 2 of those 4 lands, 2 of those 6 lands in a hand with multiple triple black spells.
Yeah, I honestly still might have kept his 6, but that might be deranged. I just...
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Can I interest you in some real estate at the Fountain Port? Because I feel like we are on the path to retirement here. We've mulled into oblivion.
Yeah, I think he might be about to be sacrificed.
Well, the prop was only for someone to win in a mull to 5. This would be quite something. And here's a situation where Sho's hand is functional, right? He has 3 lands, 3 spells.
I mean, I think all it's going to take is a functional hand, probably. I mean, this is a mashup that is to quite a bit about cards. It's not totally about cards, but they are pretty important.
Is this also a 1-lander?
Okay, but he's sneaking this one off. This is a great 1-lander. We've got Duress, we've got Bankbuster, we've got Unholy Annex, we've got Fatal Push. I mean, it's a dream of a 4.
Yep, and
insofar that's a concept.
Looks like we're going to toss the push. It's reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, that's reasonable. Not really going to be holding up mana to try to stop them on 4 cards.
We're going to fire off Duress, so we will see land, Transmogrify, Fable, and Thoughtseize.
Yeah, presumably going to take Thoughtseize here, but I could go for the Fable.
Yeah. I mean, on some level, the 2 cards that are still in Tatsuro's hand are, in quotation marks, equivalent, right? They're both draw engines. But you would much rather
costing 2 is very good.
Yeah, you'd much rather play the 2-drop on turn 2 if possible, and Mutavault off the top is going to let him do that.
I mean, I think this is kind of a real game now. I mean, the Bankbuster's the best card in the matchup. It hit the table, I get that Tatsuro's hand has a lot of problems, and he might just die horribly, but he's in the game.
I think we have to draw for land 3 if we didn't find it, right?
Oh, I draw in a heartbeat. Yeah, no respect.
Oh, and we found Swamp, which is going to let us
Duress. Duress.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
So now we can take the Fable and strand the Transmogrify?
Is Tatsuro going to do this? I mean, this is looking... He could win this game.
Yeah, suddenly it's on show to find anything. He's going to pick up Gigantha. Okay, I mean, that is a way to Transmogrify somewhere down the line.
Sure, in theory, but Tatsuro is cooking.
Yeah, now Tatsuro is going to draw another extra card from the Unholy Annex. So, on some level, I mean, he's drawn 2 extra cards this game now, right? A Bankbuster and the Annex activation. So, he's kind of at least gotten himself back to show's level. He's undone those.
Did you see the grin on Tatsuro's face? He knows he might get away with one. He knows he's crawling back into this game.
Land number 4 is a tapped Blood Crypt, and show passes with no play. Oh, wow.
This is insane.
All right. Tatsuro also passes with no play, draws a card off of Annex, and it's back on Show. I mean, at the worst, Show has Swamp Gigantha. We have also found a Thoughtseize. I mean, I definitely see the appeal of playing the Gigantha here. It dodges many of the removal spells. Oh, never mind. It doesn't dodge that Shieldred's Edict.
I agree that dodge many of the removal spells, but it does not dodge the removal spell that's waiting in Tatsuro's hand. Not that Show can possibly know that. I mean, it's not clear he can afford to wait, but...
Like, all right. Yeah, it is Swamp Gigantha. So this is going to be met pretty well by draw a card, then Edictio. Tatsuro is going to win on many axes, it looks like here. He's way ahead on material.
This is insane. Tatsuro's going to win this game on a multifor.
Yeah. And it arguably was not particularly close. I mean, I think the most important thing that happened was Mutavault off the top on turn 2, right?
Well, yeah, and the Bank Buster at the table.
Yeah.
Right, like, if he had Thoughtseize and Show had 2 Thoughtseizes, it would have been a very different game.
The Duress takes Transmogrify, and now Show is on fumes.
Yeah, I mean, now Tatsuro can tap it with impunity because he knows that Show can't simultaneously draw a Transmog and a token, or I think target, so he can do whatever he wants. You know, he can make a 6/6 demon if that pleases his fancy. He can draw a card, convert the Mutavault to drain for 2. I mean, it's just all Tatsuro. It's Tatsuro all the way.
Wow. Worth mentioning, unfortunately for Show, that this game was for the World Championship invite, wasn't it? There were 2 Worlds invites on the line.
Oh, you're right. This is crazy.
All right, so we busted the bank, and now we're going to spend 3 mana on a Slasher? No, on another Annex.
All right, so we're going to lose 4 life and draw 2?
Yeah, I think this is fine, though, right?
Oh, it's fine. I mean, we're under no pressure.
Yeah, I don't think Show can do really anything to punish this. And presumably next turn, we'll either attack with Mutavault or unlock a room, or possibly both. I mean, we'll see. Yeah, here's what we got.
Sure.
Bloodletter.
There's more where it came from.
Yeah. Bloodletter, Thoughtseize, Shieldred's Edict, and another land. Pass.
I mean, Show doesn't have any moves. Like,
yeah. Let's see what those face down cards are. Now, first we'll try to clear the pilot token with the Fatal Push. Then it's just a mountain. That's all that Show's working with.
But I mean, now we can turn the corner pretty quickly with this Mutavault, or just playing a demon. I mean, Tatsuro knows Show has no spells.
Yeah, here comes a demon.
Demon hits the table. I'll draw 2. You'll lose 4.
I mean, Show is just dead to Mutavault next turn.
I think it's just over.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm a little speechless.
It's a wild game. I can't imagine being in Show's seat. I mean, he was so close.
Oof. I'm just kind of sitting here stunned a little bit. I'm surprised how not close it was for how good, and also how good Show's opening hand looked, right? It was like Bankbuster, Oh no, that was the previous hand. It was hand disruption, fable, and transmogrify were the 3 spells that he kept. Like, what more was he supposed to do?
No, I mean, it was a good hand. Like, it wasn't. Sho didn't even like have a bad hand. He just didn't draw particularly well, and I don't know. Tatsuro got exactly what he needed. It seems that it was just Tatsuro's day.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was a crazy match, but Tatsuro will be advancing to the finals and the World's Championship on a multi-4. The London Mulligan really showing its prowess in that particular game.
Yes.
And I mean, I do think a big part of this is just Bankbuster. I mean, Bankbuster is so dominant in these red-black mirror matches.
Right.
You know, the fact that it just comes down and repeatedly draws cards, there's no counterplay, there's almost no rule spells that hit it, is just enormous. But, yeah. Do we have the other semi, or are we on to the finals?
Yep, we have the other semi. So I'm getting
cool.
set up over here. The deck lists are in chat. We're going to watch a Demon's Mirror. Well, Demons versus something that's similar to Demons. Demons adjacent. So this is a question that was raised in chat. We have to decide how many different archetypes made the top 8.
Yes.
So if we look at the quarterfinals, I'll scroll this up so we can see it. Definitely black demons are the same list. Humans, Company, Prowess, Mono Red. The Prowess deck and the Mono Red deck. Not the same archetype. Do you agree?
Red black, yeah. I would not say the red black aggro deck is the same as the mono red deck.
Yeah, because that was like wizards. It didn't have all the pump spells, etc. Transmogrify is definitely different than all the others. So we have humans, Transmogrify Company, black demons, Rakdos aggro, red aggro, and then we have Hiroki's deck.
Okay.
Hiroki's username is Amaharic1.
Right. So let me just take a look at this deck. So this deck is a 4 Unholy Annex deck. So it is pretty demon-y. It's 4 Arching the Dross instead of the Bloodletter, right?
Yep.
But 4 Unstoppable Slasher. And then it's the only sort of boomer card in the deck is the 2 Bone Crusher Giants.
Yeah.
But otherwise,
right. 4 Blood Tithe Harvester, 2 Bone Crusher Giants in place of whatever, like Invoke Despair, kind of mono black cards.
Bloodletter is part of it, right?
Yes. Yeah,
and the
right.
Fables, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, so is this a different archetype than Black Demons? I don't know. So we're talking about a 10 card differential. Is that about right?
Yeah, it's about right. In the main deck.
I don't know if it is. I mean, I guess like so Bank Busters are partially in those slots too, I guess, because the Bank Buster in the sideboard instead.
Right.
But I sort of think it's the same archetype. I mean, the fact that it still has the slashers and the annexes is just like a lot of cards in common. And sure, we have a slightly different 4-drop must kill demon, but it's like, okay, this is a 4-drop must kill demon. Like, you could play Archfiend in mono black if you wanted to.
Yeah, and
you know?
some people were doing that.
Right, like that wouldn't be out of place at all. I would rule same archetype. But...
I can see it both ways. I mean, I definitely see the argument that if you're playing Blood Tithe Harvester, Bone Crusher Giant, like, you're kind of playing a Rakdos midrange deck, but I also feel like those Rakdos midrange decks, yeah,
they
have
don't
a different
usually
focus.
have slasher or annex. Right?
Correct.
Like,
yeah, that's correct.
Especially, like, I don't know. That's the counter argument.
Well, so if we want to look at a demons list, we can also look at the opponent's list, because this is mono black demons right here.
Right. So relative to this list, there are no invokes. Although again, those invokes are actually pretty. Not everyone has them by any means. But there are no invokes and there are no bank busters, and that's it, really. Again, no invokes, no bank busters. Different 4-drop demon, and I guess some of these fable slots are these graveyard trespassers. But again, not everyone even has those two. I'm basically, my worry is this: like, if you counted the number of cards, this deck is different from kind of what I would describe as like the archetypical demons deck.
Yeah.
I'm worried that number of cards differs between at least 2 demon decks in the tournament, both of which we label demons.
Sure.
Is kind of my concern.
I think that's fair.
But I don't know. It's close. I mean, you can have the final verdict for sure. If you want to
Yeah.
rule, I don't think anyone's going to fault you for ruling them different if that's what you want to do.
Nah, I think
But
I lean towards same as well, but it is close. We might have to put this to a poll.
okay.
How do you think this is going to play out?
I need to play out. Good question. So, looking at these two lists, the way that I feel is I think the mono black deck is just gotta be the favorite in game one, and the reason for that is that although Fable is really good, and it is, uh, there just are at least 4 Fable equivalent cards.
Uh huh.
Um, that is to say, I think that the 2 Bankbusters and the 2 Invokes are all kind of as good as Fable,
Sure.
right? Like, it's not Fable isn't dominatingly better or dominatingly worse than any of these cards. I mean, they both have some advantages and disadvantages relative to Fable, but yeah. And the rest of the deck, I think, is a little bit better for the mono black demons deck.
Uh-huh.
Like, I think Graveyard Trespasser is more annoying to deal with than a Bloodtooth Harvester, which kind of doesn't matter and just dies.
Yeah.
I think a Bloodletter making an Unstoppable Slasher is incredibly dangerous. Is a little bit stronger than just being a 6/6 flyer on the Archfiend.
Mm-hmm.
There's some kind of small edges. The lands do a little bit more in the
Yeah.
mono black deck. But all of these are pretty small factors. I expect it to be close, and the player who draws better wins. Like it's it's not a blowout by any means. This
Sure.
list is pretty prepared for the pseudo mirrors still. So yeah, in game one, I'm going to say small advantage mono black, anyone's game. Mostly going to be about who sticks those big buzzers, who sticks those annexes, excuse me, who sticks those fables.
In terms of who is going to be on the play, it looks like it is the mono black deck. It's the 6 seed
Yeah,
against
that's
the
not
7.
a huge factor in a match like this. Obviously,
Yeah.
it's always an advantage, but this is one of the matches that's less impactful.
Sure. Right. I mean, opening hands are likely to be shredded. It's not like you're going to get... Neither player has a threat that's so difficult to deal with that... It's not like, Atraxa against Company or whatever, where if
Yes.
someone has the ability to get this on the battlefield, then they're going to run away with the game. It should be a relatively classic exchange of resources kind of thing. It looks like the Rakdos player has 3 lands, 2 Fables, a Go for the Throat, and an Archfiend. And there's at least 2 lands on the other side. I don't think I saw a third one. We are waiting to see.
Also, just to clarify the comment in chat, I mean, this Rakdos Midrange deck does have an Unstoppable Slasher in it. It just doesn't
Yes.
have the combo, as it were. Right? Like,
Right, you can't one
that,
shot.
That really matters to me. If the Rakdos Midrange deck didn't have Slasher, I would definitely rule them different.
All right, we lead on Duress and reveal the hand that we saw. 3 lands, 2 Fables, Go for the Throat, and Archfiend of the Dress. Which Duress is this, chat? Looks like M19 or something.
I think it might be...
Oh, it's the old frame, though. It's got to be like M12 or M13.
Yeah, I don't recognize it, actually, upon reflection. I don't know. You might be right.
Chat says it's actually an F&M promo. Wow, that's nice. Oh, it might be a comic promo. That also would make sense. If you go to Scryfall and say Duress Unique Art, I believe it paginates. It goes down for a while. Yeah, it is an IDW promo. Cool. All right, ultimately one of the 2 Fables got taken. Hiroki just plays a tapped Blood Crypt as he has no turn 1 play. Players are still developing. Yeah, someone asked about Riku Kumagai's sleeves a little while ago. I don't know what these sleeves are that Tomoaki is playing with, but they also have that Planeswalker symbol in the bottom left corner, so they must come from the same place. Meanwhile, Hiroki's sleeves on the other side are upside down, but they say mountain on them.
The fact that they say Mountain on them while he's playing, a mostly black deck is pretty funny.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I also can't give you an idea on these swamps, but I like them as well. Once again, the like Mirrodin era, Mirrodin through whatever Journey into Nyx, pre M15 modern sleeves, modern frame. That's what I'm trying to say. All right, so the first permanent is Unholy Annex from Tomoaki, and it's met by that second Fable from Hiroki. Thoughtseize. So what have you drawn in the last couple of turns? The answer appears to be a bunch of lands. I mean, so be it.
Thoughtseize
before Chapter 2 could be
has
worse.
a solution for that problem.
Yes, exactly. Thoughtseize right before Chapter 2 is not the worst time to get Thoughtseized, especially if it leaves your hand kind of tattered. It's the Go for the Throat that's going to get taken. He's going to leave the Archfiend, and we're going to put a Slasher into play. Well, yeah, I mean, I understand that Tomoaki doesn't have a Teferi Time Raveler in play to let him instant speed this Thoughtseize right now, but it is also true that Hiroki is only going to have access to 4 mana here. There's no way he's going to be able to deploy all of his fresh cards.
Yeah, but I mostly think if you have Phyrexian Arena in play, you just don't want to be slow rolling your spells.
Yeah, I think that's right. Just get all the things out as fast as you can. All right, Duress Bricks, as it reveals Graveyard Trespasser, Bloodletter of Aclazotz, and Castle Lochthwain.
This also means we officially cited the combo, as it were.
Yes. Yep. So Goblin Shaman, not safe to attack, unless Hiroki has some way to answer either the Slasher or the Bloodletter.
Which I think he does. I think there's a Heartless Act in his hand.
Sure.
So I think what's going to happen is Tomoaki's going to say, well, like, you saw some new cards, you might have drawn it, but I know I took your kill spell, before. So he's, I think, just going to slam the Bloodletter. That's probably what I would do. And then I think the Bloodletter is going to be taken out, and he's going to take the hit from the Slasher. Maybe it's not going to play out that way, but that's my prediction.
Yep. Here comes the Vampire Demon. And now the Vampire Assassin gets into the red zone and is met by Heartless Act. So, Hiroki, how do you feel about taking 11 damage?
I mean, he might feel okay about it.
Yeah.
The Goblin Shaman is a relevant resource. You ever just, take a little 11 damage as a treat? Well, partially, like, it's just not an easy way to kind of dodge this issue.
Right.
It is wild to me that Stopple Slasher is a zombie assassin, but that's not here nor there. So now, are we going to fire the Mutavault end step? We are. We say, show me what you got. You only have 2 cards. I'm not afraid. I like this play.
Yep. So Hiroki's going to go from 9 to 7 then.
It's just that he has another Bloodletter in hand, so like if you get out the rule spell that would hit that, it's pretty good for you. And the damage just really matters, right? Like 7 to 9 is a pretty big swing. So yeah, it seems pretty logical to me.
All right, here comes the Shaman to make a treasure. And let's see what Hiroki can spend his mana on. It is just a big Archfiend. So Slasher is not lethal, despite the fact that the first hit is always for 11. Oh, maybe Slasher is lethal. Hold on a second. If he takes this hit, he
Well,
goes from 7 to
we
5.
have another bloodletter.
Oh, that's problematic as well. It would be 7 to 5,
I mean,
and then half his life will take him to 2, and then he would die to Mutavault activation.
yes. But again, I think Tomoaki, I mean, maybe I missaw his hand, but unless I'm mistaken, his just has a second bloodletter. So I think he's just going to play that.
Yeah, in which case, Archfiend is going under the bus. Land for the turn is Field of Ruin. Just a question about how he wants to pay for his spells here.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what he's thinking about.
And we're going to lead off by fielding the Mutavault. Interesting.
Huh.
Okay. I mean,
I don't.
there is. I mean, this might be a concession to the fact that the game could go on for more than one turn, and Tomoaki didn't really want to have a colorless land in play.
Well, wait a minute. I think it denies the Mutavault the option to chump block.
Oh, true. There's a treasure token, so we could have used treasure to animate Mutavault and then blocked with that.
Right, and if you're gonna field it, you have to field it first.
Right.
So I think it does make some sense.
All right, now
yep, and there's the bloodletter.
We'll use our 3 black mana perfectly to play bloodletter, and
right.
Archfiend has to block.
Well, I mean, reflection could certainly block.
Oh, that's true. There is a reflection over there. Trying to figure out whether Tomoaki loses 2 life from this exchange, I guess.
Oh, because I see, because Gertrude is not in play. Yeah, I guess I don't know what happens.
I mean, they traded off, and then there's a moment where they're both dead, and then they come back, right?
Right, and then also, so okay, wait. When you have Annex Bloodletter, they lose 4, right?
Yes.
So, yeah, okay. It took a minute for coverage up to that. I was worried I didn't understand the interaction. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's right. So, Tomoaki wound up taking 2 to 14 from that, but then ultimately 4 off the Annex because the Bloodletter was in play, and then there was not really an answer to that for the next turn either, I assume.
Yes, so I just want to discuss what we saw that game for a moment here. Because how I would describe what we saw that game is one player cast Unholy Annex on turn 3, one player cast Fail the Mirror Breaker on turn 3, and we saw who won the fight, and it was Annex.
Yes.
Like, it's not like he comboed the Annex with, like, Invoke or some other form of overwhelming card advantage. It was just, over the turns, Annex outperformed the Fable, which I kind of can't imagine having said 3 years ago.
All right, we move into the sideboarded games. I'm looking these players up. I'm curious to see if they have any big results in their history. So, Tomoaki did top 8 Chiba last year. He actually lost in the finals to Alex. In the Pioneer.
Wow, I did not realize that.
Yeah, I forgot that was the opponent that Alex beat playing green. So he did go on to PTLTR and then to the last World Championship. It's not been a great 2024 for him yet. Obviously, this changes things significantly. Then the opponent is Nakahara Hiroki, for which this is, without a doubt, his best finish ever. Actually, like his first day 2 even. So, congratulations to Hiroki for getting this far, earning a Pro Tour invite, etc. Very impressive. Okay, while the players are sideboarding, we can take a quick look at what they have access to. So it does feel like this is a situation where both players kind of have the ability to decide where on the how do I want to put it, like the bigness scale they want to be. Do they want to try to play just a lot of card advantage and hang on in the early game? Do they want to play cards like Caustic Bronco and try to press the issue a little bit more? My guess is that in principle, these two decks are going to look pretty similar post-board. I don't know that there's an obvious thing that's bad on either side. So,
yeah, I don't think that things are going to change that fundamentally as we go to sideboard. What will happen, I think, is because the Rakdos deck has kind of some of its bangers in the sideboard, right? Like, it has these two Reckoner Bankbusters that aren't being main decked. It's probably going to improve more, just because the Demons deck, I think, has almost all of its bangers already in main. Although I guess it has two Invoked Despairs, so maybe that's not even true. Maybe they're just both going to board in a bunch more bangers. Yeah. And probably to fit those, I think that the most natural cut from the red-black is Bloodtith Harvester. Historically, in these mirrors, you would often cut this card. It's not horrible, but you kind of have to cut something. I also think Bone Crusher could go because it's any matchup. So...
Well, it just literally doesn't have a target, right? There's not a creature you can stop.
That is correct. And you also might see these Caustic Broncos come in. I don't think they're going to be amazing. They're just going to die to removal a lot. But at least if they don't die, they're pretty strong. So I would imagine those make their way in here. Maybe these Virtue Resistance / Locktrain Scorn as like a really over-the-top endgame end up coming in, but...
Sure.
I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what those are for. I just kind of have to imagine if I'm playing them, I'm playing to board them in here.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
As far as the mono black deck goes, yeah, I think it's going to be lighter sideboarding. They also have the Caustic Broncos and the Invoked Despairs, all of which I imagine make their way in here. And I'm not too sure what will be cut to make space. Probably Graveyard Trespasser, even though honestly it's totally acceptable in the matchup. It's just you kind of have to cut something. And beyond that, I don't know, maybe trim on random removal spells, maybe trim on Duresses, maybe you don't want all 4 Duress, even though it is pretty good, so maybe you do. But yeah, I mean, I think those are kind of the only real contenders. I guess old school players would tell you that in these Thoughtseize mirrors, you should cut Thoughtseizes, but I think those days have kind of long passed. There are just too many of these kind of overwhelming advantage engines, like Unholy Annex, Fable, Invoke, Reckoner Bankbuster, all of these cards, and you just have to take them. Like, it's just too important. We can quibble over whether we want 6 discard spells or 8, but if you tell me we want 0, I'll tell you to get out of town. All
right, we'll fast forward slightly so that we can get into game 2 here. This is the second of the 2 semifinals. Thanks for watching along with us here, playing back the matches of Shizuoka from last night. We've got 1 and maybe 2/3 matches to go. How does this look from the red-black deck? There is still a Bloodtithe Harvester in there. It looks like 3 lands, 2 slashers, Bloodtithe Harvester, and Heartless Act. And one of these cards is going down. So this is evidently a Molda 6. Meanwhile, Tomoaki has apparently kept 7. It was the Bloodtithe... No, sorry. It was the Heartless Act that was put beneath. And this Thoughtseize reveals Bloodtithe Harvester and 2 lands. Sorry, Bloodtithe Harvester and 2 Unstoppable Slashers, along with the next 2 land drops.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is a good example on Hiroki's part of, like, look, this hand is not exciting. It's incredibly unexciting, to be honest. But it's the Thoughtseize mirror. We don't
Yeah.
mulligan, you know? You just have to keep this. I mean, I guess he kept it on 6, but honestly, I'd probably keep it on 7 with a 4th land, too.
Right.
It's just like, you need volume of cards to compete. This hand has volume of cards. And, Unstoppable Slasher is certainly not bad in the matchup. I mean, I don't think it's always what the games are about because it does not produce kind of positive card flow. And, it's possible to kind of delay it with kill spells while your NXs or what have you take over. But it's still good. It's still, a card you're happy to draw.
Ooh, Hiroki has drawn land number 4, and Thoughtseize number 2 will take the other slasher. So we found a way to stop them.
They are stopped. What I will say about this hand that interests me more is the fact that it does contain Bloodtooth Harvester, which does mean he ended up leaving that card in.
Right.
And the reason I bring that up is, okay, so what does he have it in kind of over?
Mm-hmm. Bloodtooth Harvester attempts to attack and is met by Yargle Fatal Push.
Yeah, I admit I do not care for the Yargle Fatal Push. I prefer kind of the OG Fatal Push, but
Yeah.
to all the Yargle aficionados out there, this one's for you. Is that an Unholy Annex in Tomoki's hand?
It is an Unholy Annex.
Yeah, I mean, this game is totally going according to plan of Tomoki, so, I don't know. We took your first couple of threats. The game is pretty stable, and the Annex is unholying.
Alright, here comes Archfiend. Unfortunate the Fable was drawn here. I think if the top of the deck had been ordered slightly differently, we would have been able to deploy all of our cards at this point, but now there's a Fable waiting to come out.
Yes, that is definitely unfortunate, because the odds of the Fable gets Thoughtseized in some way are not low.
Yeah. Though with that said, it looks like 3 cards that don't have a casting cost and an Unstoppable Slasher is what's going on Tomoaki's side.
Not an inspiring hand, for sure.
No, this is a little dangerous, right? Because the extra card drawn here is going to... we're going to activate Mutavault, so never mind. So it's going to be 16 to 18. I was going to say going to 12 against a 6/6 is not very exciting, but we had a way to avoid it.
It's certainly not, but I'd like to bring up an important point at this time, which is, can Unstoppable Slasher just straight up race Archfiend of the Dross?
Yes. I think it can.
That's a bit embarrassing, if I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
Like, can you imagine being a massive 4-drop flying demon and you're just like raced by some guy with a sword?
Now, to be fair, I think the Unstoppable Slasher has like some kind of chainsaw, like spinning saw thing for an arm, which is somewhat impressive.
Yeah, that is a good point. Classic, he's got a chainsaw for an arm.
So Fable is the play, and Hiroki passes back.
Yeah, so now I think the question is all about what has Tomoaki drawn since we last got a look at his hand. He's seen 2 new cards since then.
Yep. All right, so it's 18 to 16, lose half your life, go down to 8.
Did it just make a 6/6? Is that what we're seeing? That's the worst case.
It's going to be another Annex.
Interesting.
I mean, at 8 life with 2 Annexes in play, this Archfiend of the Dross is not making that much progress.
No, I think this makes a lot of sense. So Tomoki's line here was, he attacks with the Slasher, right? He sees if Hiroki blocks. If he blocks, then Tomoki just makes the 6/6 demon, right? Then he's like, okay, I'm not going to be able to burn you out with this. I'm just going to make the 6/6 and block your 6/6. But if Hiroki takes it like he did, then Tomoki's like, all right, then I'm just going to burn you out. I mean, good luck finding removal spells for every single demon I have before you die to this Unholy Annex.
Yeah, with 2 Mutavaults, it seems very difficult to stop from taking this last 4 points this turn.
Yes, and I mean, I do think the second one is key. I think this line is pretty loose if you only have 1 Mutavault, then you're just kind of asking for trouble. But 2, it's pretty likely to work. And also, you might draw cards that matter as well off the second annex, right? The second
Yeah.
card is not lost here.
No, Archfiend is going to attack because what else can you do? Tomoaki goes back down to 8. Life totals are 8 to 4. The two cards in hand are... One of them here is Virtue of Persistence. So Locthwain Scorn is going to take down the Unstoppable Slasher, but that doesn't seem particularly relevant. Slasher dies.
I mean, it does put him up to 6.
Oh, good point. I forgot that Virtue of Persistence is actually like a moment of craving.
Yes. So it doesn't mean that he's out of the woods, but now Tomoki's spot is at least a little scary. Although with this Thoughtseize,
Wait, I have a question.
Because you can thoughts.
Can't. Oh, I mean, Thoughtseize is quite good, and it's going to reveal an Unstoppable Slasher. Can't we just attack with 2 Mutavaults?
Well, you could have, but if they have a kill spell, then it goes badly for you, right?
I mean, couldn't. Oh my goodness! How about third Unholy Annex to drain all 6 of Hiroki's life points? But I think
after, that works too.
I think after the Thoughtseize, the coast was clear to attack with 2 Mutavaults.
Oh yes. I think that was the plan. But you want a Thoughtseize. If you don't have the Thoughtseize, it's pretty dangerous.
Yeah.
Because then, if you attack with 2 Mutavaults, they kill spell one of them, block the other. You know, your annexes don't drain anymore. That's a disaster.
Yeah. That would be like going up the stairs in a cartoon, and then someone pulls a lever and it turns it into a ramp.
Yes, but okay. I mean, the way I feel about that game is very similar to the way I feel about the first game, which is what happened is one player had Unholy Annex and one player had Fable, and the Annex beat the crap out of the Fable. Now, I know that a second Annex did join it and contribute, and you might say 2 Fables is better than 1 Fable. That is part of the story, but I think a pretty big part of it is just this Annex card is really fucked up, okay?
Yeah.
Like...
Well...
Yeah, I was very impressed.
We can crown... We don't know who we're going to crown, but we can definitely crown Unholy Annex, because we're going to have a Mono Black Demon's Mirror to decide this tournament.
Yes. So we will see if Tomoaki is able to win this one after coming so close in the previous Pioneer RC. Or if he will remain forever a bridesmaid, never a bride.
All right, I'm going to get the deck list ready. We'll talk about it briefly before we get down to the finals action. So last ad break for the stream. We'll be back very soon. Okay, so we want Tatsuro Asano playing Black Demons against Tomoaki Ogasawara, also playing Black Demons. This, so we can pause this, and we'll get Demons list from Asano up to be compared against the Demons list from Ogasawara. There we go. Okay, excellent. Okay, so I've got the lists prepared, so we can compare and contrast briefly here. Tatsuro's Mono Black Demons list against Tomoaki's, and it might be easier to do this with the straight up text view rather than the screenshot, since they're otherwise very similar, right? If we go back and forth, we can see the differences such that they are.
I mean, they're not large at all.
The main difference I see is that Thoughtseize and Duress are in the other order. And 2 Sheldred's Edict became 2 Go for the Throat. So in the main deck, it's actually like a 58 card mirror.
Yes, the main decks are exceptionally similar. And the sideboards aren't that different either.
No, like 1 Caustic Bronco, 1 Cut Down became like an Ashiok and a Misery Shadow or something, but that's about the extent of the difference. So yeah, there's like 71-ish cards that are overlapping here. Right, so is this going to be a matter of who draws the most cards is going to win? Like whoever gets the ball rolling downhill most quickly?
I do think that's a big part of it, yeah. Certainly the first player to land on Holy Annex, or to a lesser extent Reckoner Bankbuster, is going to have a large advantage. But keep in mind that because both players have Invoke Despairs, Invoke Despair can clear Unholy Annex.
Yes.
So it's weird in the sense that Bank Buster is kind of the worst card drawing engine, but it's also an unkillable one.
Right.
So yeah, I mostly think we're going to be seeing players, yeah, keep a lot of hands, not mulligan very much, hope to stick the first card drawing thing, and ride that to victory. There is some life total related stuff that can happen. If Unstoppable Slasher keeps connecting or something of that nature, it could matter. But on the whole, I think most games will not come down to that. Slasher will eat a random removal spell, and probably by the time it becomes, unstoppable again, the game will be decided, and it will either eat another or they just won't care. Uh, so I think mostly the axis is going to be all about cards, all about resolving these engines, and all about thoughts using the opponent's engines.
It looks like Tatsuro has elected to keep Colorless Land Swamp and a bunch of demons cards, and
well, his hand is very good. I think I believe it's Thoughtseize, Annex, Slasher, Invoke.
Yep, that sounds about right. Tomoaki had like a lot of lands in his hand, and has elected to ship it. So there's a question.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I would.
Oh, good.
I would definitely mulligan a 6-lander, and there probably are 5-landers I would mulligan, but I would keep at least some of them.
So, question in chat about the role of Mutavault in these decks, and whether or not that's like secretly the glue that's holding this stuff together.
Oh, it's definitely a big part of it. Yeah, the Annex has kind of a legitimate downside without Mutavault, and Mutavault really makes it so that you can turn off the downside at will.
It's also interesting the way the downside turns into an upside, in the sense that like it's not like you have to make the decision every turn to turn on your Mutavault to keep the life total going in one direction or the other. If you do it 50% of the time, then it's completely neutered.
Yes, agreed.
All right, so Tatsuro starts with Duress. We'll get to see what's going on the other side. It looks like Slasher, Bloodletter, and 2 lands, only one of which can make black.
And this is not, I think, a great hand for a Tomogai spot. I mean, I'm not saying he's going to keep it. Again, it's a mull to 6. You're going to keep basically a hand sandwich. But it's not an exciting hand. It does not have any of the key cards. We're lacking the Annex. We're lacking the Bank Buster. Slasher is pretty whatever. Bloodletter is pretty whatever. Definitely a keep. I would not ship this hand for any reason, but not feeling great when I keep this one. I keep lose, if you will.
Well, I mean, to be fair, card number 6 in Tomoaki's hand was a Thoughtseize, but that was obviously the first take.
That, I guess, does make it a lot better. Yeah, you're right.
It looks like Tomoaki's draw was another black producing land, and we've upgraded from Duress to Thoughtseize now, and we're going to take one of the 2 slashers.
And I mean, this makes sense to me. You can pretty easily keep 1 slasher at bay with removals, but keeping 2 of them at bay is a lot more annoying.
All right, so now we get a look at what Tatsuro is working with, and it is Slasher, Bloodletter, Annex, and Invoke Despair. Seems like
this is a really timely Thoughtseize draw. I mean, got to take out this Annex, I think. No real choice there. Interesting. Tomoaki's thinking about it. He's thinking it over. I'm not sure what alternative he's considering.
Maybe, I mean, I don't even think that this is right, but maybe he could be thinking that he could clear the opponent's Slasher and try to just combo over the next 2 turns. Like, if he draws a black producing land, then he's going to have the first Slasher attack.
That's interesting. Not crazy, but I'm a little skeptical.
I'm just trying to imagine what he's thinking about. As it turned out, Slasher was played into 2 open mana, and the hidden card that was drawn off the top from Tatsuro was Sheoldred's Edict. So, at the moment, the Slasher could be stopped.
Yeah, Tatsuro missing on the 3rd land here is pretty enormous.
Yeah. All right, Duress the play, and we discover that the top deck from Tomoaki is Fatal Push. Fatal Push looking relatively bad in this matchup. I mean, it does hit Mutavault, but all of the rectangles that you put on the battlefield cost more than 2, and it doesn't seem like this deck is great at turning on Revolt.
No, it's definitely not awesome. I mean, you need some spot removal spells because, okay, you don't want to just, like, let every Slasher hit you, and you don't want to lose to the 4-drop, Bloodletters, right? Like, if Bloodletter sits in play, it's going to kill you pretty quickly. But ultimately, you can only have so much of that. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see players trim smart removal spells in sideboarding, but they're definitely not going to, like, board their smart removal spells out entirely.
All right, Tomoaki has no play and passes. Tatsuro has no play and passes.
Okay, but Unstoppable Slasher is back.
It is unstoppable once again, and it's going to hit for 16 to 14 down to 7.
Yeah, it's a hit for 9 points of damage, which is pretty absurd.
Yes. All right, we've finally drawn Castle Lochthwain, so we can deploy our own blocker here. Oh, no, we can't because,
Nope.
Tatsuro doesn't possess a swamp.
All right, I think it's time to bring up my claim, which I will boldly make here.
Is it that Castle Lochthwain
I'm
sucks?
skeptical. Yeah, I don't think this card is playable. Like, if I were playing this mono black deck, look, there are just like enough other good utility lands. You know, there's Takanuma, there's Hive of the Eye Tyrant, there's Field of Ruin, there's Mutavault. Like, I just wouldn't play Castle.
Yeah.
You don't have to do this. No one is forcing you to put these Castle in your deck. And I just think that this card does not do enough these days. In the Year of Our Lord 2024, you just don't have time to sit around acting Castle Lochthwain. It never actually wins games. I think it's kind of a scam. So, anyways, I think what we just saw is a good example of why I hate it. I also think when we've seen this card activate on camera this weekend, which we have a few times,
Yep.
it's usually been just completely irrelevant. You know,
Yeah.
when players losing it by a ton, they activate Castle little, but they still lose. Anyways, so now we turn to the sideboard. I don't think things are going to change too much on either side here. Both these players I expect to board in Caustic Broncos. You know, both of them are going to board in their Evoke Despairs.
Yep.
Both of them are going to probably trim on spot removal, maybe trim on some of the duresses, maybe not. I'm not sure about that. Maybe trim these Graveyard Trespassers. That I think is a real target to go. And then, yeah, that's going to be about it. You could imagine boarding in something like this Go Blank, but frankly, I doubt it. You could imagine boarding in Shieldred, but it's kind of just a big thing that dies to removal, so I kind of doubt that too. At the end of the day, I think it's going to be a pretty light sideboarding, and the best cards in the matchup were already in the main deck. Like, the most important card is Annex, the second most important card is Bankbuster, the third most important card is his card spells to take those things.
Yeah. See if we can...
Invoke is probably hanging out somewhere in there too, but you know.
We're so close to being able to see the cards that are winding up in Tatsuro's box, but we could only see the glare. So Chad, I don't know if you want to mark your calendar, but the next one of these is going to be in February. It's February 8th and 9th. Obviously, there will be more announcements as we get closer to the date, but that is when we'll be back for the Modern Regional Championship. I also need to make a request since we are paying attention to the props, and this could be the last game of the tournament. If not this one, then certainly the one after that. We need to figure out what the last spell is that resolved. So we'll have to make some judgment call if like someone flashes a Invoke Despair and the opponent concedes to that or whatever, if it's clear whether or not that was itself, if that resolved, if that actually won the game, etc. But hopefully it'll be relatively clear. You know, one person untaps, draws in the face of an overwhelming board position. We just have to remember what spell was cast most recently.
Yes, agreed. And sorry, there's some discussion of Invoke in the mirror in the chat, so I just thought I'd bring up kind of what I mean when I say I think Invoke is good, but I think it's probably not one of the best few cards. The one issue that Invoke has is just every mana that your card costs in this mirror is another turn or two that your opponent can draw a discard spell to take it from your hand. And I do think that matters, right? Like, it's much easier to kind of land an Annex than land an Invoke. If Invoke is put on the stack, it's very good. Like, if you peel it and cast it, it's excellent, right? But a lot of the time, your opponent will play Annex on 3, and then you'll be all set to Invoke it, all set to remove the rest of the enchantment, and then, you know, when they're drawing 2 extra cards for 2 turns, they'll find a way to take it out of your hand. And that fact kind of limits how good it can be, but obviously it's still good.
Looks like Tatsuro's hand is Slasher, Bloodletter. There was a third spell and 4 lands. On the other side, it looks like multiple Castle Lochthwains from Tomoaki. Kind of unfortunate. What were we just talking about?
L.
Yeah. Oh, no, one of them is an Urborg. Okay, never mind. This all worked out. And the third spell on Tatsuro's side is an Invoke. So it was 3, 4, 5 as the curve for Tatsuro. Not surprisingly, kind of following the advice that you offered, Andrew, we're going to lead with taking the card with the lowest converted mana value.
Yes, I like this. Again, you'll have plenty of time to figure out something for this Invoke. Mm-hmm.
All right, so never mind. Castle Lochthwain
It's not
on both sides. It's funny.
sure, quote unquote on.
Here it comes. Have we found a 3 for Tatsuro? We have not. Tomoaki not using any mana either.
Right, big check.
Land number 3 is Field of Ruin and pass. No annex in hand anyway.
Wow. All right. A pretty slow game to get us underway here in game 2.
Yeah. All right. The 3 cards that we can't see that haven't been revealed to Thoughtseize are Swamp, and Shieldred's Edict. Here's Bloodletter. I assume Tomoaki has his pick of how he wants to answer it. Up to and including Crack, Field of Ruin, and then Fatal Push, which I think is the play. One of the Mutavaults is going to go away.
Yep, and you can see him going after the Mutavault instead of the Castle Lochthwain here.
Yeah.
Very logical. Mutavault is playable.
Yeah. I mean, for some time, it was true that swamps never had flavor text. So sometimes you might just get bored during your game and you wish you could read a little bit of flavor text. But you now have the option to play swamps with flavor text if that's the card that you want.
Yeah, that is a good point. That I definitely think is a big factor. Yep, and as you can see, look, there's Invoke. He didn't take it on turn 3. No rush. I'll find another discard spell. And he does. Invoke down.
All right, Castle Lochthwain from Tomoaki, and the first creature to stick is Unstoppable. Well, now what? Shieldred's Edict not very good at answering Unstoppable Slasher.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bind.
Is there some sort of like 1 in a black exile target creature with converted with mana value 3 or less? Because you feel like if that exists and these slashers are going to be everywhere, then we might have to start thinking about sleeving some of them up.
There's Epic Downfall.
Ooh, there is also Anoint with Affliction, as someone points out.
Yeah, so I guess the answer to your question is basically yes. It depends on what other limitations you're willing to accept in exchange for that. But
and it is at least something that someone could be thinking about in the brewery, as it were. All right, so the slasher is stoppable.
I think it makes sense.
But now we've also got a Bloodletter in play. Bloodletter does also make end step activate Castle Lochthwain look significantly worse, doesn't it?
Yep, sure does. And yeah, I mean, I again though, I think these main decks are kind of tight in terms of these cards.
Mm-hmm.
The Connect style. Because if you look at the rule suite these decks have, that they're all 4 Fatal Push, 4 Shieldred's Edict.
Yeah.
And Shieldred's Edict has a major advantage, which is that Shieldred's Edict can go after Planeswalkers. It's not blank against a deck like Blue-White Control.
Right.
So I'm just not sure you're really going to want to lose out on that for the Anoint, or for the Epic Downfall. But if you were targeting the mirror heavily, you certainly could.
We have seen our share of Go for the Throats, Heartless Axe, etc., which those are mainly the cards I'm thinking of. I agree that many of these decks don't have the space for it, but
yeah, I guess if you have less, if you could make some, if you were already not going to play 4 Shieldred's Edicts and you want to make some into that's pretty reasonable.
Ooh, this is an Invoke Despair. This is one of the fancy art Invoke Despairs. There goes the Annex. I'll draw 2, you take 8, or 4 rather. No, 8 because of Bloodletter. Oof.
Yeah, it's 8.
That is a big hit.
Okay, wait, let's pay close attention here. This could be it.
I mean, Invoke is a legitimate card to end the tournament on. And it looks like if another spell is going to get cast, the spell that's going to get cast is Duress. So, Sorcery looking great here. Another Invoke, 2 Fatal Pushes, and a Go for the Throat? I don't even know what that card is.
I don't know
it's
either.
A Go for the Throat. Well, now what? Yeah, okay. We could, like, activate Castle Locthorn to try to find an answer, but in fact, Tomoaki takes it down.
And that is it. Tomoaki is going to be the champion of the Japanese RC. Sorcery will be the last spell cast for those keeping track at home. And Mono Black Demons is going to be hoisting the trophy.
Wow. Well, GG's to Tomoaki. He's obviously come close before. It's nice to see him get the W. Adding to a roster of Japanese players who have had significant success in this event. Which is extra impressive considering how deep these fields tend to be.
Yes, agreed. And yeah, I mean, that last game was a bit of a blowout. Not perhaps the ideal game to go out on, but I did enjoy watching all these Mono Black Mirrors over the course of the weekend. Definitely some interesting stuff to be had. And I'm interested to see how the metagame develops. I really kind of don't expect, Mono Black Demons to just kind of remain as dominant was at this RC, especially given that it wasn't that dominant at our RC a week ago.
Right.
But, maybe I'm wrong, and this really is the truth. And we'll have to see. We'll find out together.
We have a couple more weeks of RCs coming up, so it'll be interesting to see how things continue to develop.
All right. Are we about ready to wrap up here, Adam?
Yeah, we are. So it was exactly 5 hours on day 1, and it was 5 hours and 10 minutes on day 2. So we did set a time record, one that we're not necessarily going to aim to beat in the future, but that was it was, as always, a great time. Thank you, chat, for coming along with us. Thank you, Andrew, for your expert commentary.
And yeah, let's just, before we close out, I guess I'll remind people that if you enjoyed this stream, you can support the MTG Yellow Project Patreon, which supports the website that Adam and Rebecca maintain, as well as streams like this. Additionally, if you enjoyed my commentary and hearing me talk about Magic, I do that 4 days a week on the System Magic Twitch stream, which you can also feel free to check out. I will be there tomorrow night, as I am every Monday night.
Excellent.
But other than that, we'll be back for the next Japanese RC, whenever that is, which I guess will be early next year sometime.
Yeah, early February. So I'll be in touch with you, Andrew, and I'll be in touch on Twitter and on Blue Sky, letting people know when it is coming up.
All right.
So until then, chat, enjoy the rest of your weekend. If you're in a part of the world that is still on Saturday and where it is still Sunday, and otherwise enjoy the rest of your week. Thanks for coming along with us. Good night.